everybody. My name is Frankie McDonald. You're listening to SimpCast with Chrissie Mayr. I'm Frankie McDonald.
I don't know if this is real, but thanks for the $10 Sound Horizons. Could you shout out to my friend Nick Burr? Okay. You got me. He's a huge fan of yours since the Stern days. Nicholas Gurr. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize you're my babysitter. Wow, are you okay, Michael? I was just saying, this is a safety thing. No,
Oh, shit. I don't need this. Oh, bitch. Oh, fuck. I don't need another microwave. God damn it. Ah! Why was I sent another microwave?
Is that what that is? I don't know, Perry.
A complete big ass another microwave.
Well, we'll check out the microwave in a minute. I want to see what this is. This thing that says PCL, please.
Oh, brother. Who are these girls? I don't recognize any of them.
Can we see that, Perry?
Hold on.
Oh, wow. Well, Perry, I believe that is the dream you had with all your ladies. You got Scarlett there. It looks like Gina is the referee, and your mother. Oh, you know what? I think that's the. Remember, you said you had the dream about Chrissie and all the girls on her show when you Chrissie Mayr. Remember?
Right.
Hey, Perry, can you just get rid of that stuff? That's Chrissie Mayr, and then that's all the girls that you were on the show with. Because remember, you had the dream that you were mud wrestling the girls.
It wasn't really a dream. It was more like maybe it was a dream.
Well, you said it was a dream.
Yeah, Chrissie Mayr's girls.
Yeah, I think that might be Scarlett on one side and Chrissie on the other, and then you're wrestling, and that's definitely Gina as the referee.
Gina is the ref. I see that. This looks like a twin of this, or that could be Scarlett, and that could be somebody else.
That could be Chris. I think that's Chrissie.
So it's Scarlett and then Chrissie?
Yeah.
And then the other three.
Yeah, the ones that you were on the thing with. Well, hold on. Let's see. Let's display it because you're doing a terrible job here. No. That's not what I mean by display it, Perry. I mean to the camera. You know you're doing a stream, right? Can you put it in the chair? There's too much of a glare there. No, not that chair. Perry, for the love of God, can you just show it to the stream in your streaming chair and with you next to it? Yes. Can you just point to it, freeze frame and point to it? That's nice. Okay. So you're mud wrestling put it right there for now. I think it's great. And please, Perry, don't destroy this one like the way you destroyed all the other ones.
The Star Wars Lego set Death Star. But can you chug a sparkling water and not burp? Oh my gosh. What do I do?
Hi-ho, it's home from work we go.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer? Every night, I can feel my leg.
Happy Easter, Simpies. Welcome, welcome. It is Sunday, April 9th. Happy Easter. It's Easter Simp Day here on SimpCast. We got a killer panel of ladies in store for you to help celebrate. Hope everybody had a nice Easter, you know, whether you're like a religious person or not. It's really just an excuse to eat chocolate and eggs and hunt for things. And this is a fun fact. Christians were actually the original Monetize Your Haters group. They took the day their Lord and Savior was killed and they celebrate it every year as Good Friday. So turn that frown upside down. That's right. This is now a religious show. Before I bring in my ladies, I got some stand-up shows to talk about. Got some dates coming up. By the way, we had a blast this weekend in Staten Island and in Jersey. So much fun with Keanu Thompson. We took a lot of cute photos, first and foremost, but also we had fun. Up next is going to be Vegas. I'll be in Vegas in a couple of weeks. We got the Geeks and Gamers FNT meetup on Wednesday, April 26th at the Millennium Fandom Bar. I believe that kicks off at around 6 p.m. Then the next day, Thursday, April 27th, we have I'm headlining at the Space in Vegas. Lila Hart will be there. Keanu Thompson will be there. It's going to be just an awesome show. Get your tickets now because they are moving. Then we'll be in Dallas first week of May. I'll be coming through on the Blaze here and there. And then we'll be at Hyenas Nightclub Friday, May 5th, Saturday, May 6th. 2 shows Friday, 2 shows Saturday with Lila Hart and Keanu Thompson, and Alex Stein will be on these shows as well. Then I'll be in Richmond, Virginia, Wednesday, August 9th at the Sandman Comedy Club. Then we got Anime Matsuri in August, Thursday, August 10th through the 13th in Houston, Texas. And I'm headlining that same weekend at the Secret Group on Friday, August 11th. Get your tickets now if you know you're going to be at Anime Matsuri. You might as well fill up your dance card. Don't let all the illegals come in and take all the tickets. You know, that's what I'm going to use to motivate people now to come to shows. Don't let the illegals take it from you. Okay, I think that's good as far as announcement goes. Oh, also, thank you to everybody who's been sending stuff to my new P.O. box. I think I'm going to start doing maybe a Mayor Mailbag Monday show. I'll just be turning into somebody who opens things on camera. And guess what? I'm not apologizing for it. That's going to be my final form. Just package opener. Anyway, I think the ladies tonight, speaking of package openers, boy, do we have a panel for you. Are you ready? Like if I were in front of a crowd, I'd be like, are you ready? Let's hear it. Put your hands together for Tuggs, Carolyn, April Imholte, and Lila Hart. Plus, we got more people coming. This is just the beginning. This is just the start of the night. Hello, ladies. Hi.
Hello.
He has risen. Isn't that fun? I hope everyone woke up their man this morning by whispering like, yeah, baby, he has risen.
He has risen indeed.
Dick. Oh my God. Let's put the erect in resurrection. No? Nobody else has Easter come on lines? Okay.
That's no different than any other day.
Yeah. Yeah, did you move that big stone? I don't know. I'm going to have to work on this.
Can move many hard things.
Yeah. Hold on. I thought, April, for a second you were wearing literally not a tube top, but like a belly shirt. Like
I thought it was too.
I was like, oh my God, April's here with her whole belly out. Like, I'm like, it looks good. But I was like, fuck yeah.
I think my skirt is the same color as your dress or shirt you're wearing. Same color.
Your skirt is flesh colored. So
yes.
And then I was like, either you have a crazy belly button or that's a belt buckle.
I have an extra square set of abdomen muscles right here, abdominal muscles. They're very tight. Of course.
I love it. I love it. Did anybody go to church today?
I missed it. I was busy with a bunch of kids doing Easter egg shit.
I slept until like noon.
That's good.
You know
That's what Jesus would want.
That's healthy. Yes.
Jesus would be like, look, I'm back. Everyone calm down, relax, sleep in. You do you.
You well rested for me.
Yeah. I think Jesus was like the OG, like the first to be canceled. Really?
Kind of.
Yeah, I
By a
think
specific
so.
group.
I think so. They were like, we don't care. We don't care that he's innocent. We're just gonna.
No.
Do we even know like why everyone was so mad at him? Like, why did they
called him a false prophet?
Yes.
Okay.
False
the miracles and stuff, probably.
Okay. Okay, so people didn't believe that he was who he said he was.
Yeah, it's basically was the equivalent of LOL source.
Yes, he's screwing up people's shit all over the place.
Yeah, he got canceled.
All the narratives.
All those people. They were like, source? You can't provide a source? Okay, well.
Actually, where's the source? He's like, no, I actually 2023 version would be like, I actually identify as the son of God, so it actually doesn't really matter like what you think.
I can do what I want. I'm also sponsored by Nike.
Oh my God. I've been over Nike for a long time.
I know, thank goodness I've not been shopping. I stopped shopping them a while ago.
Bare minimum, they seem so overpriced all the time.
Yes. It gets tempting though sometimes. Like when I'm at a TJ Maxx or a Marshall's, and I'm like, oh, that's a $6 shirt, or like
on sale. It looks
on
good.
sale.
I never liked the way their stuff fits on my body shape anyway, so I guess I was kind of like, I never bought them anyway. Thank goodness. So
yeah.
Each brand fits just a little bit different and they're all expensive.
So
Every single one.
Yeah, it's so frustrating. I get most of my stuff at Ross and I don't even know what brands they are. I just pick whatever goes over the hips.
I wish I had a Ross here.
I thought Ross was like fishing supplies. It's not like maybe I'm confusing it with
Ross is like a cheaper TJ
Bass.
Are they
I'm
cheaper?
confusing with Bass Pro Shop.
Cheaper as in like cheaper quality.
Okay.
What's wild though that I overheard somebody at Ross, because I always wonder too, because sometimes they got brand stuff in there, not always, but a lot of the time I'm like, that's weird. So the lady at Ross, the manager at Ross, was asking this girl's like, what is this store? Where do you guys get your products? Like Karening almost. And she was like, we get the ones that the companies, there's something wrong with them. So it could be something we can't see, like the letter N,
like a defect,
slightly off center or whatever, right? We can't see it, but the people do, and they're like, nope, can't do this. So Ross gets all that stuff.
Okay.
TJ Maxx,
and
very
Marshalls and TJ
defect
Maxx.
section.
Yeah.
Is that the same thing? I have no idea.
Yeah, Ross, Marshalls, and TJ Maxx are all like the same thing.
Yeah,
great places to shop if you're disfigured, like if you have one arm or something.
Yeah, they send you to Ross.
Yeah, like great, we have a whole row of shirts with just one arm, and they're half off.
You go to Ross. Oh, you don't have two arms? Ross for you. Go to Ross. Sorry, you're not good enough for TJ Maxx.
I took my friend to Ross for the first time because setting up his apartment. JC, he's in here watching, and he thought it was he thought it was a Goodwill. He thought
oh really?
He thought that it was like used stuff, and I had to explain to him like, no, all of this is brand new. It was really funny.
Mm-hmm.
Super cheap too. It's perfect.
I love Ross.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, love Ross. I get all of my dresses, all my sundresses at Ross. They're so freaking cute.
Burlington Coat Factories, I don't know if they have them where you guys are, but it's one of those stores where it looks like a Goodwill because no one that works there gives a shit. Everything is just haphazard.
Yes.
None of the sizes are sorted. Everything is like torn through. Like
we got one a few years back, and I went there like once a year, every year, just to check on sales and shit. And the last time I went there, the whole pillow aisle where things are supposed to be on the shelves, it was all in the middle of the floor. Like you might as well have knocked the entire aisle like dividers over. Like you can't find anything. It's a free for all. It's a mess.
Yes, filing cabinet is here to say. We just kind of realized this because we were looking on YouTube before the show started. I'm like, oh wow, my thing is nowhere to be found. I'm definitely being shadow banned and deranked on YouTube. So I never asked this because I don't want to sound, but now I am. Smash the like button and share this.
That's weird. I found you.
Yeah, like it didn't show up on my subscribed. Like yours didn't show up at all whenever I was going through and trying to find it earlier.
Unbelievable.
That's going on a lot with our channel too. Lately, we've had more and more listeners say, I've watched you for years. I can't find you now. I have to physically search you. I don't know why that's happening. I always get your notifications though, Chrissy.
Oh yeah. Okay, good.
Yeah. I don't know what the deal is because even with our channel, like I get notifications every time we post a clip or we stream or anything, and then some people just cannot find it at all now.
Now, do they have for the notifications? Is it for like all or personalized? Because I know that does take a part in it too, because automatically it goes into personalized.
Okay. Maybe we should check on that then.
Look at us talking shop. I barely introduced anybody. Hello, Tuggs. What's up? What's new in your world? What have you been up to?
Not a whole lot. I had my last charity stream on my contract a couple weeks ago. We raised $1,800, so that was cool.
Wow, was it a charity? Is it one of these Eliza Blue charities where the money goes to you secretly, or
no? Although that paycheck would have been nice. No, it went to a charity called Games for Love. And they bring like gaming consoles and board games and things to kids who are in hospitals getting like cancer treatments and stuff to kind of take their minds off of things. Yeah, it's a really good charity. So we did
kind of like a Gamers Outreach a little bit.
Yeah, kind of the same thing. So they and then some of the money too, they have like a fund in case a family can't afford the bills or something that they help them pay for. So it's a good charity. If it's been about it, I had like a year thing with them that I did a stream every few months or so, and we've it's been a success every time. So kudos to my people.
Wow, that's really good. You're such a good person.
Right.
I love it.
Yeah.
Carolyn, hello, welcome.
Hi, this is my first time on SimpCast.
We are popping your SimpCast cherry. We will be gentle. We will scissor you gently.
I don't believe that in the slightest.
No, they won't. No, they won't.
Kara, it's been nice to see you on more and more podcasts, and just it seems like you're sort of like making the rounds. It's nice to see you out and about. And by out and about, I mean just in my computer on different channels.
You're thriving, Kara.
I'm getting there.
Everything's wild.
Yeah. So I work for Eric July now at Rippaverse. So I handle the support, all that kind of stuff in the back end, and I still do my gaming stuff, and I do Toxic Femme on Mondays with Nina, and Lila was with us last week.
Yeah. Oh, Toxic Femme is so fun. I love Toxic Femme.
Doing that. And just kind of taking life as it throws it at me right now. I mean, you're one of the first ones I really talked to. It was like Eric and then you, whenever everything went down back in January. So a lot of people came to me saying like, hey, I saw you on Chrissie's thing. Like, I have a lot of people that still do that. I love it. I love it.
Oh
I
my
love it.
God,
I love it.
wow. I remember because you were like, were you like a little anxious at first to start telling the story? And then you absolutely crushed it. And I think we were like, yeah, let's wait a few days or a week or whatever it was. But then you were very comfortable and just doing great.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Yay. And your boobs are out. And I didn't have to tell you. You just understood. Unlike some people, Tuggs. No, it's okay.
What I
do? I'm just kidding. What didn't you do? No,
that's probably the better question, honestly.
God, imagine if I just like kicked people out. If like they just showed up without cleavage, and I just would be like, "Oh, that's nice. Thanks for coming."
I remember the first time I watched SimpCast, and it was
there we go.
Ashton had like the deepest V. The deep, Ashton had like the biggest cleavage I had seen.
Shoulder,
there we go.
Listen, all of you ladies have way bigger chesticles than I do. I just let y'all handle it. Okay, I try for effort sometimes. It just doesn't always.
I can always. There's this science.
Tan line and shoulder here. I'll show some
wow,
there you go.
There you go.
Little jealous that you're out in the sun enough to get a tan line already in April.
Me too.
Right?
Oh.
It is 90 degrees here today.
Tasty.
I love Ashton. I can always tell like if she's single or taken by like her degree of cleavage. Like it's like reading a compass or something. It's like I know exactly where she's at mentally based on her cleavage.
Awesome.
But is it like more boobage for the single or less boobage for the single?
Sometimes there's happy cleavage, sometimes there's sad cleavage, sometimes there's like I don't know what I'm doing with my life cleavage, which is the kind that I have. April's here. Hi. Speaking of cleavage.
Yes. Speaking of boobs, I think this is my 3rd time on here, and I've gotten so much shit from all of my listeners about how I dress like a Mormon on your show. They're like, "This is SimpCast, goddammit. Why can't you give me something to simp over, for God's sakes?" So,
oh my God,
I'll take the Mormon title today. I'll take the Mormon title today.
I wear it every day. You know what? I don't see a problem with it. So,
and if you guys aren't familiar with April, she does a show with her husband called Steel Toe Morning Show, and you guys are like, you are crushing it. You're every time I turn on YouTube, you guys are live. Your show is what, like, is it every day of the week? Do you ever take a break?
Right. So we do a morning show Monday through Fridays, 6 to 10 a.m. Central, and then Monday through Wednesday in the evenings we do 7 to 9 p.m. Central. I know our subs exploded over our first year on YouTube. It's been really humbling, honestly, for all of you out there that watch us. Haters or lovers, you're all the same thing. So it's been really great. And I guess for us, we've got some really cool meetings coming up. We can't really talk about yet, but it's very exciting. And hopefully we have some really good news for everybody soon. Working on some really cool guests. So that's kind of where we're at right now.
Wow. Oh, well, Brittany's gone now.
I was like,
she's like,
no,
I've had enough of this.
She's like, I can't stay long. Wow. That's fun, April. Even if you have absolutely nothing going on in the works, what you said was very impressive. And in fact, I'm going to start saying that I have meetings. I can't talk about it. And
you always look like you're having fun.
That air of mystery to you.
Yes, I do have some mystery going on, though, for sure.
I love it. Is that a bodysuit?
Mine?
Yeah.
Yes, it's actually the only bodysuit I own. I don't own any more than this, and I just found this for $9, and I thought it was cool.
Nice.
Wow.
That's the correct.
I hope it's not
price for a
Nike.
bodysuit.
No.
It is not Nike.
$9 plus.
Yes.
Brittany is struggling with her camera over there.
Brittany is now a mukbanger. Freshly showered bimbo.
Yeah. I didn't get to eat
Venti.
dinner.
What is that, Chef Boyardee? What's happening in there?
Oh, if only. I'm allergic to corn. I can't eat anything pre-made.
Oh, no.
No, it's ramen with some eggs and kimchi.
That sounds good.
That's good.
That sounds so
Kimchi's
good.
delicious.
Kimchi's good
I just
for
remember
you.
the first time I watched this, and Brittany had the whole ass pizza that she would have like in her hand, just like taking bites out of it. So the entire
like a ninja
pizza.
turtle. Yeah. I love it. All right.
It's
Well,
because
while
I didn't have
Brittany,
a pizza cutter. I didn't have anything to cut it, so I think that might have been why. I've had to do that a few times.
I wish I had
a knife.
It worked. It worked.
All right, so Brittany's eating, so we'll go to Lila. Hello, Lila. I'm so excited to go to Vegas with you.
I know. I'm so excited. It's gonna be awesome. Today I hosted an Easter open mic, and one of the comedians brought his 6-year-old twins to the mic. I was talking to a little girl, and I was like, "How old are you?" And she's like, "I'm 6." And I was like, "How old do you think I am?" And she was like, 9.
Oh no.
You were like, "I'll take it." And now my husband's going to jail.
And then this other comedian, he brought his 2-year-old daughter, and when he went on stage, he like left her in the chair, and she started crying. So she was heckling him from the start. But then I went over and I picked her up, and she was all cute. It was fun. Gave me.
So you're kind of like a babysitter / open mic host.
Wild whisperer.
It was so funny.
Do anything happen, Lila? I think these were dads, right? I think they were like, you know what? The mom was probably at home making food, preparing a meal, and the mom was probably like, you know what? Take the kids to church. And he took them to an open mic instead. He probably was like, fuck it, I'm gonna do something for me.
It was so funny. But I'm so excited for Vegas, Chrissy. I can't wait. And then we're gonna have our shows in Dallas. It's going to be a blast.
Oh, it's gonna be so fun. And I've put Keanu on to our dressing alike scheme.
Oh, yeah.
And she is fully down for it. So let
me know the colors.
Keanu Thompson, we did shows Friday and Saturday in Staten Island and in Jersey. And on Friday, we accidentally both wore the same shade of red, but it worked. And it was like, I feel like we're just like a unit now. And then I was like, okay, what color are we wearing tomorrow? And she was like, blue. Okay, let's do blues. But I liked how it worked when we were doing shows, Lila. Like we kind of inadvertently dressed similar, and I like that we look like a mother-daughter act. So
It's so fun.
When you have your bachelorette thing, are you gonna do the thing where everyone, because there's a couple of different ways people do it. Like some people all put on like pink wigs, and other people put on pink cowboy hats, and they all like coordinate in some kind of way.
this is tricky, Brittany. I'm glad you asked, because every time I see a bachelorette party, like I become filled with rage. And
yes,
I immediately hate everyone associated. I wish them, I don't wish them well. I wish them bad. I go, I hope this couple breaks up. I go, I hope everyone in here drinks themselves into a coma. Like they just have bachelor parties have such an obnoxious presence. They're usually walking, just taking up a whole sidewalk. Or they're hanging out of a car.
Oh, yeah. And they're so loud. They're loud and they're high pitched. And the drunker they get, the higher pitch they get. The dogs start to follow them at one point because that's all that can hear them. It's like,
there's something about a bachelorette party that turns into it's like when a girl has a birthday month, but that it's a disease that goes into everybody in the group. Like everyone's in that birthday month mentality, and it's like, no, it's our day, it's our night. Get out of our way. She's
get on the table.
She's our friend.
Oh, yeah, on the table.
And it's so bad here in Vegas. Like whatever bachelorette parties you've seen where you're from, like amplify it here in Vegas. People, they get sloppy because it's I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
I'm sure it's just like an
I
excuse
could go one
to be a
of two
degenerate.
ways. I could take this anger and not do that and do something opposite, do something like classy, fun, different, or I could be like, fuck it, now it's my turn to be an asshole.
Yeah, I was gonna say you should lean into it. Like maybe
Lean in
each one of
hard.
us will wear black T-shirts that have one letter from the N-word. So like, so
there you go.
you just walk around.
Oh my
tossing
God.
dice the entire night to make sure you're not in the wrong order.
You know what's a great idea? And whoever's job it is to wear the R shirt, it should be a reversible shirt. Like, and on the other side, it should have an H. That way, it's like, maybe we don't want to be hard R at this establishment, or maybe it's just, H. I feel like that's gonna be you, Brittany, and I'll have to be like, nope, flip your shirt inside out. We can't do R here.
It's a hard R moment. It's not a hard.
Can't do hard R. Be like, where's my friend? We're looking for our friend, and we're just like spelled out.
Right, that's like your roll call. Can we spell the whole word?
Oh my God.
I feel like it would be spelled wrong.
And then someone gets upset, like we are spelling out the N-word, and then it's like, no, we're missing more friends, and then the rest of the friends spell out lover, like it's positive.
Oh my God.
Or like, something.
I knew someone once who got banned from Twitter, and they said something along the lines of, I love N-words. And I was like, but if you ban them, you're saying you don't love them. So,
right.
They're actually the racist ones for banning him.
Right. It's amazing the power that we give certain words.
Oh, they hurt us. Come on.
Yeah. Okay, Lila, let's see. I feel like I cut you off in the middle of your thing. Okay, so you hosted an open mic. People brought their kids.
Yes.
Did the kids find their parents funny, or are they just like, this is why we can't eat? You're like, this is why.
Well, they were eating cupcakes, so they
Okay.
seemed like high on candy or sugar.
Okay.
So they're happy, and I think I like kids. I think they're funny. So
They are funny. They're cute.
and their
Okay.
kids are always funny when they see me. They always say like really silly things. Like one time I was on a hike and I was by myself, and there was like a little kid in a stroller, and the kid pointed at me and was like, "Where's her mommy? Why is she by herself?"
Wow, I love that. And you're like, thank you. I look really young. Thank you. Wow.
Well,
look like I
think
need
it's
supervision.
it's really funny, but it's cute. But I like the little baby the most because she was on, like, when I went up, she was crying because he was up on stage and she was all confused. And also then another guy brought his dog, so there were two dogs there. And so the baby, she got distracted. She saw the puppies, and I was like, "You want to see the puppies?" And she was like, "Puppies!" And then she reached out her little hands and wanted me to pick her up, and I was like, "Oh, it's so cute! I'll pick you up." And I did. And then she stopped heckling her dad, and he got to finish his set. So
Very cool.
You'll be a good mom.
Yeah. I like when like we were taking the dogs on a walk today, and like I like when little kids are like, "Can I pet your dog?" And then sometimes they just pet them like too hard, like they don't understand their own strength, and they're like, "Okay." And
the dog's like,
yeah.
No. We have the tiniest dog here too, and every time the 4-year-old goes to pet it, she like pushes down on his little back. It's like, no, you're gonna actually break the dog. You have to stop that. You're going to kill him.
Oh my gosh! Wait, I want
I
to tell
love
you guys
you too hard.
this thing too. This guy told like a Kobe Bryant joke, but it made me think about this one time on Easter Sunday. I went to a church in Newport Beach in California, and Kobe Bryant and his entire family walked in and sat behind me.
Wow.
That's crazy.
That's just my little story I was going to share.
That's pretty cool though.
It is.
Venti, it's so great to have you back on Twitter. Now I can add you to the SimpCast group chat every week.
Yeah, back to gossiping.
Welcome back.
There we go.
Back to gossiping about Dylan Mulvaney's feet.
What?
That's also
God.
my timeline is Dylan Mulvaney.
I
This
didn't appreciate
horrific.
that because I was cooking dinner when you sent that.
yeah, thanks a lot.
Yeah, I thought that was a
didn't want it to come
hand.
out.
Listen, guys, I
They
had
did
to do
with
it.
the fingers.
I had to send them the Dylan Mulvaney feet pics.
No, that is a dick pic. You were right the first time.
Who
We
has
will
the
definitely get.
worst feet? Dylan Mulvaney or Brie Larson, honestly, at this point.
Oh God, we should make a whole like worst feet of the internet
Oh God, no.
video.
No, thank
I've
you.
never seen Brie Larson's feet before. Are they bad?
Oh,
Oh,
no.
April.
Are they on Wiki
Oh,
Feet
April.
too? Can I find
Oh.
them?
You
All right,
probably
I'm just gonna do this once.
Just for me, I
I'm
appreciate it.
so glad I
That's
had
for
to know.
you.
I feel like we should have to share Dylan's feet with the world too, since we had to see it.
Oh yeah.
They're like flippers.
I don't
Okay.
know what that is.
They're like fingers. They look like this.
Right, they're
do.
long, pointy fingers.
Okay, here's one.
That's
Her
Brie
feet just
Larson.
sort of. This is Brie Larson's feet. They want out. They're like,
They're
we don't
so
want to be
long.
associated with you anymore.
There's a lot happening.
It looks like her feet are trying to play piano.
No kidding. They're reaching for the keys.
I don't know
Yeah.
what's going on
No.
there. Like, I don't know. Now, listen, the toenail thing could be from like doing her own stuff. I don't know, but wear
Right.
closed-toed shoes if that's like why. Oh my god.
Why is your
She just
big
went
toe so
gardening.
wounded?
What?
Like her big toe looks inflamed, almost like
Ugh.
puffy.
It looks so infected. Yeah.
Like, why?
Oh,
They look like hands.
They're painted there.
that is horrific. It's still
look
not
like
as bad as
hand feet.
Dylan's, but wow.
At least she's painted, and they look healthier there. That first picture, I was very concerned. I
That's
was like,
true.
They're a little beat
Yeah.
up.
I'm scared for her.
I think it was
never-
just the lack of hygiene with the first one. I don't think most
Okay.
people care about feet, but if I were to if I have to get my ugly stats somewhere, I would prefer that they're in my feet. Where
Yeah.
like it'll
Right,
deter
that's
the
right.
freaks,
We
but I
can
still
cover that
retain
up.
the
It's fine.
attractiveness. Yeah,
It is
exactly.
Has her
weird.
feet out a lot for someone who like she clearly doesn't care about
Oh,
her
she has a
crazy ass feet, because
ton
they're
of
out.
feet pics.
They're always
There it is
out.
again, in a
Look at that.
different shoe. Look at
No,
That looks so uncomfortable.
Yeah,
Does she
this
only
toe
have
is like,
4
you can
toes?
go
that. One
your
toe
own
is
way.
just like not having it.
where is her fifth toe? Is it there?
Exactly. I
it
think this
exist?
toe had something to do with the disappearance of the fifth toe.
It ate it and it became that
Yeah.
much longer.
Yeah, it's just
Oh my
Get out.
god,
it's bad. It's throwing.
that is
gang
horrific.
It does look like she's throwing gang signs with her feet. You're right, Zach.
Oh, it's holding the toe
It's accurate.
sideways. Oh no.
Yeah, she's
See,
It just
this
looks
she's in the
painful.
crypts. Mhm.
This always goes back to
don't
knowing
know.
how to dress yourself. If she knew the correct shoes for her feet,
Right.
she wouldn't be wearing those. Like I have huge feet; they're size 11 double wide. Do you think I walk around in like nothing on my feet, like flip flops? Do you think I walk around in flip flops and have little flippy flop duck flippers as I'm walking around? No,
Oh
I
my
learned how
God.
to dress it. She has so much money too. It's like,
Right.
why is
Can
it that
afford
people
it.
with so much money never
produce.
get taste?
Yeah.
What's with
Taste,
that?
or you could fix your foot. Like you could fix your little toes somehow.
Have
I
foot
don't know.
reduction
She could.
surgery. It's possible.
Foot reduction. There you go.
Yeah, bind them. Something. Oh, okay. Let's see. HDT. Just say you are spelling ginger. Oh, okay. For the N-word bachelorette
Okay.
party idea. That's a good idea.
There you go. That works.
Smart.
Dylan Adams. Yo, Brittany, you spaghetti-headed succubus. You gonna like up with Sam for WP2 like Lila? Okay, I understood only 40% of this message.
I'll be cheering for Lila. I'm sure she said she had fun with it, so I think it'll be something that people will remember her for, like in a good way, to where it's like very memeable, that type of content. I'm not sure if I would partake though, personally. I am a big fan of Sam Hyde, like starting out, and I have like his first edition book and everything, but I had heard some like suspect things and I saw some receipts. That's why I personally don't work with him, because he's very dodgy about it. So I think it's very weird. It was in regard to an underage girl, and there's like some intimate photos. So that's why I personally don't, because I don't know, because we don't know if it's true or not, right? We have like the girl's account, but like he doesn't talk much about it. So it's like hard to say. So it's really just a coin toss, and not everyone knows about it either. So
yeah, I hadn't heard that yet. And my husband and I do like Sam Hyde for the most part. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Something to look into for sure.
And that's what's really like sad hearing about that, like if it is true, because there are some things that are verifiable, like they were like in the same space, but other things aren't 100%. And she never came forward, right? It was just things that she said, and then they were leaked out. So I really appreciate his comedic genius. I think he's very skilled in that way, for sure. And his content's very funny, a lot of it. But that's the one thing that stops me from working.
It's hard to work with
because I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
If he were just like address it more directly, it would help.
He was really nice when I worked with him, and the whole crew was very professional.
I was going to say, I saw that you had worked with him and stuff, and I thought that was so cool for you. Like I said, because my husband and I do like him, and I wondered what he was like in person. If he's,
you guys want to know something kind of funny though?
Yes.
So this is hilarious. So the producer contacted me. He told me, it's like, yeah, it's for SNL, and I was like, oh, this is gonna be like a cool like SNL thing, and I didn't realize that Sam Hyde's Instagram is at SNL.
Mm-hmm.
He stole it.
Oh my God, you poor thing. You were like, this is my big break. You're ready. You're messaging everybody. Fuck off. You know, you're like, I'm going places.
And also, it was in Rhode Island, and I'd never been to Rhode Island before. And
I didn't tell you it was New York City, like big city, bright lights, SNL.
I always wanted to go to the smallest state because I'm the smallest lady. So I finally got to check that off my bucket list.
What do you think of Rhode Island? It's basically like Connecticut, but smaller. That's what they
I love Rhode Island. I have family that live out there. I used to go every summer. I love Rhode Island.
I've never been.
I had a really funny taxi driver who picked me up from the airport, but he kind of told me like a sad story about how his wife lied to him about their child, said it was his, but then he found out 2 years later that it wasn't his.
Oh, why does that happen so
it was
often?
so
That's hard
sad.
because you fall in love with that child. My goodness.
It was awful. I mean, it was a lot of information he told me. It was only like a 15-minute drive from the airport to my hotel, but it was cool.
It's deep.
Rhode Islanders are very talkative, and there's like open books. Like New Yorkers can talk, but they don't want to talk about anything about themselves. Whereas Rhode Islanders are like, let me tell you my whole life story.
Yeah, and I stopped by the Comedy Connection just to check out the comedy club, and that was just a really quick weekend shoot, but it was fun, and I'm excited for the video to come out. It's gonna be pretty cool.
I'm excited too. When does it come out?
I think before the new year. They didn't really give us an exact date, but they've been filming like a bunch of different things. I'm like, it's really offensive.
Good. Oh, good.
It's gonna be
that's kind of
extremely offensive. And the funny thing about it is, as I was doing this offensive shoot, I was thinking, wow, the Lila of 10 years ago would totally not be comfortable doing this because
really,
yeah, just because
good
I
for you.
It's just like, it's kind of crazy how like I said, me 10 years ago, I would have loved this whole era of like, just being in these little boxes, because like in these boxes, nobody knows I'm 4'6". I mean, I look like totally normal. I could be like, I'm actually 5'7", and so I don't know. It's going to be awesome. I had a fun time.
Good. I'm excited.
That's really cool.
West Britannicus. Hey girls, it's super cool to see Lynne here. Yes, it is. It is cool. Okay. I'm gonna blow through a couple of these because they're on topic. Dan Halen, you got to be using peen straws and blowing peen whistles. Exactly. This is the obnoxious bachelorette party vibe.
They also make their little peen. They like stick to the mirrors or windows.
Oh, like
and
those
stuff,
jelly
like,
stickers.
Yeah, they're like little jelly
Yeah.
stickers. And when I worked at one of the hotels here in Vegas, there was a bachelorette party that rented out one of the larger rooms. The girls all stayed there, and these things were literally everywhere. They were sticking them to like slot machines. We were finding little peens for like a week.
Oh,
At least it's not peen
How did
confetti.
this get started? Does anybody know? Because it's like, why would you have a penis themed party when it's actually like your life from this moment on? It's actually going to be like considerably less dick than the beginning part of your life. You know what I mean?
You're getting used to
it's
this
like-
one dick for the rest of your life.
You're actually
then, Chrissy, that last day you can have all
90% less dick. You know what I mean?
all the fake dicks you can get.
So why did it start? I'll have to get an expert on.
Because
a
everything's
historian.
hypersexualized now. That's literally why. It's like they will even put dicks in everything to the point where it's just like overdone. It's not funny to just have dicks everywhere all the time.
Dude, there's even like in Disney movies,
trashy.
there's like phallic images stuck in like
Yeah,
Disney
right.
kids movies. Yeah. Fucked
And
up.
why the penis is not even like a penis is fine, but it's like I like it because of who it's attached to. Like on its
Exactly.
own, it's like
Because
who
it's
is that? What is
phallic,
that?
and it makes
like
people
I'd rather just have a.
uncomfortable.
Why is there no like a straw with like a pair of shoulders? Like I like
Right,
that
something
body part
sexy.
better. Why not the shoulder necklaces?
A
Like
nice
their eyes.
Yeah.
something.
Smile. Arms.
Yeah.
Get some bicep.
It's like their heart. Oh my God, I've changed. Okay. Here we go. MK Solid. What's your take on the Burr versus Cumia incident? I still have to catch up on that. I think from what I've heard, I guess Cumia went to try to like bury the hatchet with Bill Burr, but Bill seems to be like convinced that Cumia is like this racist person. So like wouldn't even let him talk to him. And apparently they had Club Soda Kenny like throw him out, like basically like take him out of the cellar, which is where they all were hanging out. So I need to go back and watch that episode, but it sounds kind of like fucked up. Like he was going there to extend an olive branch. I don't know.
You know who's
That
behind
was-
this? Bill Burr's wife. That's who's behind this. No,
Yeah, that's
because so he's married to a black woman, for those of you who don't know. And that's partially why. It's not just because she's black, it's also because she's like terminally libtarded. And
Ugh.
she's influenced him to the point where like he got rid of his dog. Although I don't like pit bulls because they're dangerous. Just like they randomly snap even if you're
Thank
a good
you.
owner, and they don't let
We
go.
agree.
Unlike other dogs, like when they actually snap, they usually like are more deadly than other breeds.
Very aggressive. Yeah.
Yeah, because of that, regardless if you're a good owner. So I understand
Wow.
why he might have got rid of it. It might have been a pit mix, but basically ever since then, people have started noticing like she always has him kind of on a leash. Like anytime he would tell an offensive joke, she comes in his room, middle of his podcast, like, actually,
Yeah,
Trump
why
is
would you want to
racist.
stifle if you're married to a comedian? Why would you want to stifle them? That sounds like a real drag.
It is weird. Like he would be married to somebody and maybe hate what they do. And your like synopsis of what happened basically is that Aaron and I listened to that episode of the Anthony Cumia show a couple times, and it was actually quite sad. Like it did seem like he genuinely wanted to go bury the hatchet with Bill Burr, and had the best of intentions, and then to have an old friend like Club Soda Kenny actually like chest bump him out of the bar or whatever the venue
Wow.
was, and it was quite sad. Yeah.
That is really sad because it's like I don't know. It bothers me as someone who knows Cumia somewhat closely. Like we work closely together. I feel like he's so misunderstood. I feel like people purposely want to misunderstand him, and I think a lot of it comes from I don't know. It's either like they're jealous of his success, or it's this very libtarded way of thinking, which is like guilty by association. Like, oh, I can't be seen even being okay with you, or I have to like make a big stink because God forbid I make it look like I'm cool with a Republican. It's comedy
So
is like
horrible.
It's just high school cliques, right, Lila? We know all about that.
Yeah. Okay, I was gonna ask you guys, what do you guys think about Bobby Lee saying that he was never actually molested by a guy with Down syndrome?
I heard about that, but I don't know the backstory.
I don't either. And we just covered Bobby Lee on another topic. Interesting.
So he says that like a lot of his stories and the jokes that he tells are like it's just completely made up. So that never happened to him. And honestly, I know this is like weird, but like I was actually devastated to find out that it was a lie. I mean,
you wanted right?
I really wanted him to be molested by a guy with Down syndrome. Like, I was devastated to find out that didn't actually happen to him.
Oh wow!
We
Look
can
at this.
fix
Okay,
this.
Tijuana prostitute story is made up. Dark joke. I didn't have sex with minor. See, I don't know this backstory at all. Bobby Lee is defending a controversial story he's repeated over the years about traveling to Tijuana for sex and paying for an underage prostitute. Sorted for sure, but he says it's also total fiction. That's the part that makes me go, ooh. Maybe it is true, and he's just saying it's made up to avoid like a Me Too backlash or like a underage sex backlash. I think that's more the truth because. Something like that's like a long, very particular, and I haven't heard the story, but like, I don't know. It's hard for you to make a whole story up and have no nuggets of truth there.
That's kind of what, so on our show, we just covered this whole story where previously he'd been on the Opie and Anthony show actually, and talked about his vacation to Tijuana where he may or may not have paid an underage prostitute and had sex with them. Okay. And apparently there was some subreddit that brought this back up recently and he felt the need to address it. And our whole take on it was, whether it was true or not, that shouldn't be something, like you had admitted to this time and time again previously, maybe don't address this and try to like retcon this whole thing and like walk it back. If you had previously said this is something I did, he kind of made a lot more problems for himself recently than maybe he needed to. But if this was indeed true, obviously it's gross and wrong.
Yeah,
so
the comedian's recently come under fire on social media due to resurfaced clips of the Tijuana tale, where the story goes, Bobby went to Hooker Alley and picked out a young prostitute who seemed shy. See, that to me is like, that's a lot to make up.
Right.
I don't know. Unless it happened to a very close friend of yours, then I could see you just taking a whole story from someone else. But again, like I'd have to hear it. Okay, there are different versions of the story where the prostitute's age differs, including one where Bobby said the prostitute looked like a 13-year-old Natalie Portman in The Professional, but the stories all end with him having sex with a young woman in a cheap hotel room. Ugh. Bobby is finally responding to the backlash in the latest episode of his Tiger Belly podcast, where he says, at the end of the day, it's not real and I didn't do anything. I mean, that definitely gets you out of trouble if you know what I mean? Like if that's the response to say that completely gets you off the hook. Oh, it's all made up.
He had so many specifics in the story when he was previously retelling it on all sorts of shows in the past, which is what people are kind of worked up about, of course.
Right.
But
The way Bobby explains things, he first told the joke on Opie and Anthony, the Shock Jock radio show from back in the day. And Anthony is, for you guys who don't know, who started Compound Media, where I have my show on Mondays. And he says the story was actually a combination of a couple awful dark jokes. Bobby understands the current uproar, but he says back when he first told the Tijuana story, it was encouraged to say crazy stuff without thinking about it. And he says, when I listen back to it now, it puts a chill down my spine. I don't believe that. He says his views change with society. No, it sounds like he's becoming kind of a pussy and is afraid of getting canceled. And he now feels guilt over the story, which he describes as terrible and stupid. Really? So you all of a sudden don't find it funny anymore? Why would you do a story over and over that wasn't funny? I think you still find it funny, but you're just afraid of getting canceled now.
And he does that quite a lot. And I think Kalila has played a huge role in that too. I don't know how deep any of you have gone into Bobby Lee, but like Kalila owns, I think, more than half of Tiger Belly now. And they'd had a relationship and it was really nasty. And she kind of like ran him over, so to speak. And he's kind of become like spineless in a lot of situations lately. And it's been really sad to see that.
Why do women always have to ruin a good thing?
She's a whole nother like rabbit hole on her own. Like this is not even alleged. Like there's actual video clips out there talking about like how she has like jacked off German Shepherds before. I'm not kidding. And had sex with her brother. And this is all on clips. Like there's a streamer on YouTube called Too Lazy to Try that has whole videos on her, and it's like video of her actually saying it on the show and stuff like that, and it's just things she says like matter of factly that she just seems like it's not a big deal.
If you
And
play
she's
this,
the problem.
it's interesting what Kalila says when he explains this.
Okay, so this is Lila's tweet. In quotes, I was never molested by a guy with Down syndrome. It was a joke that I said on stage, and then I just started saying it, and people would laugh every time I would say it, and it just became part of my origin story. The Joker has a bunch of origin stories. I do too.
Improvising.
Really?
It's not like I have a laptop and I'm going, oh well, like what character am I gonna write? No, I'm like literally just saying it for the first time out loud on a radio show.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Really?
Improv.
Opie and Anthony? That was like probably the biggest show for comics at that time. It was a huge springboard into success, into a creating a bigger fan base. I don't know that I would tell a brand new story for the first time that I didn't know if it was funny or not on Opie and Anthony. But who knows? Maybe he's like, I mean, I'm sure he's naturally hilarious, so
he went for it.
And I remember doing the story and people going, yeah, this is crazy, right? And I have to thank Opie and Anthony because I learned how to podcast through that show. You know, I became a regular on that show. They all became really good friends of mine. I developed this muscle of being stronger and not as like, you know what I mean? I used to collapse really easily. And I just learned how to do what I do now through that show. And I became friends.
Which is like absurd storytelling.
Yeah, it's crazy storytelling. You know, I want to also give you
Hold on, are they still dating? Or did they break up?
So update on that. They had broke up quite a while ago. She and her family were actually living in his house for the longest time, even though they'd broken up, and they just moved out, and she's still on the show with him. So
oof.
Yep.
Awkward.
It's gonna be uncomfortable.
Very. She loves it though. Of course.
As an example of that, and I hate giving shit away. I was never molested by a guy with Down syndrome.
Surprise, everyone.
You know, it was such a joke I said on stage, right? And then I just started saying it, and people would laugh every time I would say it, and it just became a part of my origin story. You know what I mean?
And did it happen?
Like the Joker has a bunch of origin stories. I do too, right?
You have 10.
Yeah, but
Yeah. So it's like I remember my brother going one time we were like driving to Koreatown, and he goes, "You were never molested by a guy with Down syndrome." I go, "I know." You know what I mean? Oops. You know. And I go, but you can't say anything.
But also, like 90% of your act, even today, is not real shit about me. You talk about crazy shit about me that's like not fucking real.
Not only that, like we've had guests on.
I don't know. They had a lot of time to line up their stories. I don't know. I don't really know him well enough to be able to tell if he's lying or not, but it seems pretty convenient that you're all of a sudden lying about a very problematic story in your set.
Yeah, isn't this one of those cases where if he got canceled over sleeping with the underage girl, where it would actually be warranted because we don't like predators?
Well, look what happened to Crystalia. I mean, look, there's been a couple of comics that, yikes, like have done shit with underage girls.
I'm shocked though that Crystalia still somehow goes on and keeps doing shows. I was actually shocked to go on Instagram the other day when one of my close personal friends from college was taking a picture with her arm around him, like at one of his shows, like, oh my god, Crystalia just killed it, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
He
actually
still has that star power. He has he's very confident. I don't think I've ever seen his stand up, but I
haven't either.
He's intensely confident.
Yep.
He has BDE
on the show that said, "Hey, you told that story about us, and that never happened, or it's completely wrong." Yeah. Right? And you know, there's provable, you know what I mean, moments, hundreds of them.
A lot of evidence.
But my question is I don't know, like it's pretty obvious that at least for me, even before I knew you, like I'm going to Bobby Lee for comedy, not autobiographical nonfiction.
Yeah.
Like that's just as simple as
But
that.
I do want to say I understand the uproar.
It was a tasteless, fucked up joke.
Yeah, because at the
she's like reprimanding him.
Yes, but she's trying to play it off at the same time. Like, oh, it was just a joke. It might not have landed, but it was still just a joke, you know?
I just don't think, I mean, I've dated other comedians. I just don't think you should ever tamp down someone's creativity, or, I mean, I would encourage someone to be more offensive, not less, but they're, you know, she seems very LA.
The time when I said it, I literally didn't think anything of it. It was just like almost like a prerequisite. Is that the right word?
Mhm.
Yeah. How do you say it?
Prerequisite.
Prerequisite. Right? It was like almost encouraged to say crazy shit. I never thought about it. When I listen to it now, it puts a chill down my spine. It's terrible.
A chill?
Because I changed with society. And I look at that fucking
get ready.
story and I feel guilt over it. It's fucking terrible. You know, it was stupid to say it as many times as I said it. Right?
This is really soft.
You know, I've always been in relationships.
Cue the
We
violin.
dated for 10 years, lived together. Sarah Hyland, we lived together. I've never done any of that shit because I'm not a weird dude.
He
in
is
that way,
talking
you know?
like a guy who got caught cheating. Do you listen to his tone? He's like,
Yep.
I never, he sounds like a person in trouble.
Yes, he does.
You know, I hate talking about myself, but you know, I'm relatively just a nice kind of guy.
We need
I'm a
body
nice
language
guy.
expert. I'm a nice
Okay,
guy.
this
I'm a
is
nice guy.
Not to go back to the Down syndrome thing, but
Let's go back to it.
okay, I want to say for me, it's like the reason that it upset me, like that you lied about this story. For me, it's like saying, "Oh, I had cancer as a child, and then I overcame it, and I lived." Like it's like a story to kind of garnish this like sympathy, and it makes people want to listen to you, and then to find out that it was just a lie. So you're just going up there, just saying crazy stuff that none of it's true at all. And I feel like with stand-up, part of what makes it funny is that there's truth in a lot of these stories, you know? And also, like, regardless of what he did in Tijuana, okay, if it was an underage girl, obviously that's freaking horrible. But to say, oh, everything I say is a complete lie, now it's like it gives you zero credibility for anything that you say now. Because now you're just saying that all my stories are made up lies. And then it's kind of interesting for me how Kalila goes in there and she's like, oh yeah, and everything you've said about me ever, right, has been a lie too.
Oh boy, I mean it. If you guys ever wanted to go down a Kalila Coon rabbit hole, you can go right on YouTube, like Kalila Coon jacks off German Shepherd, the clip's right there. Kalila Coon sleeps with brother and brother dies a month later. Like, I mean, that clip is there, like her saying these things. I mean, she's a problem. She started problems with Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen from The Fighter and the Kid, actually. Like, they started a whole nasty, like, big Reddit whole problem where, like, Brian and Brendan got super up in arms over them and stuff. And supposedly she might have been the one who created the whole problem. And she lied and said somebody else did and got Bobby in like a whole shitload of trouble. And she like put this whole thing out there about Bobby Lee agreeing to have like some open relationship with her, which he apparently never agreed to. And while he'd be in like rehab and stuff, she'd be going down to Hawaii and seeing some dude. She is...
Yeah,
and I mean, all of this stuff.
Like somebody cheated, and they're like, "Let's make it make sense." You know, after the fact.
She's wild, man. She's a problem.
And I wonder if this podcast was after they had broken up, because she's like, "Oh, yes." Like it seems like she's trying to say, "By the way, any joke that was about me, not true."
It
like,
was after they broke
up. If I
up.
were on a podcast with Frank, he would never like. He knows what's real and what's exaggerated. He would not feel like the need to go ahead and tell everybody. Exactly. I don't know. That just nobody needs to see how the sausage is made. I think it's like people don't listen to podcasts. I think they listen to podcasts. Oh, because comedians are being funny on a podcast. I think most people are not super concerned with like the origin of a bit. I could be wrong, but I don't unless you're like the mystery for me.
Well, I also find it interesting how people were like, "Oh, how did you not know that was a lie? Like, obviously, it was a lie." And it's just, I just find it interesting how now that's like you could just say something and be like, "Well, it's just that's comedy. It's just straight up."
Part of why
you just
comedians are great is because we make horrible decisions, like time and time again. Horrible decisions, date horrible people, and then we find a way to make it funny, or we experience tragedy, whether it's our fault or not, but we turn it into something funny. And it's hard to, I don't know, not like you're getting close to a comedian, but I guess part of what makes me like a comedian is knowing that they're making themselves vulnerable to the crowd and they are being honest.
That's what it is. And I think that's why it's so disappointing, because for me, it's like when he told that story about, you know, he was molested, it's like you make yourself so vulnerable. And it's, you kind of like look at this person like, wow, look at how brave they are to talk about something so dark that happened to them. And it's like you're sharing this, and it's like that's part of why it's like funny. It's like time plus tragedy plus time equals comedy. So then to kind of find out, no, that was totally like didn't happen to me. I didn't go through that.
Yeah.
Again, for me, it's like someone saying, you know, it's like someone saying, I had cancer as a kid. I had leukemia and I went through chemo and I survived that. And then to come out later and be like, no, I never had chemo.
Yeah. Wasn't there a comedian that lied about being at 9/11 or something, or lied about having somebody that he knew die in 9/11? It was really a really bad lie that ended up coming out that he actually had nothing to do with 9/11. I forget what the exact, somebody in the chat will know. I think his name was Steve Rosinski. It's like when you reveal something personal with the crowd, yeah, you're making yourself vulnerable, but you're also like bonding with them a little bit, because it's like you reveal some truth, but then it's either dark comedy, like a dark truth, or it is, partially exaggerated, but there's, I think, oftentimes a nugget of truth, and then you spin it into comedy, right? So it's like, that's like me saying, like, if I have jokes about my mom like dying of cancer, like in a brutal way, but then I spin it into something, well, it's like the setup, the truth part, that's what bonds you to the audience, and then you spin it into something funny, and guess who's going to laugh at that joke? People who have also lost parents to cancer. Yes. If you go back and say, oh, sorry, my mom didn't actually die of cancer, then people go, oh, like, it's almost like
you feel like you're scammed.
Trust anything you say? Are you just lying? Like, are we?
That is,
I don't know.
It's a weird form of betrayal, because like people get their emotions involved with you, because you're right, with the whole setup of it, there is some truth to it, whether it's completely true or not doesn't really matter, but people relate to you.
Yeah. And I guess too, it's just like to say that everything, and it's an easy way to kind of like cop out everything, just being like, I just make everything I say is completely made up. Nothing I say is real at all. These are all just fake stories.
No backsies. Yeah.
Yeah. Everything is just 100% a lie. It's just a little, I don't know. I guess it's just a interesting discussion.
From Symbolic Mind, Bobby was high and on vacation. If you listen to the original O&A clip. Yeah, maybe we can try and find that. I know some of you guys are good at researching.
That would be interesting.
Very interesting. I'm not saying it's impossible to completely make up a story in your bit and have it kill. I know that my way of working is not how everybody else works, but I just think it's like, if there's something true there, it's easier to remember. Interesting stuff. Okay. April's fat mom sent a super sticker. Thank you.
Oh, nice.
I didn't know your fat mom
and for the people in the chat who are saying, oh, like, imagine taking a story about a Down syndrome. I heard Bobby Lee say that story in a serious setting that wasn't a comedy setting that made me cry. And I thoroughly believe that. I personally heard him tell that story in a serious setting that was not in a comedy setting, and he presented it as real. So that is also part of why I'm a little bit like, wait, what the fuck? That was a lie? Because
like you're seeing it from a different perspective.
Right.
Yeah,
a lot of like the audience
said this story in a setting that wasn't a comedy setting, okay? And it was part of him just, getting people to relate to him. And I was crying when he told this story in this setting. And I was just like, wow, what a really brave guy who like went through this, had a really tough childhood and overcame. And now he's a stand-up comedian. And I'm like, I really, can just admire that he's like being so just vulnerable. And then I don't know. So I guess that's why I'm a little bit like, kind of ticks me off when people are like, oh, imagine how could you believe that was real? Like, obviously it was a lie. And it's like, I have a lot of stories and stuff that happened in my life that a lot of people be like, oh, that was like, I've gone through some really I've had an interesting life. So When I hear someone share that story in a setting that's not comedy, in a very serious setting, and you present it as real, I'm gonna believe it's real. So I think it's kind of messed up for people in this chat to be like, oh my God, how could you believe that? Well, if someone's telling me that and they're being serious, then I'm gonna believe them. I'm gonna trust them at their word.
And I feel as Lila does, because we're in this time in stand-up comedy right now where the people who you think are brave, outspoken, don't give a fuck, don't care if anyone likes them, just care about funny. We've just come out of like a period of 2-3 years where all these people that we expected to put funny first, or even put freedom of speech or freedom to offend first, have all kind of slunk back and been afraid to stand up for anything, and are afraid to get canceled, afraid to be Me Too'd. Especially, like, I can understand, like, the men are very afraid to be Me Too. This is such a like politically correct woke time that we're in, especially these comics that are kind of more in the LA mindset, or the mainstream track. You know, they don't want to piss off the gatekeepers. They don't want to piss off the woke authority figures around them. And it's just, we're kind of fed up with it. It's just kind of like, okay. You know, to me, it's a little bit like, all right, it's kind of a pussy move, but to each their own.
I'd rather have him be like, hey, like, that's Tijuana story, it happened and she was of age. Just, you know, I rather, like, I know it's like messed up, but just to like own your stories, but just to come out and say everything was a complete lie and everything I say is just a lie. It's like,
I have a good example. I have a girlfriend who was telling me about a friend of hers who was dating a girl, and the friend was saying to my friend, my girlfriend, like, hey, just so you know, like, this girl that I'm dating, like, I'm telling people she's 25, but like, she's really 21. And the guy was like 50, 54 or something. And I'm like, why is he going out of his way to I think it was a lie, because I'm like, if she's 21, she's 21. What's the big deal? What's there to be ashamed of? Why does the lie have to be 25? But it's like there's two lies there in my mind. Because I think she's actually 20 or younger. But he can't say that because that makes her a minor. So he's like telling my friend, like, oh, just, we're saying she's 25, but she's actually 21. It's like, I feel like she's younger than that.
Yeah, why would they also go along with that too? That's kind of weird. Like, then you're going to be called a liar too, for no good reason, really.
Yeah, I know. It's interesting. These are interesting times. Okay. I'm going to read a couple of these. Ghost Crusaders, Stephen Ranazizi. Yes, that's the guy who lied about being involved with 9/11 to some degree. Ian Hawk, have you covered April's big old mama, Baba Booey?
I'll address some of these quick. So there's a few shows out there who love to think that, you know, picking on family members is funny and stuff. So my mom's overweight, so they think that's going to cancel Steel Toe. So let's blast pictures of my mom online, you know, my beautiful mom. But
really? That's so stupid. Like, there's so many other funny things you could do to roast the show.
That's maybe the saddest part, is that they don't understand that that's not funny.
That's so uncreative.
Like, nobody's going to see that and think that's original. But so yeah, any of the April's fat mom thinks, yeah, my mom's overweight, but I still love her. So that
everyone's mom is overweight.
Everybody,
that's
like,
part of being a mom.
Right, exactly. And if you were to look at these people, you know, it's really not a big deal. But just a little heads up, any of the fat mom stuff, it's my poor mother's overweight, so that's canceled.
Wow. At least your mom doesn't white knight you on the internet like Ida's girlfriend does. With the whole like fight thing that happened, her mom got mad and like started, because the guy was like, oh, I'm gonna buy her OnlyFans if I lose, and then like literally, oh, I'm gonna support her OnlyFans, and her mom goes on to like cuss him out or whatever. I'm being hyperbolic, but she was like attacking him, and then he got, I think, uninvited from the fight. And it's like, this isn't the first time this happened. She had an interview like, what was it, like 6 years ago now, about how her mom white knights her in her Twitch chat, and there was an entire interview, and I had gone over it. I was surprised to see it's still the case even 6 years later. You would think like she matured and grew, but no, like her mom is still fighting her battles on the internet. It's very embarrassing.
It's super embarrassing. I don't know.
That's something to make fun of.
My mom loves and supports me, so I don't any amount of anyone's calling her fat, that's not going to sway how my real life actually is, or it's not going to cancel steel toe. So they can keep
so
trying.
lame.
It's okay.
Yeah,
Whatever's fun for them, I guess.
My mom was fat too. And my favorite thing before she died, she would make like these dark jokes, like because she had brain cancer and she just got so thin. Like and she would say like, well, Frank, my dad, I was overweight my whole life and now I'm finally thin, but I have terminal cancer. Ha, joke's on you. Like she would say shit like that. It genuinely made me laugh because I'm like, yeah, Dad, you were constantly calling her fat and now she's finally thin, but she's gonna die soon. So enjoy.
That's how you deal with it.
Yeah.
Yes.
She was funny. Senile Zeke, Brittany Venti is smoking hot. Yes, it's true. She is.
Always.
Even on 44p.
Even even your dial-up. Doppler.
I don't know what's going on.
I agree with Venti about the anime community. Many cheese pizza lovers, lol icon lovers belong in prison. 100%. They like the little ones. Ugh. Yeah, that's pretty icky.
Yeah.
Bobby looks really sleepy. No, he's just Asian. Tyrone, that's nothing. There are YouTubers breaking state lottery rules. Terrible.
Ugh.
Okay.
Gross.
I share my bra with Aaron. There, I said it. Okay, some of these are.
Me and
really
my mom
uncute.
shares bras with Aaron.
Push-ups. On the first SimpCast, I saw Ashton was talking about something a lot. Was it her boobs?
It's probably the boobs.
Breaking. I got my ticket for your Vegas show. Awesome. We can't wait
I'm
to meet you.
super jealous. I wish we were going to Vegas at that time to see you. We love Vegas. It's going to be so much fun.
I can't wait for you guys to come to my city for once.
Yeah.
Vegas is fun. I love it.
I've been itching to go to Vegas.
Come to
Now's
Vegas.
the time, ladies. Come down.
I know. I have family there. I just haven't been in a couple years.
Oh God, I would love an excuse just to go see some people.
Do you need one? Do you need so just I'm going to Vegas.
No,
do it.
Aaron and I got married in Vegas a couple years ago, and we've kind of made a tradition of going every year now. So I'm hoping that continues. We love that city.
Brittany gave me a fashion lesson on her video. THK. Thanks, Jacob Broughton. I was just talking to Tuggs before you got on here, Venti, about the seasonal association dressing. What's it called? Like when you take a test. Color season. You find out your color season based on your hair, skin, eye color.
Oh, I missed this conversation.
And then it sorts you into a season, like light, cool, dark. I don't know. But then it's each season. Like Venti is an autumn. And I think
so
I'm
there's
like
4
a
seasons,
summer.
and then there's sub seasons within that season, and those sub seasons are for your saturation and contrast. Like for example, Chrissie is very high saturation, like her eyes are very blue, her hair is very bright. I know she dyes it, but still, like you have to go off of like what you're looking at. So even if it's not like natural or whatever, but she would be like either a summer or a spring. She might be like an artificial spring because she dyes it orange. So like, but there's subsets of it.
Color.
So
actually, it's a you can see it because my roots are really like long overdue, but I'm like a dirty blonde naturally, and like so it's pretty dark right now.
Nice though. I mean, your hair always looks great.
Light, and if I'm not wearing eyebrow pencil, you can see it too. It's like a dirty blonde.
Okay,
now you know.
The dirty
doesn't leave the
secrets
room.
of her hair.
Revealed.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'm gonna to see if I can find my season.
Yeah,
look at it
based
right
on your
now.
contrast too, and your
The seasonal color analysis. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like for example, let's say you're black and you have like very dark skin, but also dark eyes and dark hair. Then that's not as much contrast because everything is like the same color.
Yeah.
Or
you could be like all gray, like if you have lower saturation. Like I'm someone who's very soft, so I'm a soft autumn, which means like I need less intense colors, but still on the warm side, but I can get some of the cool colors. And how you get to the nitty-gritty is just through trial and error, really. Because sometimes you won't actually be able to wear every single color in your color chart. Like I can't wear mauve, for example. It makes me look too yellow.
You can't wear mauve?
Leaning skin. Yeah, I have like warm leaning skin. Certain purple colors will make you look too yellow.
Interesting.
Unless you have cool skin or like neutral that leans cool. Because you can be neutral.
Yellows don't look good on me.
Like Tuggs is high contrast because like she has light skin.
Yeah,
but,
I would bet you're a winter.
my skin tone, well, you can't tell because of the lighting, but in person, it's warm undertones. Like I have an olive undertone instead of a pink undertone.
That's why it's always hard to tell online because like you can always change the temperature in the camera, but you do have high contrast, so
Yeah,
you can go
and I
off with that and
can't
kind of
easily-
narrow it down.
It's interesting.
Because on camera
Sorry,
it
this
looks
is
cool
the
or
gay
neutral.
section.
Yeah, on camera it looks it's the bright light, but in person I have a warmer like an olivey undertone, warmer. So like gold looks terrible on me. I can't wear gold;
Okay.
looks awful. So I have like silver, rose gold. I can get away with. That's about the goldest I can go. And then I tan easy. So I'm weird. I don't know.
I tan easy too.
all the
Like,
seasons. I don't know.
yeah, I
Good
feel like
for
I'm
you.
I tan easy and I'm a natural. Like, this is my hair color naturally, so I don't know what I'd be, but I don't know. Seasonal
Probably
color
summer.
analysis.
You look like
Okay.
a summer to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're
So I was the
summer.
pick a season for you.
There's like some weird yellow, like mustardy yellows that don't look good on me. I don't know what that is, but I can't think of anything specific. Otherwise, I don't
Yeah,
usually
that's an
pay
autumn
attention.
color. That would be on the
Okay.
opposite end of the color wheel. That's why you're probably a summer.
Interesting. Okay.
So like mustard be more like my color.
Right. I feel like it super washes me out really bad.
Yeah, that's how you know it's the wrong one. If it washes you out when you wear it, or it makes you look sickly. Like
Sickly is not good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sickly. David Lowe. Chrissy Cowboy here in chat has his birthday in 2 days. Can he get a happy birthday? Is that you? Are you the cowboy? Happy birthday, cowboy.
Happy birthday, Mr. President.
Your birthday's in 2 days, which means you're a Taurus. That's a great sign for a man. Good job.
Yeah, it's the sign of Hitler.
Gets things done. Hunter.
Oh,
Why
no.
did Chrissy cross the road? Because her beauty stopped traffic, making it safe to cross. See? Why can't you be
Aw.
more like Hunter, everyone? That's how you simp. CJB, April, thoughts on hosting a STMS golf tournament? Also, can the winner get to hear you take marquees up on the pass?
So, hosting a Steel Toe Morning Show golf tournament, and one of our listeners, Marquise, has repeatedly given me the N-word pass. And they're
Oh,
trying to hear
wow.
me say it, but
Can I borrow it?
obviously I really I value streaming, so I have to behave. But I would love a golf tournament. I think that would be great fun, and I will talk to the boss about it.
Ooh. You know who's really good at golf is whatever Amy.
Oh, dude, I suck at golfing so bad, but it's a lot of fun.
I like
It is.
miniature.
I've never been good at golf. My
Mini golf
family has
is
always
fun.
golfed. Like my brother's a pro golfer, and I could never
What?
never do it.
Wow.
Wow.
I mean, it's a good feeling to be out on like a nice hot sunny day, getting some sun, having some beers and golfing, you know, and driving little
Kara,
carts
is your
and
brother
fun,
named
but-
Shooter McGavin?
No, but I haven't watched that movie in a long time. It kind of makes me want to watch it.
Okay. Bubbler, April looks so happy when her man isn't around. Oh.
Oh, there's another one. They give us 5 years or less. Aaron and I are going to be divorced, you guys, and that's going to be the end of Steel Toe.
Oh no.
A lot of
What
lore
a
out there.
stupid thing to like get
Root
excited
for,
about.
yeah.
You're not
The
allowed
end
to
of
be
someone's
happy when he's not
relationship.
around.
Because
You're not
they're
allowed
going to be
to
next
smile.
in line. As soon as you're single, April, that random chatter is going to be
Yes,
next in
yep.
line. He's number 1 on the waiting list.
Thank you. I've been trying to say that. No, it's like these people, and I've gotten like countless messages over the years now of like, oh my God, you know, Aaron's the worst. He's the devil. He's just a monster, you know, and you should really leave him. This can all be fixed if you just get a divorce and stuff. And I'm like, I don't know what you're trying to fix, but I'm not running to
Wow.
you for it.
Like,
these
do they
people-
want you to be unhappy?
Yes,
To
because
go
they're
through a
unhappy.
divorce and be miserable?
Yes,
Yeah.
these people have nobody. They're like basement gremlins, like on their computers, like out here to make everyone else unhappy. So when they see somebody else doing well, it's not okay. And
I
they
hear
think
that a
you're
lot.
gonna
That
run
to
right to their
X-ray.
bed for them.
I hear
Somebody
that a
said
lot
that
with
to X-ray this
Keanu.
morning on her stream.
Yeah,
X-ray
it's-
They're like,
girl.
oh, it's not a positive to say you're married on YouTube.
I know. I've heard it all, I promise. It never basically, if you boiled it down, salt in the bottom of the pot, it's like it's super unhappy people that are really uncomfortable seeing anyone else being remotely happy.
Mhm,
It's
that's
true.
really
exactly
sad.
what it is.
Because
Yep.
people are like can't understand why Keanu Thompson is with Gino. Because like Gino's older and Keanu's like thin and gorgeous and hilarious, and people
They
get
get shit
angry
too.
over the fact that
Mhm.
she's dating him. People are like, I don't understand. Why are they dating? And it's like, maybe he has a good personality. Maybe he has a huge cock. Who knows? No one's gonna know.
Maybe it's both.
Maybe it's both.
We love Gino over here. He's very lovable. He's a
Yeah.
fun one.
We just have to make marriage awesome and cool, and just promote it. Okay, we got to change the culture, ladies.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm happily married.
Right.
Not
amazing
afraid to share it.
Yes, Kara. How long have you been married?
Next weekend will be 7 years.
Oh my
Aw,
god!
congrats. Happy anniversary.
Congrats. What's the secret to 7 years together?
Don't go to bed angry at each other.
Oh, that's
That
so
is
old
important.
school. That's what
Like-
your grandma would tell you on your wedding
Like we
day.
still haven't even had like a fight.
I think
Wow.
there's something to that though. There's something so like we don't like all the fights I feel like have happened when you're trying to figure everything out, like
Mhm.
at first and stuff. But like the most uncomfortable thing I think is going to bed. Maybe when you just feel like you're both off from each other or you're upset. I do think there's really
Mhm.
something to that. It kind of throws everything off. So I really recommend not doing that.
Because then you wake up like awkward and weird and tense
you do.
too. Because you're
You
like,
feel-
oh, it's unresolved.
You feel like
I mean,
you
but we
can-
were also best
note
friends
here.
before, like
You
for 2
taking
years
notes,
before
Tuggs?
we dated. We were
Taking
best
notes.
friends for 2 years before we dated.
Okay.
Oh, that helps. Being friends
Does.
first helps.
Yeah, it is hard.
And then I
waking
bullied
up
him
the
into
next
dating me.
morning.
I just bullied him. It's just like, all right.
I love it.
He's
Taking
like,
notes.
oh, I'm gonna
Chrissy,
move away.
taking
I'm
notes.
gonna do this, and I'm like, nope, no, you're not.
Oh,
Not without
Frosting,
me.
congrats to Kara to your new job. Can't wait to watch the company grow. Would you want to beta test the first Ripaverse video game?
It would be interesting. I'm up for it. I could see Eric doing like a beat 'em up of Isom. I think that'd be cool.
That would be awesome.
Every time I hear the word Ripaverse, I imagine the scene. I just imagine Channing Tatum like ripping his pants off, like those Adidas
Imagine
Yeah,
Mike.
down
snap
pants.
down.
I just imagine like
Laughing
men
Mike.
ripping their pants
Oh.
off.
No.
Ripaverse.
good image.
Kara, favorite Zelda game?
Ooh, Breath of the Wild. I'm ready for Tears of the Kingdom next month. Cannot wait.
Ooh. Look at that.
Cannot wait.
From push-ups again. April, don't give Aaron chocolate. He's fat already.
Yes, Aaron has man boobs, as they like to say, and he's so overweight. It's just disgusts me to sleep with him. I promise.
I splurged a little and had like a white chocolate bunny today.
You have no
Oh,
idea.
ooh,
For the,
chocolate.
I get it.
So good. It's so good. I'm a white chocolate
you gotta
supremacist.
choose
Everyone
that.
knows it. I'm not
I
even shy
love white
about it.
chocolate.
Mhm.
I agree, Chrissy. And
Oh,
I
it's
converted
so
Sean
good.
too. We were making chocolate strawberries, and he
Delicious.
started to put the white chocolate on top to decorate it. And he was like, "White chocolate's disgusting." I'm like, and I grab a handful and I just start eating it in front of him. I'm like, it's so good. It was literally like the best thing ever. And then he was like, wait, let me try some. And then he ate it and he was like, I take back everything. Like he actually likes it now.
It's so good.
I do, but
It's
I'm
less
one of those
intense.
weirdos that like dark chocolate. So
I prefer dark chocolate
I
for sure.
love-
I was blasphemous and haven't had any chocolate today.
that's
Same.
probably smart, honestly.
We'll
Just wait
go to
till
CVS
it'll all
tomorrow.
be on
You'll
sale.
clean up.
Oh
Yeah.
hell yeah! Well, on
It'll
sale
be on
now.
sale tomorrow, so just wait till tomorrow.
Oh, we went to like a brunch, like Easter buffet today. Like I usually, my mom and I usually cook, and we took a break off for the year, and it's like an all-you-can-eat nice brunch buffet, and it's both delicious and you regret it afterwards because now you just feel like 1,000,000 pounds.
I haven't
Oh,
been to a
no.
buffet. I live in Vegas, the capital of buffets, and I haven't been to a
Yeah.
buffet in entirely too long. I need to go.
Whoa.
I've been to
After
Vegas.
COVID.
Yeah, I've been to Vegas 3 times, and we have not stopped at a buffet yet. I don't know what it is about buffets,
Wow.
but they make me nervous that everybody's using the same stuff all the time. And like, I don't know if it's dirty. I don't know like good ones to go to. I've heard about Bacchanal. I have not stopped though.
I interviewed-
Spoon is good. The Bellagio one's good.
Wynn.
The one at the Wynn is good. Those are the ones I usually go to.
Okay. So
I
don't be
interviewed
afraid to
all
go
the
to
prices
those.
side,
These
they're
two
good.
girls that work at the Chicken Ranch, which is I guess like brothels are only legal in Vegas. And this one girl that I interviewed, her name's Alice Little. She's I guess like the most successful, most highly paid escort like of all time.
Wow.
Like she booked $1 million worth of gigs, I guess, in the last year. And there was a video where she's
Dang.
explaining like half of it immediately goes to the brothel, and then 30% of what's left the government takes. And I'm just like, oh, it's hard. It's hard to beat.
I know Pahrump, everything's legal out there in Pahrump. Here, that stuff's not technically legal, but I think they get around it by calling it an escort service.
Wow.
Also, the Uber drivers out here, they get paid depending on the club they drop them off at, up to $100 a head if you bring people to a strip club as an Uber driver. Cash.
Wow.
Wait, who pays them? The club?
The club does. The bouncer
Oh,
will.
wow.
That's
So
cool.
bachelor parties, bachelor part, that kind of thing.
Bachelor parties, for sure.
Bring them to the club with the Raiders games and stuff here now. Those Uber drivers make bank.
Yeah, I have a friend out there that's an Uber and Lyft, depending on like, what day it is, and he's choosing when to do it and stuff. And he seems to love it. Like the biggest complaints are just when people like don't show up when they ordered you and stuff. But I think sometimes at the big resorts, it's hard to find the Uber pickup and drop off. So I think that's the biggest issue. But he seems to really make good money and he loves it. So
they make good money out there.
Wow. That's good.
$100
JS
a head.
Pena. Hi, Tuggs.
Hello.
Hello. From David Lowe. Moth goes to a podiatrist. Help me. I'm losing my mind. Podiatrist says, you need to see a shrink. Why come to me? Moth says, your light was on. Oh, that's cute.
Poor Moth.
What a cute joke. Dev Copper, thanks for the cover fee.
Nice.
Jero, Scrimp, thank you. Daniel Jagger, Riley Gaines for CMP. Share some college swim and dive stories in addition to some other headlines. Thank you, Daniel. Actually, I was just going to get to that story. Let me pull this up, this Riley Gaines story. Here we go. Wait a second. I have so many tabs.
That would make me so anxious.
That's candles.
No.
Okay. Riley Gaines threatens legal action after being attacked by trans rights activists during SF state speech.
As she should. The security did nothing. You see those security guards standing around like they don't know
I
what to
haven't
do.
seen anything. Swimmer
Oh my
Riley
God.
Gaines on Saturday threatened to take legal action after saying she was assaulted by trans rights protester during a speech about protecting women's sports at San Francisco State University. The campus police did nothing. The dean of students was there and did nothing. There will be no repercussions unless I have something to do with it, Gaines told Fox and Friends weekend host Rachel Campos Duffy. Oh, so this is her, the blonde?
Yeah.
Yes.
She looks like she already works for Fox News. Look at her.
does.
She's got the look. She's got the look. I will be pursuing legal action. These people need to face repercussions. The former NCAA swimmer and 12-time All-American champ said a mob of demonstrators attacked her while she spoke about including trans athletes in women's sports during Thursday's Turning Point USA event at SF State. Oh, is she pro or against? Dramatic.
She's against. She raced against Leah Thompson.
Ugh. Okay.
And they tied. And so they had the two of them, and the race, the swim meet people were like, well, we can't have a tie. And so we're gonna give it to Leah.
Okay, now I
because
remember
of
her.
obvious reasons. So
which is
that's who she is,
bullshit.
for those of you who don't know. So she's come out and is like, Leah was in the locker room with us, fully intact, which Leah still is not had any
Dick out.
surgery. They didn't
Yeah.
tell her. They didn't tell any of the girls that he was going to be there. Like, yeah, she's come out and is like, this is bull crap. Anyway, that's the background.
Yes, good recap.
Thanks.
Yeah, dicks flying out everywhere.
Dicks out.
Dramatic video Gaines shared on Twitter shows her being ushered out of a classroom and into a hallway by security as protesters chased after her. One of the activists gets in front of her and shouts, "Trans rights are human rights." Come up with something more creative at this point. And yeah, you fucking transphobic bitch, I fucking see you. The prisoners are running the asylum at SFSU. I was ambushed and physically hit twice by a man, she tweeted. She kind of looks like Zoe Deschanel here a little bit.
A little bit. Like
a little
blonde,
bit, yeah. She
Like a
looks
blonde.
closer to like Kaylee Cuoco from
Cuoco
Big
or
Bang
whatever.
Theory.
Yes,
Big
that
Bang
is
Theory.
I thought that
Definitely
too.
looks like her.
Oh wow. Okay. Oh, and this is
Yeah,
the
this
trans
is bad.
activist.
Jeez.
Okay. Additional footage shared on social media shows security blocking Gaines from a mass of protesters before she was escorted to a safe room where she said she was barricaded for 3 hours. Truthfully, I think these people resort to anger, both verbally and physically, and violence because they know they don't have reason on their side, Gaines told Campos Duffy. They cannot debate me with logic or science or any kind of data that supports their argument, so they resort to personal attacks. Gaines, a former swimmer at the University of Kentucky, has been a vocal critic of trans athletes participating in women's sports after competing against former Penn swimmer Leah Thomas, with whom she tied for 5th place in a national swimming competition last spring.
I like how they go in and attack her and they're like, trans rights. It's like, okay, I guess her rights are out the window then. Just make it so she can't speak, leave the room. You're going to try to attack her. What about women's rights? Why is it trans rights go over women's rights? Like
men are better.
They have the right to be trans and be on the male team. They have the right to be on the male team. So what the fuck are they talking about? And they seem
a
like
trans person also has the right,
enough.
if they're losing on the men's team, to then switch teams so they can win on the women's team.
Exactly.
Don't you think it's funny that we don't have any transgender men trying to get like in men's swimming or men's basketball?
Yeah,
that's what I want to see.
I want to see trans women.
I want to see someone like Buck Angel being like, "No, I can dunk. Put me in, coach."
Yeah,
that's why I like that story that happened. I think it was last week, where the guy in the full beard went to the powerlifting competition.
Yes,
and was just like, "I'm a woman," and broke the record just because of the other person was there who had set the record was a trans woman.
Because it's just so ridiculous.
It sounds like something
just to show how absolutely ridiculous that it is.
Mm-hmm. Men would not put up with trans men in their spaces, and the sad thing is
they
women
laugh them out.
Exactly, and women are just putting up with this trans.
They're too nice.
Yeah, they're just putting up with this and allowing for it to be okay. And this is really despicable what happened to this woman.
Yeah,
it is. And I don't know if you guys have covered this yet, but Caitlyn Jenner actually started this like fairness first thing.
Really?
It's like
that's our next story.
Their whole thing is equality over inclusivity, where it's like, let's keep biological men out of girls' sports and women's sports and all that stuff because they don't believe in forcing that stuff on children, and they believe in parents' rights to their children, and not having their children indoctrinated and all that. It's very interesting.
And this is coming from a trans individual.
It is, because they don't believe that, like anyone's bad per se for any reason. Like it doesn't, like trans people aren't bad, straight people aren't bad, but like people should have the rights to parent their children the way they want and not have schools like indoctrinate them in certain ways. And I completely agree with that. I don't have a problem with somebody being trans. I would have a problem with somebody pushing that on my child, before
I have a problem with people weaponizing it.
Yes,
they weaponize the label. And that's where I draw the line, is like as soon as you weaponize it to use it as like your get out of jail free card, that's when I have a problem with it. I don't care. As long as you're a good individual who's actually going through this kind of stuff, you live your life. As long as you aren't weaponizing it, I don't have a problem with it.
I do think Caitlyn Jenner's an interesting example. Sorry.
It's so funny that you say get out of jail free, like because technically they're using the card to get into jail for free with other women. I don't know if you guys heard about that.
Yeah, I've seen that.
It's like screw women's rights, I guess. Like
this guy.
Women are so over. We had a good run.
We did have a good run. It was nice.
And it's over.
We had a whole 30 years.
Yeah, we tried. Honestly, we didn't deserve rights.
Pay for effort.
I mean, if we fucked it up so easily, like we didn't deserve them to begin with. Okay. Caitlyn Jenner, others react to TikTok star and UC grad Dylan Mulvaney's Nike partnership. I've never heard anybody mention where they've graduated from.
That's weird.
Relevant.
Yeah.
Right. How weird to add that in. Who cares? Oh, wait. Is this because this is a Cincinnati outlet? All right. Fans and celebrities are reacting to TikTok star and trans activist Dylan Mulvaney's latest brand partnership. Okay, because they went to University of Cincinnati. That's why they're bringing it up. Posted a photo on Instagram Wednesday modeling a sports bra and leggings from Nike. The post was tagged as a partnership with the athletic clothing brand Home for a moment and leaning into cozy workout wear life with Nike women's newest Zenvi leggings and a late bra, Mulvaney wrote. They're so comfortable and buttery soft. just like my nuts. Perfect for workouts and everyday wear. The promotional post follows Mulvaney's recent partnership with Bud Light. The actor supporters congratulated her on the partnership on social media, where others criticized Nike. And then here's Caitlyn. What did Caitlyn Jenner say? Fox News contributor and Olympic athlete Caitlyn Jenner reacted to the partnership Thursday, quote tweeting a post that misgendered. Oh my God, they were misgendered.
God forbid.
And suggested, you know what you could do to stop being misgendered, Dylan? Get some fucking tits. It's been a year. What are you waiting for? And suggested the UC grad received better treatment from Nike than former brand ambassador and Olympic track and field champion Alissa Felix. As someone that grew up in awe of what Nike founder Phil Knight did, it is a shame to see such an iconic American company go so woke, Jenner tweeted. We can be inclusive, but not at the expense of the mass majority of people, and have some decency while being inclusive. This is an outrage.
Yeah, honestly, Nike's Nike's not the only one that's sponsored. Like Dylan Mulvaney has I literally have the list here, 30 different sponsors. It's I didn't check every single one, but it seems accurate. Bud Light, Aritzia, ASOS, Kate Spade, Tampax. It's literally 30 different companies. It's I wonder why that is. It's almost like there's an incentive to do so. Well, it's because there is. They're literally farming woke points. So there's basically this company. I'm gonna just give you the news for it. You should go through that article. It actually explains why all these companies are promoting Dylan. I think Melanie,
it's hard when it's Tampax because that's the most main tampon brand. Now I have to go find a small weird tampon brand.
What happens?
And I don't.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say I don't understand why Nike is using Dylan to promote their women's wear. It's
because
trans
people
are 2% of the population.
It's just the next trend.
They're
it's
2% of the population, though. They're selling a product to appeal to the population that wears the clothing. Why would you then pander to the population as 2%? That doesn't make sense. You're gonna
because they're pandering to women, to woke white liberal women with expendable income, or woke whatever color women that want to support brands, so they want to feel like they're helping the less fortunate by buying Kate Spade, by buying Tampax, Bud Light, whatever. Oh, look, this brand is woke. I'm now an elevated modern person. I'm now better than other people because I support these woke brands. It's not even they know that there's such a small percentage of the population that's actually trans. It's they're appealing to the people that want to virtue signal with their dollars.
But I wonder if it's even worth it monetarily. And you'll see in this article, they say why all these companies are doing it for literal woke points to not get in trouble. But I still wonder, even then, if complying with that is fine.
We're going to find out when both Bud Light's numbers come in the next month or two.
I'm ready for that.
I would say that too, yeah.
That'll be the real test because, that's going to be the real test because Bud Light is the beer of blue collar workers everywhere. It's going to be interesting to see if that even affects anything. I don't know. I don't like Bud Light, thank God.
I don't either. I know, straight piss.
but at the same time, I had to go and look and see. Okay, Anheuser-Busch. I love Stella. They own Stella. They own Cutwater.
They own Stella.
That cuts out a lot of that cuts a lot of your ranchers. Cutwater, that's out. So it's all of these other baby companies that they're affiliated with, or they own, or they partnered with, are now going to get cut loose because they're just simply under the Anheuser-Busch brand.
There's some artists coming out now saying that they're going to stop selling Bud Light and
Travis
the likes
Tritt.
of it. Yep, Travis Tritt. They're going to stop selling it at their events now too. And that's
we had restaurants here that have cut them out of there. They don't serve it at their bar anymore. We have the bars here that have cut them out.
Right. Yep.
This just shows that lying just gets you so far. Look how far lying has gotten Dylan. Okay.
And I firmly believe he will never finish his surgeries because he's not really trans. I think it's all an act. He's been wanting to be an actor since he was a wee little lad. And he tried to get famous and it backfired on him. And this was his way to do it because he is falling into the market, which is correct.
They didn't really backfire on him. He's pretty damn famous. He's
Well,
pretty
now he is. Yeah, he is now. Yeah, but as an actor,
making a lot of money, and I think the people on the other side or whatever, there's a whole group of people that really love him because he wouldn't be this propped up. And then even the people who hate him, like really hate him, and he's everywhere.
Yeah.
He is everywhere, and man, the lies are just.
I mean, I know
he's found the market. So.
But what do they like about him though? That's my question.
You know
like
what
genuinely,
what
skill or talent does Dylan Mulvaney have that should put him so far above other people that take decades of skill and experience to get these sort of brand deals and achievements?
I'll tell you why. I woke up at 2 a.m. the other day and started writing in my phone because I figured out why Dylan Mulvaney. You don't reach the level that he's at unless you're being propped up right by like this system. They go, all right, we like what this person is selling. We want to yes and this, put like millions of dollars behind this person. Because it hit me when I was like, oh, it's 365 days of girlhood. Why doesn't Dylan have tits yet? Why is he girlhood? Part of being a girl is having tits. Sorry if it's a hot take. Part of having a girl is like also not having a dick, but I guess that's a hot take right now. But I'm just like, why not get tits? Like you've already had facial feminization surgery. And then it dawned on me. I was like, oh my God, Dylan is not, you have to think about like every celebrity is selling something. What is Dylan selling? Dylan is selling androgyny. Because think about it. He is like the ideal flat look. He's selling facial feminization surgery, right? Plastic surgery and top surgery because that's his look. It's been a year. He hasn't gotten implants yet. Why? I think number one, so he can kind of bail out anytime and go back to being just a dude with a tight face. Yep. You know, it's like you're not all in unless if you still have your dick. In my mind, you're not all in. Like you're not about it.
I don't think
like,
that's a hot take. I feel like a lot of people feel that way.
You could still decide tomorrow that you're out, that you want your cargo shorts back, and it's like, okay, now you just have like a crazy tight face, but you're still a gay dude, right? I think, and think about what the Kardashians did. The Kardashians inspired a decade, like a generation of women what were the Kardashians selling? BBLs, nose jobs, contouring, makeup, right? Their whole look with the neutrals, like they're millionaires for a reason. Like they have a style that a lot of women have emulated. You know, when you start seeing women like, wow, a lot of women just kind of look like the Kardashians. Sure. It's because their style is like iconic and they've had such influence. And I think that's what, you know, you guys have started to hear, oh, like the slim look is back. People are taking out their BBLs. People are taking out their implants. People are like going slim again. Oh, are the 90s back? Like what's going on? The slim trend is back. And then you look at Dylan and you're like, Dylan is selling androgyny but he's like, oh, girlhood. It's like, you're not selling girlhood. You're selling this look of being flat and female and kind of neither being male nor female because Dylan is neither. And like, you know, not to go on a Matt Walsh rant, but like Dylan is neither female nor male. It's like this strange in the middle mix. It's woman face, but it's also like
He's got a 5 o'clock shadow, man.
Yeah. And I tweeted like, oh, girlhood strikingly similar to gay manhood. Like it looks almost
the
same.
girl thing that he does is so over the top caricature. Like I don't know anything that act like that. His day one was, I cried today and I had to like restrain myself from typing an email. Ugh. Like what?
I said I was fine when I wasn't fine.
Oh yeah, I said fine when I'm not fine.
That was scrolling because there are some videos of his where he's like, I've been a girl for a whole month and I don't have my period yet. I'm like, you can't be this dumb. Like
it's all an act. It's all
trying to trigger everybody.
It's definitely all an act.
We discussed that on our show too. We were kind of wondering, like, he seems like what you just said, an absolute caricature of what he thinks a woman behaves like, but no woman that I know ever actually behaves that way. And then there's videos out there of him like on The Price is Right once, actually.
Oh, I saw that.
Where he's a contestant and he just kind of looks like a gay dude. And it's like, what's wrong with just being a gay dude, man? Like, you don't have to, go try to be something else.
You can't monetize that though. Like
that's true.
Like he's monetizing.
to be gay isn't cool anymore.
But I don't
Yeah,
know if you guys
it's not
saw
enough.
the-
It's not
I don't know-
enough just to be a gay dude. You
I don't
have
know,
to be trans.
Chrissy. I don't know if you guys saw the video that Odin's Men did on him because he kind of like went back further than that Price is Right video because that's still not the
On
oldest
Oh, is it the video where
whenever-
Dylan's on stage at like what
Yeah.
Joe's
in the
pub,
the
like in his
the
underwear?
Scrimpies or whatever it is.
Yeah, and like he was basically kind of like
That was
groomed
bad.
by a bunch of people. So
It
Yeah,
looked
he
very
got-
groomery.
it
Whenever he
was.
was underage on his
Yeah, he
way
was
to a
underage.
gay pride in San Francisco. Yeah,
Mhm.
I did watch that video. I
boy.
watched that the other day.
I think that like that's where it kind of stems for me. So like knowing his past now and knowing like what he went through, I feel like yes, it's an act, but this is where I've come to with Dylan Mulvaney as a character. Hate the game, don't hate the player, because that's what's going on.
Right.
Like I mean, I hate the player too. Like fuck that guy, but at the same time, if it wasn't him, it would be somebody else.
True.
And it's
Yeah.
the problem is the system that we've, as all of us as women as well, not obviously not the people on the panel, but most people, especially most leftist women,
We're all
have helped
perfect.
cultivate it. We've helped cultivate this kind of, dementia written, like weird psychology written society where this is acceptable. It's not acceptable. Women are women, men are men. Fuck, I'm gonna get canceled.
That's it.
That was
I'm gonna get Chrissy a strike now. God damn it. We should
Oh,
be on
God.
Rumble, Chrissy. Why
I've
are we
already
here?
gotten one hate speech.
Imagine,
strike.
imagine if we invited Dylan onto the podcast and he was like, "Ladies,
should.
listen. This was all just a big joke, okay? I was lying.
Everything
the
was
whole
saying is a
time.
lie.
I think it's coming. Lila, I think that's
It
coming.
was all a joke. It was a lie. And then we'd have people in the chat being like, "Oh my God, how could you guys actually believe he was a woman? Like, how could you actually believe
Wait,
he
no,
was
that's not-
trans? Like, oh my
Lila,
God, Lila, how could you believe that?"
I think that's coming. I think it's what you're saying, Chrissy, because he hasn't fully committed, because then he can turn
Yes.
around at any
He's
point.
not all in.
Once it's just like the vaccine thing. Once it's cool to be not vaccinated anymore, you know how all these people are jumping on that bandwagon now. Oh, we didn't know. We're just trusting the government because the government always has had our backs. Like it's never like the government's never done anything wrong to us ever in our life, especially
That's
with
so
regards
true.
to health stuff. Now it's going to be like when the tables turn, Dylan's going to be like,
Yeah. And you look at what he's selling, it's like, oh, you don't like your body, you don't like puberty, you don't like feeling awkward. Guess what? Surgery can fix you, which is the biggest lie. Like guess what? You're still gonna be awkward. That's literally what your teens and 20s are all about.
Imagine
We
your
all felt
years of
awkward.
therapy.
Imagine
Yeah.
Dylan like
Incentivized.
is like there's like he's like the trans Floyd, and then we see like murals of him everywhere. What if
Oh,
God.
James
No,
Lindsay has a
no.
whole
What if it
spiel
never
on that.
ends, okay, that's
Please
what
do
if
not
that's
speak
what
that
this is
into
all.
existence.
What if that's what this is all set up to do?
It
People are
is.
like, oh,
It is.
you're
James Lindsay has a whole spiel on this. He's like, I see this coming. There's going to be a trans Floyd, and it's going to be follow all the same patterns.
I
And
feel
think
the
about it,
same
like
way.
Caitlyn Jenner didn't stick. Like they needed a trans hero, and for a time, Caitlyn Jenner was that because it was 2015, the first celebrity. Like Caitlyn came out in such a big way, and then they were like, "Oh shit, she's Republican. We gotta find somebody else."
Yeah,
and then
that's
it
right,
was
that's right.
then it was Elliot Page, and then I feel like Elliot's like fucking crazy because they dropped,
Yeah,
they
she didn't stick either.
spotlight off Elliot
That came out of nowhere.
right
What if
away.
it's just a lesbian now with more steps?
Just
Yeah,
Demi,
surprised
Demi
other
Lovato
people
try
thought
it for like a week.
Oh
Demi
yeah, she
Lovato
was
was
like
like
non-binary.
a week, and then all of a sudden she was back to she, but then she was a they again, and then there was I don't know if it was Demi Lovato, but there's one other one that's out there, and I don't know who it might be a TikTok person that goes by she and her during the summer, but every other
I saw that. I saw that. You know why, Tuggs? You know why?
God.
You know why? Because the best time to be a she/her is during the summer, because that's catcalling season. That's when you get the most attention for being a woman. I see.
Yeah.
The jig is
Listen,
up.
I wear
lady.
pants in the
really.
winter, okay? I'm not like those other girls.
Dude, yes. This right here, Raz, you're dead on.
You're
Dead
right,
on.
not women.
This is
I know, that's what I said too.
pedo baiting.
It's like the emphasis is on girlhood, and it's never womanhood. Even in their bio, it says girlhood.
You
I
watched
was
the
looking
video
at
with
their stuff.
Jeffrey Marsh today, right? Did you guys
No.
see the
Oh,
video with
what?
Jeffrey Marsh?
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah,
if
I'm
I
gonna
saw
pull
that
that up.
guy.
I hate
No.
him too.
Oh.
So
It's
he
just like-
oozes creep.
Yes.
All it's about
we're
looking
okay.
younger and prepubescent.
Now, while you pull that up, with regards to Dylan Mulvaney, because I'm just sick of seeing this dude everywhere on my timeline. I'm just like, I can't deal with it anymore. So I'm wondering what you ladies think about this because God.
Yeah,
no.
these two
That
together just
I can't deal with these two.
the guy on the right just gives me the creeps. Like I would like I told my husband today, I was like, I would never want to be in the same building or city as this person. Like I can't.
Yeah.
Hey, get away from me.
It's like, why would you choose to speak in the creepiest voice possible? Like, hello.
And directly towards children.
Fucking him
Trick
from
or
Powerpuff
treat.
I know why, Kara, but I don't want to get a
We
strike
can't
for
say that
Chrissie.
on the internet.
Girlhood
Or else-
becomes stronger when there's more of us behind it. Only experiencing people
We want to get behind you.
Look at
are
there's
allowed
Dylan dressing
in.
like a 12-year-old
Who's
again.
allowing? That's the real question. Who
Do
is?
you know?
Why
They
is
both
it
have
like
5 o'clock shadows.
your only option is to dress like you're 12 or that you're like a geriatric chorus teacher? Like you literally these are the options for girlhood. Sorry.
Do you
I
think
don't.
them saying
Maybe
that
there
they
isn't
want
one.
more,
And maybe
though?
that's the beautiful part of it. Do you have any relationship to the concept
Wait,
of
pause
girlhood?
it. Brittany, what were you saying?
So, like, why are they saying they want more people to be like that? I thought gender dysphoria is supposed to be this like thing that makes you very distraught in your life, and to the
They're
point where people start
selling.
committing unaliving
Misery
themselves.
loves company.
They're part
Yeah,
of
so-
big trans. They're
And-
selling surgeries and they're selling this lifestyle.
And to
It's
who?
The
To
religion.
children?
It's a cult.
Kids.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what it
Children,
is.
like-
They're selling it to children.
Jeffrey
Why-
Marsh
yeah.
literally every video. Hey kids, hey kids, hey
Ugh,
kids.
it's
If he
so
says hey kids one more
gross.
time, I'm gonna reach the screen.
Kids, are your parents close by? Shut
That
the
is somebody
door.
who needs
Shut
to
the
be
door. Yeah.
in an asylum.
Just you and me now.
And isn't
Dude.
It's not okay to talk to children in that manner.
when you're this way and
get
becoming
children
trans,
to separate from their parents.
right?
and
Yeah,
talk to them.
don't tell your parents. It's always don't tell your parents. Like teachers at school, like, oh, I'll be this thing for you. I will help you through this, but don't tell your parents. Like, you should pump the brakes on anything when someone says don't tell your parents.
Yep.
It's not
Yep.
good. And then when you're becoming trans, isn't the whole reasoning behind it like you inside, like internally, you truly don't feel like you're in the right body? So why would they be sitting here saying, "Oh, we need more people like us"?
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
like when
They're
it's
selling
something
it.
that supposedly occurs naturally. I don't know.
Yeah. Because
And this person, Jeffrey,
very
their whole
predatory.
shtick is no contact. They're always pushing no contact. Are you ready to go no contact with the people who are keeping you alive? You know, like that's his whole shtick. I know you can't cook or clean or pay rent or even have a job, but sounds like you're ready to go no contact.
I've actually never
it's
seen
so
him before.
bad.
That
Join
is
my
manipulation.
I
It is
wish I had
complete
never seen him before.
manipulation is what they're doing.
All right, here we
And
go.
it's unhealthy.
I absolutely do. I find girlhood to be inspiring.
I hate you.
There are a lot of human beings who are girls
No.
who transcend
No,
what
they-
their gender is supposed to
No.
be.
Oh my God.
And that to me
No,
is
that
something I
works.
draw strength from. And
Dude,
forgot
this
to
is
shave.
like the
Dylan forgot to
cheesiest.
shave.
Psycho.
Like, yeah, da-da. This is a show. This is a Broadway show we're watching.
excitement
Right.
from. Absolutely.
And I hope this is the start of a lifelong
Oh, good
friendship.
Oh,
Oh,
What do you think, people?
I
we
love
think
you
you're
all.
fucked.
Okay. Oh, we got to do my signature. Okay.
We have to do my signature sign off. Bend me over this library chair. And
Oh my God.
Okay, ready? Love ya.
Ah, I
Girlhood.
love you.
Disgusting.
Listen,
I
you know what? I
know.
wonder if that post, I'm assuming it was on TikTok originally. I wonder if there's people in the comments who don't like Jeffrey, because there is a divide who people who don't like Jeffrey Marsh that are on that in that same bubble. I wonder how many of them are gonna not follow Dylan Mulvaney anymore because he did that video with Jeffrey.
Well, you've seen
may see
Jeffrey's
it
been
yeah.
sending
War.
people after. Jeffrey's
Dylan is
been
very campy and surfacey to a degree, and whereas Jeffrey, like, his whole brand is separating kids from their parents. Where
Mhm.
Dylan
That's
seems
disgusting.
just like Dylan just wants to get famous by any means.
Yeah.
you
Jeffrey
know?
definitely has a look.
Yeah.
Jeffrey's been sending people and threatening people who have been coming forward and showing some of the very unsavory things that they've been saying and be like, hey, this is a manipulation tactic. And like, I watched this video of this woman who their children were threatened.
The Middle Eastern woman, yes.
Yep.
What was her name?
Her
No,
children
that's
were
right.
threatened.
Yes.
They followed
Should've
her
been after
children
her
to
kid.
school.
She
Like,
got her house broken into. Her car was damaged. Yeah, they literally
She
were
cried and
This
she
is
was
not
like, I don't
okay.
care anymore. Like, I
What are you
don't
guys
care.
talking about? Hold on. Is this something I can
I'm
pull up?
lost.
Yeah,
need to
man.
know
There
what
was
it is.
this chick. There was this Middle
I
Eastern chick, and
Oh my
she
goodness.
got attacked and stalked by his followers.
I did hear about this,
And
and she
then-
had to
and
like
she
apologize
cried.
to like
Yeah.
the whole Islamic community, and they
She's
were like,
like,
not having
I
it.
apologize. I take everything back. I deleted all the videos because
Yep.
that's what they want. They want to
Mhm.
scare you into silence by
Yeah.
threatening their family. And that is dangerous tactics.
Yep.
That
She
is
was in
what
tears. Matt Walsh did a
terrorists
video on it.
do.
That's going to breed like really nasty backlashes too from parents and stuff. Like it would not be a good world for where there's parents that would physically harm somebody, but when you mess with somebody's children, that is like a primal thing. Like you're supposed to protect your child, and when you find out somebody is fucking with your children to that degree, and some of these children's like these kids sometimes, I don't know what we can say on here, they unalive themselves too when they get so screwed up, you know? Like parents are going to lash out someday when this stuff gets really ugly, and that's going to be another ugly world that we're living in, but they created it. I don't know what they see as the end game
That's
here.
where I'm at now, April. Like I don't know what to do anymore because one of the side of the argument is we need to bring more attention to it. But at this point, I feel like every single Republican and conservative I know is sharing this dude's images and videos on Twitter. And at this point, I don't think it's helping. I think it's not helping anymore. I think everyone knows. People who want to know, and people who don't care aren't on Twitter anyways. So why are we still sharing his pictures? I don't get it.
The murals are coming.
People who do
The
support
murals are
them,
coming.
they fight back even louder and just make it more and more about the divide and the hate instead of actually bringing to light the really dangerous things that these people are doing for children and people who are still trying to figure themselves out.
There can be reasonable adults, like I'll just take myself for example, like where I might not have an issue with like adults choosing that they want to live a trans lifestyle. That's okay, whatever. You're an adult, you can make that choice. But like I want to have discussions about what we're doing to children or indoctrinating children. And you're right with that divisiveness, like and division. Like you're now, just because I want to ask a question, I'm suddenly like a transphobe or I'm a hater. And I think that is really gross too. That
I have
we
a
can't just
question. I have a question about your stance, because I'm sure it's like a common stance with people on this panel. But I thought of something recently that changed my mind a little bit. So why is it legal to be trans in the sense that you can get bottom surgery? It is a surgery that's very invasive and it never really heals and it constantly gets infected. If a doctor did that for any other reason, like they just decided to cut something else off and it continuously got infected to a point where it makes people depressed and unalive themselves. When you call that malpractice, why is this like a legal thing that a doctor can do and keep their license when we don't have the technology to
Because
actually
it's-
help someone transition if they want
It's
to
organized
safely?
under gender affirmation, so it gets it's subsidized, I think, by the government because it's part of this ESG shit.
It is. You can get this shit paid for completely.
That is
Also, the
disgusting.
military is paying for that as well. So if
I don't
you
understand
join the
that. I
military-
should not be paying for this. I had to pay thousands of dollars to have a hysterectomy 2 years ago because I had endometriosis, which is an actual disease that women can have.
Right.
It just
Yep.
happens.
But
I
it's
didn't
not
have the
paid
government
for.
pay for that.
I hear
I
you on
had to
that.
pay for that out of my own
Yeah,
pocket.
maybe I want bigger tits because that would affirm
Yeah,
my
I'm
gender.
dysphoric
Can I
about
get
my
that?
leg hair. Like,
Yeah.
Can I pay? Yeah, exactly. Laser hair removal. I agree with her. I had to have one of my ovaries removed because of a nasty tumor thing that was a malfunction of like a follicle since birth, and like that's tens of thousands of dollars. But you're right;
Thousands of
they can
dollars.
completely get there.
Well, I mean,
I got one ovary too.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. One
Hey,
ovary
club.
Yeah.
I'm scared to even comment on this kind of stuff, but to Brittany's point, I mean, I totally get what you're saying, Brittany, and they have this thing called genital mutilation that was really looked down on for a very long time.
Yeah,
and
like
now
in the
it's
90s, that's all we talked about. Like, wow, this is so horrible.
Yeah.
People are getting their clits cut off and thrown into a river, and that's just a
Yeah.
common practice. And we're like, whoa, this is bad.
This is fucked up, and everybody was judging people who were doing that, and then now we're like, let's do it
Exactly.
and let's have it be acceptable, especially for
Yeah.
kids. Like, shouldn't your
Kids.
12-year-old get that done? It's like, what? No.
It's
Absolutely
it's
not.
messed up. So why do we have to be like, oh, actually, no, it's fine if they do that? It's like, but we wouldn't support any other version of self-harm. We have to suddenly say
No.
that this one is okay. It's like, it's not even necessarily that, oh, like transition bad. It's like, we don't have the technology to make it a safe thing to do that. It's
You're right.
It's a
Like,
constant
people get
reinfection and
shamed for having
hairballs
a
coming out
boob
of it.
Practice. Yeah. We would.
People
You're
get
right.
shamed
we
for
would
having a
consider
boob reduction. Why should they be adding these to
Also-
people who have never been born with them?
To that point, also, Brittany, the reason for that is because this is big fucking business. They want you to be infected for the rest of their lives because they want you to be on
Lifetime
those
patient.
meds for the
Yes.
rest of their life. That's the
Yeah.
thing.
Yes.
Goes well,
A
you still have to be
lifetime
medication the rest of your life. If it goes poorly, that's more surgeries. That's a
Way
different
more
kind of
money.
medication.
Well, let's
the
fix
rest of
it.
your life.
Yeah. Yep.
And it's even
That's
among
exactly
people
what it
who
is.
take care of themselves. People who do exactly what the doctor says after surgery. Guess what? They still get infections years later because they have to continuously dilate. They have to dilate with the different size things going up them. And even if they do it right, there's still a big risk. So I don't understand
It's just
why
money,
we're
man.
promoting self-harm. It's not about being transphobic. It's literally that
Right.
it is physically not safe.
Unsafe.
Yeah.
It's
And it's,
And then-
unnecessary. It's not like to save their life or something in the sense
then-
of like, oh, they're going to physically die without it.
Right. And then to piggyback on what Brittany's saying too, like when you're not in like good physical health, like she said, when you keep getting the infections and whatnot, and then your mental health kind of goes downhill, and then that's kind of shoving you into more like, oh, let's all go to therapy now, and then lots and lots of therapy sessions down the road. You know, it kind of repeat customer effect.
Maybe they're
I
trying
don't
to
know.
take back the word
customer, that's
gash.
it. Mhm.
Maybe that's what's happening here.
I
Like,
never
make
been-
gash is great again.
I've never been to therapy,
Lifetime.
but one time I went to therapy with my friend for her therapy session. And earlier in the day, we were at the pool, and she told me all about like what was going on in her life. And then she invited me to go see her therapist, who she paid like $200 an hour to. So I went with her, and then I literally had to sit there and listen to her say verbatim what she told me at the pool to this therapist.
And
Except
pay her like
he got-
$200 an hour.
Yeah,
Mhm.
he got paid $200.
You should charge.
And I had
Lila.
to listen to it twice, and I didn't get
Wait, okay, now did that dude that charged $200 an hour give better advice than you?
No, he
Right.
actually said it's great that you have Lila. Your friend Lila is a really good friend, and you should keep her around.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Here's
what
the
a
prescription
that's
for
probably good,
Percocet. Here's some
And that's when you start charging your friend.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just-
Yeah. Sounds like
I'm
she's buying dinner next time. Yeah, it's true. We're all being gash lit right now.
Oh,
There you
yeah.
go.
What do you think about the hormone therapy?
Cat
Do you
butt.
think people should be on the therapies? Oh, that's cool.
Cat
I
Again,
don't
I
think
think
that
like
they
you
should
should
on
do.
it.
Once you turn 18, you can do whatever you want.
I
You can
agree.
get a
Even
job.
if it's self-harm though.
Use if you're 18 years old, right? You can do whatever you want.
I
Like,
agree with
You
that.
can, but doesn't mean
legally.
you should. And
True,
okay,
but
so if
that's
somebody were
I mean,
selling
how
their
many people have bad
organs,
tattoos?
so if somebody were
Yeah.
selling their organs, would we be like, yeah, you're 18, so it's fine? No, we would be like, that's
Yeah.
self-harm. You're you're
would.
abusing yourself.
You
That's
still have the
bad.
freedom.
Technically, Brittany,
to
I don't
make
know if you
bad
want to go
decisions.
down that road because they kind of are doing that as well. You know, if you check that little box on your driver's license card where it says you are an organ donor.
Oh,
you know,
yeah. Don't get me started about the fact you have to be
Shit goes
alive in
down.
order to harvest a heart or many other organs. You have to be alive for them to do that. Fun
Yeah.
fact. You guys didn't know that.
Really?
Yes, you
Yeah.
do. It's very
You can be hooked up to a machine, but still technically alive. Yes.
I'm
Wow.
very
But
concerned
they're
about having this
incentivized.
conversation on YouTube, but you know,
They're-
things happen.
Are you
I'm saying
saying we
that
shouldn't have that box checked?
the OPOs are incentivized to maybe be like, in theory, hypothetically, in theory, to be like, well, the person is likely not going to come back to life, so we should, get their organs.
Just do it. Oh boy.
It's likely. It doesn't mean it happens 100% of the time, but I'm just saying there would be an incentive, hypothetically, theoretically. I'm not saying that this happens. I'm just saying that you do have to be alive for the organs to be harvested, so it needs to be a controlled death. And that's just a scientific fact. You can Google that. And their tests for testing if you're brain dead are pretty rudimentary. They just poke you with a stick and then like shine a light in your eye. They don't actually require any further testing usually.
I think they should do that brain dead test every time someone votes Democrat.
I think if you're 18 and you want to do whatever, that's fine. And also, I think if you're going to be transgender, like, please fully commit so we know what you are. I mean, there's some people who are transgender who really look like the gender they're trying to look like, and they look great.
Be Blair White or don't even bother.
Blair White,
I used to have a transplant. But Blair White didn't have bottom surgery. Blair White had a boob job. See the difference there. Like, she didn't do something that was self. So when I'm saying self-harm, I mean the most literal sense of like that you're going to have infections later in life for an unnecessary surgery. That's what I mean when I say that. You can cross-dress, for example, and that would be doing what you want. You're 18. But I don't think that falls under the same umbrella if you're doing something that actually puts your health at risk for no reason other than aesthetics.
I do agree with you that like just because you can doesn't mean you should. I guess my take on the whole thing has always been kind of what Chrissy said. Like once you're 18, it's not really up to me, I guess, what you do with your body. If you want to put yourself through that trauma, that's up to you. But I do feel like I've got 3 kids so far in the house that I'm helping raise. And if somebody, like, you can just watch them be on a daily basis. They don't know what they want for a snack, okay? Like, they don't understand what they want.
Yeah.
Long term.
I don't know what I want for a snack sometimes.
Right. They don't understand what a consequence is, largely. And, like, these, like, hormone therapies and stuff, like, that's like a permanent consequence sometimes. And especially if it affects their mental health and God forbid they unalive themselves, like that's super bad, obviously. So yeah, I think once you're a little more developed and you can think these things through, that's a difference. That doesn't mean it's healthy per se.
I think it's different than a tattoo.
I don't like the government, Brittany, so I'm not gonna, sit around and be like, I want the government to, make sure that people don't do what they want to their bodies. That I'm not about that. As long as the kids.
But then, so should we not? So using that logic, should we also not have doctors that have to follow protocol to make sure you stay alive and not malpractice? Because that's kind of the line we're at.
No, because there's a gray area, right? Obviously, you have ethics that you have to, ascribe to. If you're a doctor, you take an oath to abide by those things. So a lot of doctors don't, but that's basically that's a societal thing that we have to come to as a society, that this is not good for you and you shouldn't do that. Not a government telling you this is not good for you and you shouldn't do that and you won't be allowed to do that. In this case, the government's always going to let you do it anyway, because the government is in the pockets of big pharma. So they're just gonna okay that stuff, and they're gonna be like, yeah, that's fine, as long as you want to do it, go for it,
Yes.
So we have to change society's thinking. We have to educate.
It's not that
people.
Culture doesn't matter. It does, and it's the biggest factor for influence in what people do. That's why people transition and get bottom surgery. But I'm saying, if we're just like, oh, well, people can do what they want, it's like in that same vein, then doctors should. That's on the line of, is it malpractice? So regardless of if it's the culture or not, in that instance, legally, a doctor cannot do malpractice or they'll lose their license. So why is it that one form of harming someone for years on end after the fact is not allowed, but this one is? It's like they wouldn't consent to other forms of self-harm if they asked the doctor to do it. It's very rare. I mean, there's the one instance where the doctor took away the girl's eyesight. Like that, I think that's malpractice, for example. I don't think that should be legal.
I mean, I can tell you a story about of my mom's really good friend. She got a bad diagnosis from a doctor who, because she went there for having sleep issues, and the doctor prescribed her certain things that had hormones in it. Anyway, she ended up getting breast cancer from it. So in that instance, that doctor yes, he had malpractice, but everything he did was sanctioned by the law. Everything was in the vein of what he
gender affirming surgeries are all okay. So even if shit goes awry, I don't think they're liable.
Isn't it kind of crazy how there was this thing that was like a cold, and then like all these doctors told us that we should get this shot so we could be safe from it, and then now all these people are getting cancer and dying suddenly.
Yeah,
Heart
a lot of
problems.
weird stuff. A lot of weird stuff.
What
happening.
a-
What
like
a
child
weird
athletes
stuff
falling over
happening
dead.
in
Yeah.
the world. You know,
So-
I don't know if we should. I think Brittany's right. I don't know if we should trust these doctors fully. I mean, I don't know if they know what they're talking about here.
This
I
is
mean-
concerning too. Biden turning to social media influencers to help connect with young voters. And again,
So
it's like
propaganda. Okay.
T
Just say
Squad.
propaganda.
Yeah,
The T Squad also are more than likely going to vote Democrat. So it's
They're
another
using,
reason to incentivize these surgeries.
Yeah, well, they're also use the militaries right now using TikTok to recruit people. The
Yeah, this
American
just
military
came
is.
out actually tonight. The Biden administration is tapping prominent TikTokers and other social media influencers to help court young voters as the Democrat gears up for re-election, according to a report. The digital strategy team for Biden is connecting with hundreds of influencers across the country who would promote the 80-year-old's record in the Oval Office to help draw in voters ages 18 to 29 who don't
I gotta
already
get those
follow.
kids to vote for me.
Yeah, who
The
don't let me
younger, the
sniff you.
better.
Who don't already follow the
let me
White House or the Democratic Party on various online platforms, Axios reported. The effort is reportedly spearheaded by staffer Bob Flaherty, who will lead 4 digital staffers in the White House and was named assistant to the president, which has the same rank as the communication director and press secretary. Wow. Reaching young voters is so critical to Biden that social media influencers who are unpaid could have their own briefing room inside the White House to work in person or remotely, according to Axios. We actually asked the White House, when are we going to get press briefing passes? 20-year-old TikToker Harry Sisson told the outlet. They were actually very responsive to it. The NYU student has more than 663,000 followers on TikTok and delivers a brief report day's biggest news events on the platform. The White House also reportedly plans to connect with influencers who have local followings when Biden travels to a certain state. Yeah, this is like local propaganda, global propaganda, just kicking it up into another level. Ironically, the push comes the same time that the White House has signaled its willingness to sign off on legislation that would ban TikTok or force its sale because the platform's owner's ties to the Chinese government and fears it has access to the platform's user data. Last September, the White House got TikToker Daniel Mack, who has gained a massive following, asking drivers of nice cars what they do for a living, to ask Biden the same question at the Detroit Auto Show. The clip of Biden's answers, where he touted making more electric cars, was seen 38 million times on TikTok. We're trying to reach young people, but also moms who use different platforms to get information, and climate activists and people whose main way of getting information is digital. White House Deputy Chief of Staff Jen O'Malley told Axios the move could help counteract the huge following former President Trump, who is running for president in 2024, has on some social media platforms. Wow.
Where's my ice cream? Let's get all the young kids.
So they're gonna like
how we want to re-elect somebody who can't make a complete sentence.
He doesn't know where he is half the
Actually,
time.
He wasn't actually elected. You know.
Lila, are you
Like,
trying to get
Biden as president is the
off?
biggest
I'm
scam that
gonna
has been
take my
thrown
shit,
at
Lila.
us.
God damn it,
Lila's going
Lila.
for it.
Get down.
No.
Before you
I
take
just,
this
I
information
just gonna
for
say
it.
this. He's gonna
Chrissy's
win.
gonna boot you.
Win. He's gonna serve a second term, and it's gonna be interesting. So, I'm just gonna say, maybe when he wins the second term, maybe then people will, see certain things that we can't say. But when he wins the second time around, maybe more people will wake up. And actually, I think Dylan Mulvaney will be the president. I think we're gonna have a twist.
I said that one day too. I agree with that.
Idiocracy at its
Dear
finest.
Lord, please make the rapture happen before that happens. Thank you.
Yes.
I think we're in it. Actually, we just need
think we
like pods
chose
of locusts everywhere.
Because at first I thought if you were taken in the rapture that you were bad, but now I've learned if you're taken in the rapture, you're actually that's a good thing. That's your
Right.
good.
The rapture's already happened, you guys.
We're just
I know. We got
Oh my God!
Everyone left behind.
Oh no!
Fuck me then, I guess, Lila. God damn it.
We all got put in hell.
I really think the rapture
We're in the
has
bad
happened and you can tap into it by living in the 5D and getting into like this spiritual.
Lila, I'm
thing.
engaged. Can't live in 5D anymore. Just 1D for me.
Oh my god, you guys, how exciting is it that we are like living in this time with all this craziness
So
happening?
exciting.
It's exhausting.
Really?
It's actually
Yeah,
pretty,
I'm tired.
It's pretty insane. I think it's funny when people are like, when they're like, oh my God, I was born in the wrong time period. I should have been. No, I was born in the right time period. Okay. I am so here for it. I am ready for the aliens to come. Okay. Shoot me up. I'm excited.
Yeah.
I would love to be abducted. I think that would just be amazing. Like,
Careful
I don't
what
know,
you wish for,
abduct
Lila.
me,
Right, it's
impregnate me
coming.
with some like alien baby. Give me twins. You know, I'm down.
Careful what you wish for, girl.
I'm sure
Yeah, you
it's
can't
on
say
its way.
abducted. Somebody in a white van is going to show up in front of your
I feel
house.
like an alien baby would like rip you apart. I'm just not. I don't want a little head with another little head with another little head with a mouth and teeth. No.
No kidding. I don't want it to like
alien
eat
has,
its way
like,
out of me.
8 dicks like an octopus, and it's just like engulfing me like everywhere, like going in my
Like-
ear.
like,
oh.
Lila's
always on a hentai.
Oh my God,
anime,
yes,
Lila.
hentai stuff.
You want a hentai? That's what you're describing, Lila.
I think it would be like erotic, exotic.
I could see Lila giving birth to an
exciting.
alien baby. Be like, "That's my son. Yep, he's got 3
Yeah.
dicks. What about your son?"
An alien baby who likes dogs.
Not that.
I love you just the way you are.
This is
So
so
cute.
great.
You're right. You're right, though, Lila. There's
how
never
cool
a dull
is this?
moment.
Like we're not even. I haven't even met some of you in real life, but like, look at us. We're hanging out.
at
This is
us.
the second time me and
Bonding.
Sarah Lynne have been on a podcast together. So
In the
fun.
week.
We're practically besties now. Like, this is so freaking cool. What a time to be alive.
That's
What a
true.
time.
Positivity is annoying, but I love it.
I need to just siphon some of that just a little bit.
I'm a pretty positive person,
I like
but then I
that.
hear Lila talking. I'm
So
like, gosh, I'm
positive.
miserable.
I know. I do.
Oh, it's fun.
I love your
Happy
glasses,
birthday,
Lila.
baby.
I want to get me some of those.
Unless
Little
there's
heart
dogs
ones.
involved, Lila's great.
We all need some
I'll eat
Lila in
them.
us.
Noelle says
With
Biden will
chopsticks,
win in
apparently.
2024 because it will be an even more safe and even more secure election than the last one. I
Yep.
agree.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't have
So
been
safe.
safer.
Can you imagine?
Steve, thanks for the super chat. Hi, Chrissy, Kara, April, Lila, Tuggs, Brittany, and Nina. Happy Easter. SimpCast is one of my favorite parts of Sundays. I show up for the cleavage, but stay for the laughs. Oh my God, thank you, Steve. Dude,
really sweet.
there were girls. There was a table of Gen Z girls at my Friday show in Staten Island. And at first I was like, oh, they're lost. Because usually my fans are middle-aged men. And so at the end of the show, I was like, oh, did you girls have fun? And they were like, we're actually really big SimpCast fans. And I was like, oh my
I love it.
God, women watch this show.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
That's good.
It was really awesome. And she was cool too. Like, one girl had one of her eyebrows was completely shaved off, and the other one just was shaved off in chunks. I'm like, this is so cool. I'm reaching this person. Like, I'm reaching the youth.
You did something, yeah.
The
I
youth.
did something.
I can't get on board with that eyebrow shaving thing. I saw a girl with like 2
No.
like big things shaved out
It
of
was a
one
huge
eyebrow the other day,
mistake.
but
No.
fuck a whole
What is this?
If
eyebrow.
you're watching, sweetheart, please grow your eyebrows back.
Please.
Listen,
Wait,
back
is
in
this
my
like
day,
you
if you had a
said-
notch in your eyebrow, that meant you were involved in a gang. Okay?
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Oh.
It is.
But
But
the
it was
violence
dead,
involved a very
Nyland.
violent one, so you rethink your choices there.
I
I didn't know this was a thing that people were doing now.
For
Yeah,
fun,
it
whereas
is.
back
Nope.
then it was because you were in a gang.
Right. He's really.
They just took the aesthetic and they thought it was cool.
There was
Yeah,
also a great moment during the show where this woman was like, my daughter's single. I said, because I'm like doing crowd work. Are there any single people here? This mom's like, my daughter, she's single. Like, she was talking, she's really single. I'm like, ma'am, you're talking about her like she's paraplegic. I'm like, she's fine. She's, beautiful. I'm sure she'll land on her feet. And then I'm asking the crowd, are there any single men here? And it was mostly like, married couples. And then the table in front of me was like, actually, our son is single. And they were about 4 years apart. Like, this girl that was there with the only child, and then these parents that were like, our son is, 24 or whatever, and she was 28. And then the dad's like, yeah, he's got a big dick like me. Like, he was really talking up. Yeah. Oh, and the dad absolutely had big dick energy because I'm like, your wife looks so happy. Like you look like you have an effortless relationship, and I just feel like a big dick can smooth over any argument. You know what I mean? Just like
I mean, it helps for sure.
This does help. And but the dad, like, great vibe, great couple. And then literally 5 minutes before the end of my set, the son walks in and sits at the table with the parents, and I'm like motioning to the girl, and I'm like, look, he's here. And then I'm like, oh, what's like, are you Republican? I'm like, so are they? I'm like, you guys, I'm like, do you both have jobs? Yes. I'm literally like, instead of telling jokes, I'm using my time on stage to like set up these two kids.
Matchmaker. We need it.
I'm obsessed with it. And then, yes, at the end of the show, I was like, Rachel, because her name was Rachel. I'm like, can I borrow you for a second? I just like pulled her across the room to talk with this guy. And then they were talking for like a while, like 15 minutes. And then at the end, they like exchanged information. And I was like, just invite me to the wedding. That's all. It was such a great feeling because the mom was like, thank you.
You should post on social media and see if you can get an update.
I'm gonna see if I can clip that part of it because I taped my set. I'm gonna see if I can clip that part of it and like subtitle it and post it. Because it was really cute. I should have said to the crowd, like, yeah, your dad was telling all of us like you have this big cock, but I didn't want to like embarrass him. I was like, yeah, your dad was really talking you up.
What if in 18 years somebody comes to your show and they're like, I am the love child of the matchmaking you made at your show?
That would I also have a big
and my dad has a giant alien cock.
No alien cocks, Lila. Enough with the alien.
Lila, what kind of edibles did you eat tonight?
Lila is on something tonight.
I think I'm still on my LSD trip I did 6 years ago.
Never came down from it.
I'm still on the journey.
You are still on the journey. I love it though. I'm gonna make sure because Tuggs has to bounce. I want to make sure that we got all the Tuggs chats. Anita Dick, Kara, did you know Tuggs is a gamer as well?
Tuggs, when are we gonna game together?
Let's do it.
Are you gonna join our Conan server? We need to get Nina.
I have to get a new computer to do Conan. I can't stream it.
Oh,
on a computer. I can do console stuff though.
Ooh.
So once I get a new computer, yes.
I have all the consoles, so we can do console stuff too.
Yay! Okay, I'm down.
Yay!
Yeah. I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
cool.
cool.
Stream together. I'm here for it. I know. I watch your guys' streams with Nina, with the X-Ray Girl, and everybody, all the Conan stuff. And I'm like,
our chaos.
The chaos. I want to be part of the chaos.
This is pure chaos, and I love it.
That sounds fun. Tuggs, thank you so much for coming on tonight. You're the best. You're always fun.
Really nice. I love coming on here. We had some good talks today. I love it.
Yes, we did. We covered all the crucial subjects.
Yes.
Tuggs, let the people know. I mean, if you're not following Tuggs at this point, you're mentally ill. But if you're not, here's your chance to follow her on all of her things. And Tuggs, tell them where they can do that.
I'm on Instagram and Twitch and YouTube. Poor Choices, POUR, Porn and Wine. With X-Ray Girl, you can find me. I'm that Tug Life on everything, so you can find me. And and here on Sundays sometimes, which I'm very excited about. So it was lovely streaming with you ladies as usual.
You're the best, Tuggs.
Don't let someone get to you too much, but I'll see you guys later. Bye. Happy Easter. Happy Easter.
I love the He Is Risen sign. That's also great for Morningwood. Okay.
Thank you. I have to hop off as well. Thank you for having me.
Venti, I missed you, Venti.
Venti related questions here that I have.
Okay. It was great to finally meet you, by the way, Brittany.
It's nice to meet you too.
Venti, is the strike's gone? Can you stream yet?
The strike is gone, but it doesn't let me stream. So I literally, my account should be able to stream. It doesn't have strikes on it, but it won't let me stream. I think it must be a bug because they literally removed the strike, but I tried to stream on it and it doesn't work.
Wow.
So
we have an important question here.
Support, please.
Is Britt transitioning to Weird Al Yankovic?
Wait, you know what? If you have curly hair, you just get compared to every person with curly hair. I wish straight hair people knew how this felt. Like,
it's either Weird Al or
hair.
Fucking Carrot Top. Like, give it a rest. Anyways, Venti, what do I do? Like, do you have a tweet going that I can tweet at Twitter or what?
Yeah, I do.
YouTube?
I made a thread and they said they were responding me a few days about it, but then it's been 3 days and they didn't get back to me.
So it's dead again.
On Twitter.
So
yeah.
Okay, we need to make it alive again, people. So go and retweet.
Retweet.
I'll
Yeah,
retweet
Venti, is
the
there something
thread.
on your profile that people can just easily go and retweet? Or you're gonna
I'll
draft
pin it right
something?
now.
Okay.
Did Venti? Did
Do
you
you
also
not like
talk about-
Pearl? I haven't watched this video yet. Do you not like Pearl?
Yeah, some of my
Venti?
listeners were really hoping this got brought up before you got off today.
Yeah, I watched the whole video, Venti. I was
Oh my
kind of
god!
excited
Give us
to talk about it.
the lowdown.
It's definitely worth the watch. I spent 3 weeks researching it, and it's really annoying when people are like, you took her out of context. It's like, bitch, I don't research someone for 3 weeks to take them out of context. Silence, peasant. But the video basically is about Pearl and the message she sends and basically her hypocrisy. And to sum it up, basically there was a time in 2021, summer 2021, where she had the opposite takes, where she was actually reasonable. And she said things like, yeah, these guys with really high body counts, they think they're going to get virgins, like fresh and fit. She specifically named them. They're delusional because virgins don't really want guys like that, especially when it's because of God. And then you look forward a month, just 1 month in her YouTube, and she's saying things that are complete manosphere talking points. So she completely changed her stances within 1 month. Nobody changes their morality in 1 month. 180. That's insane.
Right.
So I think 100% she's a grifter. I have all the timestamps in there. And I think that the message she promotes for men to cheat is absolutely
I don't like that.
disgusting. And it ignores all the consequences of it, regardless of, if it's societally okay. Yeah, there's other consequences to it that you're just ignoring. So you're promoting sociopathy and pathological behavior. And she teaches women to not have boundaries too. And she shows that within herself as well. Her saying, I would accept cheating. I don't know how many times, but yeah, for the right guy. It's like, that's so bad for the right guy. You let him. So depending on how sharp his jawline is how much shit he can treat you like. That's very
I wonder if-
psychotic.
It sounds very similar to Kevin Samuels, who would always bring up the point of like, sorry, as a woman, you just have to be willing to share. If you want a successful man, a 666 man or whatever, you have to be willing to accept the fact that he's going to cheat on you. You have to share him. You're either going to be a mistress or you're going to be the wife, and he's going to fuck around on you, and you have to be okay with that. I'm just like, there's a difference between a single guy cheating and fucking around and a guy with kids and a family being like, I deserve better, you know?
Yeah, and there's a difference between like, hey, these people who make a lot of money, they tend to be this type of way because it tends to be like sociopaths get ahead in life. Everyone knows that. So it's one thing to say that, right? It's one thing to say that, and then it's one thing to say like, this is what you deserve and this is what you're going to get and you will like it. You will accept it. That's completely crazy to me. And I think that everyone deserves the bare minimum decency of someone not lying to you and saying what they mean when they say, I am committed to you and I will not break these boundaries. That is something very dishonest. And I don't think you should be dating people who are that level of dishonest. Because what else are they going to lie about? Well, how much other harm are they bring to your life? So I actually think
the girl manosphere voice always felt strategic. Interesting. I mean, she has a very specific, passionate point of view, and she stands out for it for sure.
It's because
she shows up in my YouTube shorts, and I had never heard of her before until she started showing up in my YouTube shorts.
Yeah, I noticed that too. That's how I caught on to her as well. Was Allie had mentioned her, and then I saw the TikToks coming up about her, and I saw some of the stuff she was saying. But honestly, I think she's a lot worse than Kevin Samuels for multiple reasons. At least Kevin Samuels was original and had an original thought or two. Pearl has not. I've never heard her utter. And let me tell you guys, I researched her for 3 weeks. I've watched a lot of her content. I've personally never heard an original thought from her. Every single point I've heard has been regurgitated from the manosphere, and she specifically watched Fresh and Fit and Kevin Samuels, and she's talked about that too. So Kevin Samuels is better because number one, he's more original. Number two, he was more entertaining. Like he had one-on-one sessions where he's talking to girls.
Hilarious.
at least he's attempting to help
He
him.
had
Yeah,
funny
he's like-
sound effects. He'd have a button that'd be like, "I'm a PhD." You know what I mean? Like his sound effects were hilarious.
Yeah, so I have my criticisms of him, right? I made the video on him, and it's not like I'm gonna be like, oh, actually, never mind. But like, if I have to pick one, Kevin Samuels is better because at least he is more entertaining and does a little bit more help versus Pearl is not original at all. So it's really unfortunate that it's
Has she
come to this.
responded to you yet?
No.
Okay.
I'm sure.
Do you think she will?
Now I really want to watch this video.
You
They're
should.
pretty good. I was alerted to this tonight on our members only show. Actually, some listeners said, "Oh, you're going to be on with Brittany. You should talk to her about this, whatever the Pearly Thoughts or whatever the fuck, this Pearl chick." And I watched some of your videos on her, the clips of her just like saying, "Oh, women have just too high of standards. You know, like you've got to just accept that the guys will cheat because you make your home miserable and stuff."
so
It's like
sad,
that's not
though.
a good
It's
thing
so
to like start
sad.
breeding. Like,
No,
like
it's
that
terrible.
line of thinking. That's really sick, actually.
It's almost like I prefer someone like Allie Drummond because she dips a toe into the manosphere, but at the same time, she's like, this is how you keep your marriage hot. These are things you can do to like keeping your relationship from getting to a point where like the dude is thinking about cheating.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
And also, she's married. She's about to have her baby, so it's like she's actually like living the life that she's talking about or talking
Walking the
about
walk.
with dating.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit different when this person is giving all of this advice, but they themselves don't have what they're trying to teach to attain.
Sure, like
Yeah,
is
let
this
me-
Pearl chick with anyone? You know,
What was that?
like is this Pearl chick? Is she with anybody? Like, does she?
No, and I pointed that out on video.
No.
And it's worse. Her exes she picked were awful. Like one lied to her. He's a guy from TikTok. He's this obese guy from TikTok. He has a big following, and he lied by omission to her after living with her. I think I pieced a puzzle together. I'm pretty sure
Okay.
it was him, and I posted the video why. And he had 2 kids. He didn't tell her. Okay, so this is the guys that she's picking, and it's not something that there's enough distance or like her saying, I learned from it. Here's what I learned. Here's how to help. Here's what not to do. None of that. She hasn't learned her lesson. You can see it based on the things she says and the way she presents herself and how terribly desperate she is. And it's very sad to see, honestly. Like she comes from a multi-million-dollar family, a 10-bedroom
Whoa.
mansion with 9 siblings, and like you can't do better than that. And this is what you're
Damn.
telling women to do too. You're leading by example. And she herself says she won't go to a therapist who's single with no ring because why would she listen to her if she can't maintain relationships? Same goes for Pearl. She's
So are you
26
kind of-
years old, can't maintain relationships, not healthy ones.
Right. So are you kind of saying that like it sounds like all of her relationships have failed and stuff like that? So she's finding ways to maybe excuse it, like maybe it's like her fault or something, and she's like, "Oh, you know, these guys, you know, this is just how they behave, and you need to be okay with that because that's reality." And that's what she's doing, maybe to make herself feel okay with it.
Yeah,
don't know.
it definitely could be a cope. And
Yeah.
it just goes to so many different areas. Even when it comes to physical appearance, she's preaching to people, oh, well, you know, women need to be attractive. And it's not that that's wrong, right? And unfortunately, people will take that and be like, see, someone said the talking point I like, therefore they're fine. And it's totally okay if they fuck up. You're not allowed to criticize them. That's crazy. I've seen some comments like that. But she herself, despite being a professional athlete, is not in optimal shape. Like she is not taking care of herself physically.
I mean-
you would be shocked to find out she's a volleyball
that
player.
part of your video, I was dying. I was like,
You
I
body
can't-
shame her, Venti?
That was so funny though, because it was like she was like Venti is so right. Like she's got like the most like ridiculously dirty, disgusting hair, and I'm like, why is this chick popular? I just don't. It's like sticking to her head. I'm
Like
like,
she doesn't shower. or
Maybe
something.
she's just a tomboy. I don't know.
Can you just
So
talk
why
about
is she
what
telling women
Lila's
to be
eating right now?
attractive?
Look at this.
What is that?
Because
What is
that's
that?
Lila's like, let's change the subject. Look at my food.
Is that like mozzarella with balsamic
No,
glaze
I
on
like
it?
the subject. I just want to show you that.
Oh my god.
That looks
Eric
so
made you that,
good.
didn't he?
oh my
Yes,
god,
I've
I'm
been at your house when he's made you that before. It's good.
That looks delicious.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
I've had it
put
before
on
at
it.
Lila's house. It's really good.
I'm
He's a
super
good cook.
hungry
He
now.
makes a lot of good meals. I would die if it
Good.
wasn't for him. So I recommend getting. If you don't know how to cook, you should find someone who can.
That's good advice for Pearl too.
That would not be tolerated in the manosphere, Lila.
Oh my
I just get
God.
HelloFresh.
But the one, it's like she herself is trying to find a husband and has openly said this in a very desperate manner, along with her saying, "I would accept cheating." So
Yeah.
it's like
so
you can't
sad.
keep on telling women you need to do
You're
this
just
and
setting
that.
yourself up for failure with that kind of mindset.
Yeah.
Right, because every guy's gonna run roughshod all over her all the time.
And there's a difference between being a cool girl and having no respect for yourself. Like, and I
Right,
think
like
tolerating cheating is you're not having respect for yourself, and you don't think you're actually worth somebody not cheating on you.
But she's seeing it as one of those cool girl moves, like, oh, I'm one of the guys, I'm cool with
Oh,
cheating,
cool.
guys. Like, it's
Have sex with the
fine.
girls, just do it in the house, you know.
Mhm. Oh God, just bring her right on in. We'll have movie nights together and fuck.
Just
no.
keep it where I can see it, you know.
Right. I'd rather you would do it in the house, kind of like drinking for teenagers. Oh
Yeah.
God.
Oh my God.
I don't dislike Pearl. I think I had her on the show. She's got a very unique voice. She does make a lot of good points.
I don't
but-
agree. I think that they're all
but-
stolen from the manosphere community, like Reddit and Kevin Samuel. Like literally, I've never heard her say anything original.
She's doing that.
I
she's
posted
also
proof in the video,
doing
Chrissy.
it
I encourage
for-
you to watch it.
I will.
Sorry, go
she's
on.
doing it. She's taking that stuff, but she's trying to do it for a different audience because there's a lot of people who don't want to watch people like Kevin Samuels.
Right.
She's doing
He
it
said-
and trying to be something different to try and get these values out to other people. But
That's why
even
it's
if
a
it's not
grift.
coming out right.
Yeah, but that's why it's like a grift because she's trying to tap into that same audience that doesn't necessarily, like you said, like Kevin
Almost-
Samuels,
and her-
but then they can get the same message from
her
somebody else.
delivery is kind of like it doesn't sound like she's trying to reach women. It sounds like she's trying to reach and impress dudes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she is. That is her target audience.
Yeah, like young
I
men.
included. Yeah, I included a clip of a woman explaining it really well from TikTok that I had seen. How she specifically targets men by pressing their pain points over and over. It's a marketing strategy. It's a marketer that explained it. Yeah, their pain point of being unable to get women. So it's like if you keep pressing it over and over, then they
nice.
feel heard. And she's like, oh, then I can tell the women, I'm speaking to the women, and I'll convince them of this and that, so that you will get the thing you want. So that's what she's doing. It's a manipulative marketing thing. And also with her copying, I'm not just saying that. Like I post literal times. I had more than that, by the way. That's why this video took so long to do. I had more than one example of everything I talked about. So I had to go through and cut this video down so many times, to the point where it was like 46 minutes on Patreon. Then I had to cut it down to 39. I had so much, but there's a clip of her just regurgitating what Andrew Tate says, what Fresh and Fit say, and she just does it under the Pearl brand. It's not really her content. She's just mimicking what she sees works. And you can see that based on the timeline of her saying the opposite things and talking shit about Fresh and Fit. And then a month later, it's the complete opposite on her YouTube channel.
The part that was really crazy about your video was when you were showing when she was actually kind of genuine and like when she was doing like the car videos and stuff, and then how like her message totally changed. Like she started saying like the exact opposite. Venti put out receipts for everything she talked about. It was a good video. It's really
Thank you. And it's to the point, by the way, where she will get a predominant, and I'm not the only one who knows this. Hotep Jesus pointed it out too. I saw the interview. Oh my God, that was a train wreck. Hotep Jesus was like throwing those like silent daggers at her the whole time. It was like a very passive aggressive show. Yeah, it was very entertaining to watch. I was like, because every time I saw it, because I know the information I know, so I know exactly what he's referring to. And it's like, oh, he didn't just say that. Oh my God. It's just like, nobody, if you don't know the context, you would just be watching and thinking it's like a regular interview. But if you know what he's talking about and saying to her, then you're like, oh my God, like the whole thing that's going on. But it's to the point where she has like predominantly Black panels, just like how Fresh and Fit do. And it's funny because she's in London. Keep in mind, she's not in America. London has only like 3% of Black people. Why is she like exclusively recruiting Black people? I just want to know why. Why is that? What is the theme she's running on her show? What's the narrative she's pushing? these are the questions you should be asking.
I don't even know enough black people to do a black panel.
I was just thinking that. Like,
I mean,
not
I
out
had
of
to
like,
really scrape them together.
right,
Oh,
not out
well.
of like dislike or anything. I just don't know that many people.
No. Oh, I guess this is it. Josh Plaything's interview, 2.5 hours long. Hotep Jesus, this was 4 days ago. Interesting.
Oh wow,
Like-
this just came out.
Yeah. Okay.
Like she copied their entire
Are we gonna
show.
EPAP it?
I mean, it's 2.5 hours long.
What your childhood household?
Childhood household.
Parents together? They're separated? Are they, you know?
Ooh, I
just
like
getting
Pair Up,
by?
Hotep.
Are they affluent?
So okay, what do you hold on one second.
Mhm.
Do you
Uh-oh.
you want that on? I'm sorry, my producer is a perfectionist, so he's upset with my audio.
Wait, her producer's a perfectionist, but she
He's the
lets
best
her
though,
dress.
actually, but
Okay.
That's what's up. Shout out to the producer.
yeah.
I wonder if she's trying to avoid the answering the question.
Kind of. Yeah.
No, so
Seemed
I
like
grew
it.
up in the Chicago suburbs, about 45 minutes away from the city.
Boring.
And
I
my
have some
dad-
timestamps actually of this
Oh, you do?
interview.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
do.
I'm gonna have to go and watch this. But do you have any high points?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, he did this too. He I
So
guess he
so
titled it.
at 18 minutes in, around there, he starts talking about her panel being or she talks about her panel being diverse, even though it's predominantly Black and sometimes Latina. It's around 18
But that means
minutes in.
diverse now, right?
Yeah,
but it's,
that's what it
yeah, right. Like on how it's
different
used.
kinds of Black people.
Sort of. I will say the first video that took off was I showed my friend the red pill for the first time. That was before the show, but yeah.
Right. Okay. So this video that you're talking about went viral. The red pill one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What was that one about?
It was showing my friend a Jordan Peterson video.
You red pilled somebody off of a Jordan Peterson video?
Well, sort of. I mean, Jordan Peterson's not red pill, but it was talking about the
I love Hotep's quiet, nonchalant sarcasm.
pig
Yeah,
act.
that
So
the whole
a lot of
interview. It's
people-
insane.
It's hard because people use red pill in so many different ways.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But I was more talking about we're told the pay gap is one thing, but it's another. And so what I found was there would be girls that to me were so logical, but they just believed this stuff that just wasn't true. And so I sat my friend down and I showed her Jordan Peterson, and it was an hour video, and it's a 2.5 hour reaction of me just breaking down why as a woman you're not oppressed. And it's kind of cool for the audience because they
Maybe I missed the part about
yeah, it might have
people.
been right before. It's not a perfectly exact timestamp because I was watching it
did.
on
And I thought
the
London
TV.
was so cool because everyone in London, that was the most diverse place that ever lived.
Diverse.
And what was cool about London was I could meet someone from Italy and from Spain, and the cultures would just be so freaking different. And it was so cool. And
But
I just thought it'd be so
interestingly
cool to-
enough, all Black panel though, despite it being so diverse. But yeah, sorry for not having exact timestamps, but that's
Okay.
approximately where it is. And then at 1:12:30, Pearl says that she's not a money motivated person, which I found very interesting considering that, she changed her story completely 180
But
in order
generate
to
some
grab.
buzz and make me some coin, right? I think that is really where your passion lies.
Ooh.
You see?
You went for
What?
it.
Wait, what did he say?
Yeah. Yeah, you see,
my
he just violently does it. You
Oh
see?
man.
Wait, I totally missed
What?
that. Can you?
That
can
was
you
like a
rewind it?
sniper.
I know.
That was wow. That was
that
top
was
of a building.
Smooth.
What the hell just happened?
I just
It's nonchalant.
Trying to understand Pearly. It just seems like
Oh,
you're a future production filmmaker / content guru
this
type
almost
person.
sounds like a
I think
compliment.
that's really where your passion lies. Is I want to create content that is going to generate some noise, generate some buzz, and make me some coin, right? I think that is really where your passion lies.
Wow.
Yeah.
She's just like, what?
I like making.
Oh, this is painful.
I just follow what I'm interested in. I'm not really a money motivated person, to be honest.
Yeah, interesting.
Well, I
She
think
said she's not a money motivated.
Swiveling intensifies. Oh man.
algorithm hit though. Like if you see the algorithm,
That
you know,
algorithm though.
it's like, hey, it's going this way, right? Like when earlier when you're talking about the TikTok strategy, you kind of see what's working, what's
Oh, come on. I'm using Microsoft Edge and everything.
not, and then what hits, you know, you're like, all right, that's a lane right there. I'm gonna hit that lane.
Oh, what is wrong with my dumb ass browser?
Right. So whether it's TikTok's doing you know,
She does not feel
quizzes, or
comfortable.
you're doing a house tour,
No, she's fidgeting.
you know,
Oh yeah, as the interview goes on, it
if
gets
you
worse. She
find a
gets silent at
lane,
one point.
you know, you're gonna grind it out. But I think it's in the content creation sphere because that's what all these things surround is content creation. You're building a content house.
No
Right?
answer.
You have the studio. What's the studio called?
I don't know.
Oh my god.
Oh, you never named the studio?
No.
Oh man, you gotta
She's
name the
so
studio, baby
defensive.
girl. You better
She's like, you're black. I thought this was gonna be easy for me.
give it an African
Wow,
name too.
she's barely talking at this point.
He's trying to make it light. He's like,
I
I've
watched this
clearly
whole
put her
thing.
on the defense. Yeah.
She was very uncomfortable during this whole thing, but the thing I find funny is she really should have just leaned into it and just been like,
Yes.
yeah, I got 1 million point whatever followers. I know how to get people to watch my videos. I know the
Right.
talking points. You could just be mad about it, but I'm out. Yeah, I am out here making money.
Or
I'm
she
not
could have
wrong.
leaned into I know it looks this way, but what makes me feel good is that I'm genuinely helping people. I get this, and that, whatever.
Sure.
Like, well, I'm sure there's people she's helped. You know, she should have mentioned that because if this is something that's look, this is something that makes you look like a non-genuine griftery type person, then you need to balance that out and tell a genuine, you need to like make yourself vulnerable or tell like a genuine story, or you need to like, all right, say something that tips the scales even again.
And also, if she really did watch Kevin Samuels as much as she said she did, there were a lot of times where Kevin Samuels would get ridiculed, but he would say, I've gotten 12 couples married through my program.
Yes.
I've gotten people
Yes.
husbands and wives. I've connected people. And yeah, she should have leaned into that and said, I've helped people and I'm starting a conversation that people aren't talking about. And I know what I'm doing, whatever. But it's this whole like kind of her not talking. But the one thing I want to say that Hotep did say towards the end, which was very interesting, is because he was like, she's 26, he's in his 40s. He's like, the way that you think in your 20s is totally different when you get into your 40s. And maybe like he was trying to give her like the benefit of the doubt. And like he was being, you know, I thought like he was being nice to her towards the end of like trying to tell her that, hey, like you should just lean into this. Like instead of running away from it, he was telling her just to lean into it. There's nothing wrong with that. So.
Yeah.
Right.
Also,
That, like,
there's another timestamp I want you to look at. I don't have the exact one because there's a couple of different points that it's brought up, but I'll just summarize it. I'll give you a timestamp. So the first one's 23:39, and then it goes into 31:18, and then onward to 34 minutes in. So it's between 23 minutes and 34 minutes. That's when it's talked about. But basically, there was this drama. And the reason that everybody's been talking about Pearl, about the Nick Fuentes thing, is also because this other content creator mentioned that he almost got put in Pearl tried to put him in a contract, and that contract she offered him, which she claimed was a good contract, was a 70-30 contract. 70-30, meaning she gets 70, he gets 30. Yeah,
Wow.
and she's claiming she's not money motivated. Like,
Wait,
she said that's a good contract.
You know who says that? Rich people. Okay, you know who is money motivated? People who have been broke for many, many years.
Wait, who are you saying? Who are you talking about, Brittany? The Fuentes was the other, the 30?
No. Sarah Garvey, I think that's his name. He's a Black creator that worked with Pearl, and he was talking about modern day slavery, and he kind of tied that in with her offering him a 70-30 contract where she gets 70. And he said, Pearl, so like what's on the worst side? Like you're telling me you have people under you that are worse off? Like their contract's worse? So she's like, yeah, like the people like Auntie that she signed on. And So she has people sign on taking even less of a percent, like 15% probably. And she wanted him to not only, okay, it's not just that it's a bad deal. Keep in mind, she wanted him to be in office, according to him, be in office like 7 hours a day for like 5 days a week, like a full-time job. And then
Like an
saying, oh,
employee.
you only get 30%. That's
Wow.
insane.
I'm playing this now.
Yeah, some did, some didn't.
What the
Depends
fuck
on
was
the
that
show.
question?
I genuinely don't know.
What's up? Oh, okay.
Oh, she just seems
Interesting,
so
okay.
uncomfortable.
It sort of reminds me of the whole fresh and fit type feel. You know, you bring people together and you ask them relationship questions. You know, that's the vibe I'm getting here, and I think it's a great lane. You know, we have our award show called the Grifties. Make sure y'all vote for me.
Oh
And,
no!
this is a good grift.
boy.
This is a good grift, right?
In the same breath, grifty.
So I think it's fair to say that a good portion of the content did feature African Brits, right?
Like,
I didn't see color. I didn't notice.
Some
Yeah,
did, some
what?
didn't.
I guess they were black. I don't really know. I don't
I
really
genuinely
know.
don't know.
I don't see color.
Oh my gosh,
He's literally
that's
saying that.
what
I
Chrissy was
don't know.
Yeah.
I actually didn't think
No,
of
just,
their race.
You know, I took a look at the channel and it seemed like a lot of African Brits was on there. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? It's nothing wrong. I think black and white people need to work
Nothing
together.
wrong with a little
more,
color.
You know, and I think there's beautiful things we could build there.
Yikes.
You know, so I wouldn't run from that, you know, per
She's
se. and
praying
say
for
that
diarrhea right now.
She's
Any
like, "Can this
reason?
a
end,
good
please?"
portion. There's nothing wrong with saying that, right? That a good portion of your talent was African Brit, right? Is that something we can't say?
No, it's not something you can't say. I would say a good portion, sure.
He's being so
I just
careful.
don't genuinely know what percentage because I don't know.
I don't write them down.
Okay. I mean, your producer's black. He looked like an African Brit.
No, well,
Just say you love black cock, Pearly. Hey, come on. Come on.
Right? And that's cool. You know, I think, like I said, I think we need to work together. So let's talk about I want to talk about the business, right? We're gonna talk about the 70-30 deal and all of that. I want to go through that. I'm a business
that's
guy. I
what you
like to get to the
mentioned.
numbers. This is between I hadn't heard this brother until recently, Sarah Garvey, right?
Oh,
whoops.
Come
We gotta have Hotep back on SimpCast. He was great.
And
I love
the
Hotep.
claim here is
Is
that
it real? Do we want to listen to this,
he
or do we want to
helped
go to
build your
that the next timestamp you had, Venti, at
No,
31?
this part.
would you
No, listen.
say
Okay.
that's fair to say?
Okay.
At least in some regard.
He helped some, sure.
This
Do
is
you
the
think
most
you think you
awkward
would have got the
interview.
buzz with or without him?
Really uncomfortable.
Yes, I do.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry about my.
That
I don't
would
know
be
what's
like
going on.
my biggest concern, like to interview someone and then have them give me that like stone face and just awkwardly like
That's fair.
swivel
That's
all the
fair. I
time.
mean,
Like, oh my
But
god.
then you have to break this up. You have to like. But again, yeah, he probably. You either want to get answers or you want to dissolve the tension. You can't. The perfect interview is a balance of both, and he probably wants answers more than he wants to make her feel comfortable. But at the same time, you're not going to get your answers until you make
if
her
you
feel
don't,
comfortable.
yeah, if you make her feel comfortable. Like if this is 24 minutes into the stream, this is a 2-hour interview.
Yeah.
And she's giving him nothing at like 24 minutes. Like, what the fuck?
And she's fidgety as hell.
Yeah.
Wait, there is one part in here where he asked her about one of the guests, and he asked her what his race was, and then she was like, I don't know, and he goes, did you see his face? He was like, well, did you see his face? That's funny.
I don't see color, Lila.
Stuff popping.
Oh, were they black? I didn't know.
how much of that? Because you said it's been a year, right? So how long?
I think there was a week where I had like 3. I happen to have 3 black guests on in 1 week, and I was like, "It's Black Week, Frank!" Like I definitely know. It's like, wow, look at me! Like, don't
Was
tell
it
me
in February?
Don't notice. I was just like, this never happens.
How much of that was Sa? Was he there from the beginning, or did he come later on in the middle, or?
He came in the first couple shows, and then I think
I forget what this is even talking about.
So they're talking about the 70-30 thing. So that's what they're talking about. The guy who got that deal, and he said no to it.
Okay.
So from June.
All right.
Like
This is so he's just
saying,
so he's basically establishing here that he's did a lot of work for her. That's why he's asking this. So
6
why would you
months
offer him 70-30 and she's taking the 70?
I guess the breakup is recent over this,
Yeah.
Okay. Did you think there was any issue
absolutely
with your
detest? It's like, how much longer?
Just
Maybe
watch
it
her
got
experiment
better
to
because
check
they
out.
went
It
on
hadn't
a lot.
gotten better.
It
How
doesn't
could
get
you
better.
go on?
It gets
Wow.
worse, actually. She just stonewalls to the point where she stops responding to his questions on the second half.
Dude, that's horrific.
But then Hotep says, when I come to the UK, I'm gonna come on the show, right?
Yeah.
Obviously.
Knocking on your door.
Top of the list.
It was hilarious.
Wow.
Hotep.
This looks like a nightmare interview for me. Like it's like, oh my God.
Hard to watch,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
All right.
feel
I'm
like-
gonna hop off. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I have to go because Sean's gonna drop something off for me. So
Ooh, that dick.
Alien talk.
She's dropping that D.
Dropping the D. He has risen. Enjoy your Easter.
yeah. Happy Easter, everyone.
Happy
Good
Easter.
night.
Happy Easter, Venti.
Follow
Take care.
Venti.
Enjoy
Follow on
your
Instagram.
alien dick.
At
Yeah, my pearl
Saturday
videos on my
Supermodel.
YouTube.
Yeah.
All right,
Also,
good
go
night.
tweet her thing out so that
Yeah.
we can get her
Yeah.
to stream
Tweet
it.
YouTube. I have it pinned on my Twitter profile. I can't stream because of like some error on their end that they won't fix. And they haven't responded to yet. They said that they would. But anyway, thank you guys. It's nice seeing you. Bye-bye.
Love you, Venti. Love you, Venti. Even though dick is more important than me. On the show. No, that was great. What a great teaser for her Pearl video. And now I have to watch this Hotep interview.
I know. We had listeners tonight on our members only that were seriously interested in that. Like, you guys have to talk about this Pearly thing. I'm like, I don't know
glad.
who this is.
I'm glad it came up.
So
I
yeah,
like-
people will watch.
I found out about Pearl on
Yeah,
Twitter
I
like a
don't
few,
like her.
maybe like a month or so ago. Like I think I saw a tweet of hers that I was like, oh, she seems interesting, So I pressed the little follow button, and then a couple months later, here we are. Like Venti's doing a video about her, and I'm like, wait, what is this
Right.
about?
Like she's drifted to the griftosphere.
Yeah, so I was like, oh, this is
know.
interesting.
Interesting.
But it was a good video. I think Venti's video, personally, I think Venti's video was, at least for me, was more interesting than this interview. Like it's like, because
She has some
she's
charisma.
kinda, yeah, and she
Mhm.
connects all the dots, and she,
Mhm.
pulls from different places and everything like that. So if you're
That's
into
important.
watching something with Pearl in it, you should watch Venti's video because it's more entertaining.
Wow. And that's the thing. It's not like if you do short videos, you can present an image in a very calculated manner. But if you're someone who does a lot of interviews and does a lot of live stream, like eventually the chat will see. Like the
catch
chat
on.
sees all. Like people start to connect the dots and like Venti, like, oh, you had difference of opinion here. And it's not just like you grow and evolve over time. It's like, oh, in a short time span, you completely, I guess, flipped your opinions. But I mean, the chat, you can always tell if someone's being genuine or not. So I guess eventually either people discover your porn or you do an awkward interview and people find out you're not a victim of sex trafficking. It's a myriad of things.
I mean, look,
Yeah.
we're all being sex trafficked on Twitter, okay?
I've been sex trafficked all over the place. If like just your likeness, your image has been shifted out there everywhere on Reddit and all that. Yeah, we've all been trafficked.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you log onto Twitter on a new device, that's sex trafficking.
I think
That is
Kara
fun.
has been trafficked more than any one of us. Like she got
Ooh.
canceled, man. She got trafficked hard.
Mm-hmm.
Shitty.
Okay, and a lot of people are saying that she was on trigonometry this morning. That was also a bit of a shit show. Okay, so now I have
Interesting.
I don't know what
what?
that is.
So she's the next hot thing, it sounds like.
Mhm.
Is trigonometry like a math channel? Like,
He's
what is
no, it
that?
sounds like it, but it's Constantine Kissin. He's really awesome. I'm a big fan of his. He was the
Okay,
guy who
look
went
it up.
viral recently. He was speaking at, I think it was like Oxford, and he just had this rant about basically like why are we all getting hung up, like why is Gen Z getting hung up on climate change? Like anything we would do here in I guess the UK or
Okay.
doesn't make a dent because it's China, it's India. These countries, you know, he had his receipts. Like they contribute the most of the pollution. So like why are they guilt tripping us about a fucking can of hairspray when like look at China?
Oh, I think I saw that.
There was
I think I saw that.
also
And he's so smart. He's really cool.
there's also another YouTuber. Her name is the Authentic Observer. Shout out to Mark the Cyborg sent me this other video where she's done a video about Pearl as well, and apparently he says it's really good. So there's
Wow.
also
And they're in the UK as well. So it's like trigonometry and I guess Pearl as well.
Okay.
Interesting.
Next one to dig into.
Wow. Let's go to the super chats and collect ourselves. Right, oh boy. This was a hard watch. The Pearl dumb as rocks.
Yeah, the lack of response is hard.
Oof.
It's terrible.
Like, don't. Yeah. She's definitely letting people see her sweat.
I don't like too when people go on a show, and I feel like when you go on a show, you have to respond to whatever's being thrown at you, right? You kind of agree to that by going on the show. I think that's kind of odd.
Or if you have like, hey, reach out in advance. Hey, I really don't want to talk about this subject or that subject. Here's a really good example. And this is something I wanted to bring up and get your guys' opinion anyway. So what would you say? Like, let's say someone comes on your podcast. It's either like a topical thing or whatever. Like let's say it is a topical thing and they want to come on and discuss this thing. And it involves topics. Let's say it involves the jab or January 6th or like all the things that are like hot topics, but censorship, right? These are all things I cover on my show, and I like to talk about people who've been canceled, whatever. So let's say someone comes on your show, freely talks about these subjects, you know, willingly makes himself vulnerable, but like, yeah, is passionately talking about these subjects, right? And then like several months later hits you up and is like, and I have like a couple of guys who make clips because I don't, you know, I don't have the time or the bandwidth to like watch my shows and like cut up clips. So a lot of the times like they'll be watching as it's live and they'll make time stamps and they'll make clips, right? They'll be like, oh, these are the most interesting nuggets from this interview, and they make clips. And so a clip came out and this person, let's say you made a clip and the person messaged you like 7-8 months later and was like, oh, hey, I really don't like this clip of me because now it's affecting my sons trying to get a job. Can you please take it down or take my name off or just like whatever? And I just want to know what you guys would do, because I'm going, like I would only ever take a clip down or change it if like it was personal information that came out, someone was doxxed or something like that, where like someone's in danger, is something, you know. Other than that, I think it sets a horrible precedent because, well, and this is like not the first time that this has happened. Like a few times I've been like, oh God, you know, can you just take that down? And I think unless you've revealed some really personal information, I think the answer should be no, because you can't, like, that's kind of ridiculous. And like, what if you went on like Tim Pool or like Fox News or something, and I'm like, oh, actually, can you take that down? Like that subject that I really wanted to talk about, that I was happy to talk about, that I freely came on and talked about with gusto, with pride. with passion. Well, now it's 8 months later, and now I'm afraid it comes up when you Google me, and I think my son is not going to be able to get a job from it. Can you take that down? Like, I don't know what your guys' take of this is, what you would do, and I guess am I an asshole by not basically not taking it down?
Yes. No, I'm just joking.
I think that's. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, April.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, I think it's a little disingenuous if you take it down, I guess, because you already said the thing, damage done, and any like walking it back, I think makes you look kind of odd now too. It's almost like going back to the Bobby Lee thing. I do agree though, Chrissy, like if it is something like sensitive personal information or somebody's being harmed or doxxed or something, then absolutely, like that's a no question for me, take it down. But you'd think you'd know that within 8 months too. Like 8 months down the road, that's quite a long time.
Well, a quick question. Are they asking you to just take down the clip, or they're asking you to take down the whole live stream as well?
Well, that's a thing I don't think she understands, because it was in a live stream and she brought it up because a clip came out, and she's like, can you just take my name out of it? Well, it's not about anybody else. It's about you and your experience. And like, what would you have me? Random woman. Really? That's what would you have me rename this thing? And also, like, I can barely keep up with my own shit. Like, I don't really have time to be going back and be like, oh, somebody's feeling someone's.
Right.
First of all, like, if your son can't get a job because you did an interview on YouTube, like, yeah, maybe that's not the kind of place they should work. Aren't we supposed to be like fighting the woke mob? Fighting against cancel culture, like being like, fuck you people? I don't know.
I would like, it's honestly depends on the situation for me, but obviously, yes, April's right and you're right. If it's like doxing, absolutely. Like,
and also, it's not only is it on YouTube, it's on Rumble, Rockfin, Twitter, Facebook, Odyssey. It's everywhere. And
that
also,
sounds like damage done.
This person did many interviews on this subject because it was like something topical, like they were fired up about it. It wasn't just my show. Like, they're on
but
the
even
internet.
even like if it's like a doxing thing, you don't necessarily have to take it down. You just censor. Like, you're like bleep, like at this part, or like you put a black mark on, like if it's like a written thing or whatever. Like, so you're not technically, ripping that part of the interview. So what this person's asking you to do is a lot, depending on whatever it is. It's like, but she was prepared to come and talk about it anyway. So I mean, I don't know. It honestly depends on who it was, what the situation was, how they asked me, and basically all the like. But no, in general, like I would be leaning more towards you, like, because you already kind of consented to come to this interview and you talked. You're an adult, so you should know what you're saying when you're basically consenting to come on my show and talk about this thing. So that's not my job to babysit what you're saying.
And it's also like, kind of making me seem like I'm the asshole for not understanding. Like
look at like me, for example. Like, if I were to come to you and be like, hey, I want you to take this interview down that we did, that's ignorant on my part because it's already out there.
Right.
And especially since there's interviews from so many other people that I've been on, that I've talked to about my situation, like, it's gonna be out there. Trying to get it off of the internet from one person is not gonna save
so many
you.
clippers are out there,
exactly.
These have been clipped.
It's the internet. It's gonna be there no matter what. Like, it doesn't matter what you try to do. Like, and it's gonna be there.
And I think to Kara's point too, that's actually something you probably don't want to do, is bring attention to it by taking it down or by asking it to be taken down and blah, 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 because that's the Streisand effect. So if you do that, more people will be like, well, what was this? I want to go and find out what it is you actually said. So they'll look for it even more. People will rip it. I mean, look at what happened with Eliza
It's
Blue.
deleted tweets.
Dude.
People will always go into archive.com and find the deleted tweet, and they'll screenshot it. It is always there.
Yeah,
and
the
people will
internet's forever.
seek it out if they know it's not presently visible.
Like, nobody cared about the Eliza Blue thing until she made such a huge deal out of it. And then everybody was like, oh, you don't like this video in here? Let me rip the video and upload it to this other platform. And now everyone can watch it anyway. So it's just, people are weird. They will make, they will make it.
I will say this too. I think it's important, like if something that you've said previously is like come under fire, so to speak. I hate that line, but I think it's important not to take it down, because if you take it down, then all context is completely lost.
Yeah.
My husband Aaron, like he started his whole career in radio for many years, and then the thing that got us to leave radio and come completely digital at the time was that he had said something in a live stream on a morning show that somebody blew completely out of context and stuff, and the station had him like nuke that whole episode and everything, so now context is lost, right?
Wow.
And I think that's really important to leave that shit up there, because if you said something that you ended up changing your mind or growing and you decided that what you said was wrong, at least you can go back and like source this thing and be like, look, what I said here was shitty, or I've decided that was the wrong thing to do, and this is how I feel now, and I'm sorry, or whatever, if that was like the case. I feel like this is really situational, but it's important to leave original context intact, I guess.
And what kind of example does
that's a
that
great
set
point.
for your son? Like, you go on interviews, you speak out publicly about an issue that you're right to speak out on. But then you're like, oh, actually, I'm going to actually try to get this removed because, you know, I'm afraid that you're not going to get a job. But it's like, okay, that's a temporary thing, but shouldn't we be trying to promote a culture of speaking out on things that are wrong, that are bullshit, that are unjust?
I don't necessarily believe that's why she wants it removed either. It seems kind of.
Why do you think?
I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, how would her son's employer?
Right. They're not. What are they? Are we Googling our moms of people that we're interviewing?
I don't know. People are blasting my mom for being overweight and stuff on here. You never know. She's
Maybe
not part of this
comes
world
up
at
with
all.
the last name, but I don't know.
Well, also, I feel like Chrissy, if you delete it, then that kind of makes it seem like you'll just delete any other. Maybe
I agree.
People ask you to delete stuff, and then you're down like a slippery slope.
Yeah, because if you give an inch, they'll want a mile.
Then you'll have to start deleting other things, and I don't know. It's a strange request that she would even ask you to do that. Again, I could understand if, let's say, like, she had a job that was like, hey, my actual job, and this is going to affect my livelihood, and they've asked me to take this video down, and she had proof of that, and, you know, I could understand maybe in that context.
Yeah, she had no proof.
Yeah.
Of this.
So if that was the case, then I'd be like, oh, okay, this is actually affecting her livelihood. It's affecting her ability to make money. But it just seems like maybe she just is not.
But you also said she
anymore.
wanted multiple. She done this multiple times.
She had gone on, I think, other shows, and there are other like internet outlets that covered this story of hers.
Okay, I thought you meant like she asked you to do that multiple times. Like she's been on multiple times.
Oh
and
no,
asked
she was just on once.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting. I mean, try and track down your entire internet record to be like, oh man, I gotta.
Well, now this makes sense why people have you sign things that they say that they have rights to the video and blah blah.
You know
blah.
what's crazy, Lila, is I did in the beginning of the pandemic, I did and this was before Steven Crowder did his version, by the way, not like it's a competition, but like I did this video. It's called like everybody was kung flu fighting. It was like right when the pandemic first started, and like, it's Chinese, you know, and it was a quick clip of a bunch of comedians singing a line of everybody was kung fu fighting. I'm like, you could say flu, whatever. It was just like a bunch of comics in New York. It was funny. I don't know if it went viral, but it got some views. It was a fun little project to do while we were home. And then I think a year later, a comedian that was in I guess the sketch, like in the video. And this was a girl who asked me to be in it, who was like, is it too late? I want to be in the thing. I like held off completing it to like get this girl in. But like a year later, she reached out like, actually, can you like cut the part of me out of it? Like, can you take it down? Can you take my name out of it? Like, because she was afraid to be associated with me. Because it's like,
oh my God.
Oh, I'm afraid I'm going to lose my job. And like, I heart radio. And it's like, why did you beg me to do it?
Yeah.
Dude, I've got minimal comments like that too. Like, I don't like to go anywhere identifying as like a certain like political party or the likes, but like I've had some people message me like, "Oh, you were on SimpCast. That must mean you're a righty and you're gross and stuff like that." I'm like, "Oh my goodness, you know,
Excuse
like,
me, gross?
like,
Gross.
like to be
Gross.
like associated with anything
You mean
right
hot?
at all, right, exactly." I think
God,
Cumia
you're
said that right. I think Cumia came out once recently and he's like, "Girls on the right just tend to be hotter. I don't care about their politics; they're just hotter." But
true.
Well, that's because the girls on the left have completely let themselves go. Like it's just a bunch of fucking weirdo blue-haired fucking whales that are just
septum piercings.
Well,
Yeah,
I think
like,
if you spend a lot of if you spend a lot of your time being angry, like the outside reflects the inside. And if you have a bunch of unresolved issues and you fucking hate yourself, hate your dad, like
that is the truth.
Hate everything, you're miserable, like you're not going to look your best.
If you are ugly on the inside, it's going to come out on the outside eventually. For sure.
Wade in the chat says true. Chicks on the left are dudes. I mean, yeah, basically.
All the chicks on the left have dicks. Magnum Norris, I think she's caught in a whirlwind and she doesn't know what to do. Not an excuse. And I get it. I get you're a mom. Maybe you feel like you're trying to be protective and you want your kid to be successful and get a job. But like, I don't know. It sounds like a stretch.
Then don't say those things in the first place then. Like that's like this always bothers me about like certain porn stars too. Like Lana Rhoades did this. Like she got pregnant, and once she got pregnant and decided she was going to have this kid, she's like, "Oh, well, I kind of don't want to be known for my porn stuff anymore because I don't want my kid to see that." And it's like, well, that was kind of a consequence you knew could happen down the road,
Dude,
right?
April, like freaking, like you forget porno stars. I mean, that's pretty hardcore. But even like people like Scarlett Johansson say stuff like that. They're like, "Oh, I don't really want to be known for like doing nudes and like blah blah blah." When I was, when I was younger, now that I'm a mom. It's like, what the fuck? That's what you got famous for. Like, who cares that you had a nice body? Like,
you're right.
whatever.
They shit on everything that made them famous.
Yeah.
Because now, like in the future, they suddenly don't feel okay with whatever that was.
Yeah, like they
But
don't
it
like
got
their
you
own
here.
voices. Yeah, you
They
make
want
those
their
choices.
cake. They want to have their cake and eat it too. Like they don't want to acknowledge and be real and be like, "Oh yeah, I clearly used my looks to get to where I am." But now that they're at that place, they want to pull up the ladder behind them. And be like, "Oh no, I got here because I'm a good person.
I only used my looks because it was the patriarchy, and that's the only way you could get ahead." It's like, whatever, bitch.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like people just maybe like whatever this person is that's asking you to take things down, like maybe they didn't consider consequences down the road. Like I get trying to be protective of your kids, but that was always a possibility. You know, like once you've said the thing, there's always a possibility that there's consequences someday. So maybe be a little more careful with what you're choosing to do with your time in that case.
Right. And like wouldn't it occur to you like, oh well, this is something it does sound like bullshit.
A little bit.
Ooh, Raider. Thank you, Raider.
Wow.
Raider for the super
pretty
chat.
cool.
Very generous. And just a goofy face.
Raider's awesome. He was in my stream earlier today.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you, Raider.
And then I
Thank
said
you.
his name wrong. I said Raptor 03. And he's like, "You said my name right the other day." I was like, "Oh my god!" Now it's gonna be like Raider. Somebody come Raider.
Oh my god, really? You're gonna get that stuck in my head again today.
So strong that she can't even stand by her own words. Ugh, yeah, it's a little icky.
That does feel icky, just that whole thing. Like, can you imagine being in their shoes, like messaging you too? Like, "Hey, could you take this down? It doesn't make me or my sons look very good
Then
right now."
why did you do it in the first place?
That's
Did
what
you
I'm
not know
saying.
what
You
he
got to
said?
think about that.
Did that
Yep.
thing not happen to you? So what's going on here? I don't know.
I had I don't know why, but when you said, "Can you take this down?" I was thinking of like that. How about no? Like Dr. Evil. It's like,
How about no,
Yeah,
Scott?
how about no?
And then I'm like, oh, I feel like I'm the bitch. It took you 3 weeks to learn Pearl's a grifter. Oh, I don't.
Oh, what?
I'm gonna have
Was
to
that
watch
for Venti?
That was for Venti.
No, it took 3 weeks to make the video. Guys, it takes time to make a video.
It's very thorough.
Right.
Once she has her teeth sunk into you, she's like an autistic pit bull. She's not going to let go.
I think that's a good route too. Do your homework a little bit before you put something out like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Those kind of videos take time. Like you have to do so much research and back up your words with what you're saying. It takes time.
Wade, I would simp for Pearl, but apparently she likes black guys.
Oh no.
Well, let's get to
Aw.
tanning. Right, oh boy, her black
Time to
fans
do
don't like
blackface. Sorry.
her anymore after having Nick Fuentes on.
Oh boy. Oh, that might
Why
cause
would
some problems.
they
huh?
not like her over that?
Well, Nick Fuentes is polarizing.
I want to have him
to a lot
on.
of people.
I want to have him on. Why not?
Invite him on SimpCast.
There you go.
He'd be like, ugh, girls.
Don't invite me.
Gross. Just FYI, Pearl's family is extremely rich. She's a trust fundian for sure. So I'm not sure the grifting narrative works on her. Yeah, she doesn't act like someone who needs money. She has an ease
but
about her.
I don't think that matters though, because you can still have more money.
That's how I
True.
feel too. Like, how much money is ever enough money? Really?
And
$1
you can
million.
say your money. It's not your family's money. It's your money that you've made.
Let me make sure we go through all the Kara related questions before I let her go. Release her back into the wild.
Let her
I'm usually already in bed for like 2.5 hours by this time.
Oh my god. What time zone are you in?
It's Eastern time for me, so it's
Okay.
12:30 for me right now.
I think I'm usually asleep by now too.
Yeah, I'm usually in bed by 10 o'clock.
I love that. That's so wholesome. Okay.
Aw, she's like a
Carolyn,
little
where
baby. I love her.
where can people find you? And what's coming up?
You can find me on Twitter. There, right there, right there. I will be I'll be on Toxic Femme with Nina tomorrow night,
8 o'clock Eastern.
Yes, and yeah, I don't have anything really going on this week, so I'm probably gonna play a lot of Conan. And yeah, it's gonna be a nice quiet week for me this week, so I'm excited. I'm gonna be very lazy and I'm gonna play lots of video games. That's my game plan for the week.
Excellent. Good plans, Kara.
And work, I guess. But yeah, I'm gonna go get some sleep. Thank you so much for having me on today. You popped my SimpCast cherry.
Oh,
that's right.
Yeah.
It's not so bad.
Popped it.
Love her. Follow her on Twitch too. She got Twitch.
Yeah.
Yes, I've been streaming on Twitch. It's just Carolyn on Twitch.
Twitchy.
Yes.
She's twitchy.
And I do have a link tree in my Twitter bio that has all my stuff on it. So my Twitch, my Rumble, all that stuff.
All the links.
Yep.
Cool.
Well, y'all have a
Awesome.
great evening.
Kara.
Thank you
Yes,
again for
happy
having me
Easter.
on. Happy Easter. And I will talk to you guys later.
See ya.
Bye, Kara.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Everybody loves Carolyn.
She's a sweetheart.
She's nice.
From Jeremy. And I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for that meddling SimpCast.
Ooh.
Yeah. Minnesota, just checking. Anyone here running on an illegal lottery? I don't think so. Jacob Rod, Allie has her ish together. Pearl hasn't.
Ooh.
Leo Fisher, Lila is right. When the meteor hits Gulf of Mexico and tsunami comes, Lila will grab a surfboard and just yell, "Surf's up!" That's the best attitude to have.
Oh my god.
That's
Yeah.
true. Extra
Right.
positive.
You're right. Like you have to to just embrace every day and be like,
Oh yeah.
and let go of the shit that's out of your control, which is 95% of things.
Well, I have a sty right now, and I thought,
ooh, Stycast.
Yeah, I have a sty in my eye.
Let's zoom in on that sty. Let's
Yeah, you
give
guys
the
see it?
men something
Do
to
you
look
see it?
at.
Do you see my sty right
No.
there? I think it's gonna get
It's a
bigger.
little tiny bit red.
Yeah, but I
Tiny,
think
tiny.
it's gonna get bigger. And I felt it coming on. Okay, I felt it. It was like this pressure. And then I Googled, and I was like, "Oh my god, I'm about to have a brain aneurysm."
Oh
And I was
no,
like,
no.
if I had a brain aneurysm, it could just all like end right now. And then I did more Googling and I was
Wait
like,
until
what if I
after the
did
Dallas shows.
You have to
Please.
stay away from Dr. Google. Don't
But
ever
you guys
go there.
could all like totally grift off my desk, like make all these videos about how wonderful Lila was.
Lila,
Like,
don't
I mean,
say
it
that.
would be great. I would hope my
do a
friends would be able
fundraiser.
to like, you know, make some money or something. I mean, hey, it's all good. But
You
anyways,
can cut
I'm glad
corners
it's a tie.
and buy the smaller casket because
Yeah. I'm glad it's just a sty and not a brain aneurysm or something else.
Yes, thank God.
Chat is saying hot shower to the face for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Or like a hot compress.
Yeah, hot compress.
Oh God, I wake up in the morning and it looks so bad this morning. And then I was like, I'm still gonna do mascara.
see
I
at
was like,
all.
Fuck it. I don't.
Yeah, I can't see it.
Oh my God, you were
Okay.
not supposed to do that, Lila. You're not supposed to do that.
What, put
makeup-
mascara on?
Yeah, don't put makeup on.
I just did mascara. I didn't do the bottom one.
Oh, you didn't do the bottom one. Okay,
No,
good.
I just did the top. Okay.
Okay,
I
you're
wanted
good.
to open my eyes a little bit. If I don't, then I'm like super Asian.
Oh,
that's not a bad thing.
Thank you.
And I
for
am
sharing.
Asian. You know what I mean?
Always
it's
cute.
not a big deal.
Chad, as a plumber, I walk into women's spaces daily. A man can go into a woman's space without making the women feel threatened. It's the disrespect. But again, you're not, as a plumber, going in there to change. You're probably going in there to fix pipes, you know?
Right. Like there's nothing naked about you.
You're not like, hey, ladies, look at my cock. You're like, I'm going to tighten a nut.
Check out what Mark the Cyborg says. Warm compress for sure. 50 minutes intervals. Mark is an army medic, man.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
Warm compress.
He's
Do
right.
you guys
We're
ever
getting rid of this thing.
Do you guys ever look up like the spiritual meaning of whenever anything happens to you? Like,
Yes, I do that all the
spiritual
time.
meaning
Yeah.
of-
Yes.
I looked up the spiritual meaning of a sty, and it was like
You're about to have a rebirth.
Yeah, maybe that's probably what it
Fluid
is.
is going to leak out of your eye, and it means you're having an epiphany.
I mostly do that with dreams, I guess. I don't know. I'm stuck somewhere between dreams are absolutely dumb and mean nothing, and oh my God, that totally means something. What does it
I
mean?
had
Let
a
me Google
dream
it.
last night that I was on a date with Hillary Clinton's son, but she doesn't even have a son.
Chelsea?
Right?
Chelsea
I don't know.
Oh,
But I was on
no.
this date with her son, and then I was like also like a secret spy agent or something. I don't know if I was gonna kill him, but it was some sort of weird situation that was happening.
Weird.
That's interesting.
And it turns out he had Down syndrome, and then he just molested me.
Oh God! Don't you hate it when that happens?
I feel like I've heard this
I
joke
know, it
before.
was so crazy, you guys. I was molested by a guy with Down syndrome.
It's an
So,
epidemic.
I know, it's so wild.
Happening to
Lila,
everyone.
should we show the Lila baby video?
Oh yeah, that's so funny.
What, you as a baby?
Yeah, it was me. It's me as a baby.
I'm gonna put it in the chat or in the private chat if you want to watch it. We can watch it.
Put it in the chat.
In the motherfucking
Fucking
chat.
And if you oh my God, you guys know that song. You're the first people. Well, you can lick it, you can whip it,
Take it, you can taste it. I'm talking every drip drop, don't you waste it.
Oh my
Drip it
God,
up, drip it up, fill your cup. It's finger licking good.
and I'm feeling so good when you go downtown.
You guys, I have to look this up now.
Yeah.
It's
I've
one
never
of the
heard
best
this song.
songs ever written.
It also lets everyone know how old you are when you know the words to that song.
I
but that's
hate my
fine.
life right now. Fuck. God damn it.
It's hoe music. Yeah.
It literally is whole music.
Mm-hmm. It's a hoe theme. Dan Vicious is still in a low rent Pee Wee Herman. Yeah, kind of.
Maybe.
Christian Smith, did you ladies see Black China on Fox News? No, that's a pivot.
No, but it's interesting, like the angles she's going for now. Like, do you know like everything she's done to herself recently, or
Yeah,
not?
look at all her
Done to
things.
herself.
Yeah,
yeah, like dissolving all the silicone out of her body and all that. And now she's, serious business lady. I like it. It's fine.
Interesting.
I think it's great. I think it'll influence some people. I think skinny will be in. And you know what? I don't mind that. Okay. I'm skinny. I'm like, my time to shine, baby. Okay. I'm excited.
Bring back
When
the
is
skinny.
in.
After
Bring it
ditching
back.
OnlyFans and finding Jesus, Black China celebrates her doctorate degree from a Bible college.
Whoa. Oh yeah, she found Jesus too. That's true.
Wow, where did she find him?
He looks
Behind a
great.
rock.
She quit the
And then they
OnlyFans.
called it
She had her
Easter.
demonic tattoos removed. Her real name is. It's what's great is that her real name is Angela White, which is the name of one of the most famous porn stars in the world. So she can't even go by her real name. She shared an image of her doctorate degree on her Instagram. All right. Yeah, she looks crazy here. She looks normal, more normal there. All right, she found God. Good for her. She got a baptism a year ago. That's
Let's
cool.
invite her on SimpCast.
Let's do it.
You might
I think
do
this
that.
is great. You know what? I think honestly, she's a freaking genius. She blew up on OnlyFans, made her 2 million, got one of the Kardashians, has a beautiful daughter. Now she can blow up on the right, find Jesus, get picked up by the rapture. She gets to come with us. You know what I mean? She got to hop on all the dicks. Now she gets to be on the Jesus side. I mean, I think she's pretty freaking smart.
Get it right.
Yeah, and she looks beautiful. She looks great.
She does look good. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
let's
she doesn't
have
need
her
any
on
makeup.
SimpCast.
Let's do it. If
I
anyone
think
has
she'll
any
come on. I honestly do. Versus the other
Mhm.
chick you were trying to get on. I think this chick will come on. You should try.
If anyone has any connections to Black China, please let us know. We will have her on. Okay, what is this video we're watching?
You don't have to watch it on air. I'm just sharing it for you because it's just a funny. It's just a funny thing. It's Lila as a baby.
Camel, what are you calling us? Butter golems?
Tired
Wobbling
of these
around.
butter golems.
I think he's talking about
Silicone girls.
Oh my god.
That's me.
Wow. Oh, Lila's the name of the baby. Go, go.
All she has to do is touch the finish line.
Wow. Slow and steady wins the race. This is really a test of what baby loves their mom the most.
Right.
Look at this. Nobody wants to crawl towards someone in a visor.
Dude, crawling on a basketball court on your bare knees.
Oh, she's so close.
Can we
Come
check
on,
and make
Lila,
sure
cross
this
the
is
line. You can do
actually
it.
A girl baby and not a boy baby pretending. Oh, that's really cute. Go, go, go. What are you waiting for?
Lila, touch
All
it.
ass, baby.
Oh my gosh, she is not about to get her ass kicked.
Oh my god, no. She's blowing it.
Oh, this is unbelievable. She's gonna lose it all.
She won't even touch it.
Oh no!
Oh, it's over.
This is a boy. This is a boy coming
Look at that
into
together.
women's sports and ruining it. I think this is a little boy.
Yeah, that's a little boy.
That's absolutely a little boy.
Oh my god, it's like they don't
Why
even
don't
care.
feed you?
Lila,
All right, I don't know if this is allowed what this woman is doing. Like, she's,
That does seem like cheating.
yeah, go back. Go back.
That's karma.
That's great.
That's karma for cheating.
This can't be allowed what she's doing.
These babies.
Lila gave up.
They're both going back. No.
Ah,
Look at this one.
this weekend.
Oh my god. Oh no.
Oh my god.
What? This is hardcore.
Tragic.
Right at the end. Yeah. Yeah. Oh
It was
my
the slowest
God.
baby that won.
Number one.
Oh, those other parents
Best
have to be
baby.
pissed.
That
I don't think
was
it's
a
fair that they
real
got to hold
upset.
the phone up like that.
Oh my god. I don't know what this is.
Upset.
I haven't seen this.
Imagine tuning into the show for the first time expecting just like hot women, cleavage, sex, and then we're watching babies racing
across
It
the
was
gym
funny.
floor.
I just kept hearing that guy go, Lila, touch it. Lila, just touch it. And I like just messaged her and I was like, Lila, this is you.
See,
oh
the
no,
problem
we're back
is
on Epstein
Lila
Island.
did not like being told what to do. If they wouldn't just keep screaming at her, she probably would have just done it.
Mhm.
Oh, I understand. I get it.
That was really sensible.
Camelot
Yeah,
says,
there was some cheating.
Women watching baby stuff seems accurate. Well, I mean, that's true. We
They're
are
cute.
women.
If that had been dogs, I'd be just as excited.
Right. Dogs, babies.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I love dogs and cats.
All right, we already did that one. A couple more. Alto Valsol. Oh, is this in a different language? Wait, Dylan pushing sterilization, ESG, govern, and the Constantine Kissen rant in what Unrestricted Warfare, China's Master Plan to Destroy America book is about. Oh, yeah. Makes sense.
I've had, man, I don't know what I can say here too, but I've said it on our show before where
Speaking
it's kind
code.
of speaking code. Yeah, here we go. It is interesting that we are pushing certain trends of like certain ways of living where you don't reproduce. Is that PG enough?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I mean, it just seems like if you're a white person that's not of trans or gay, influence.
Well,
or
to
lifestyle at
that
the time.
point, the government did a really good job of screwing up the black family, the black nuclear family, largely. So I feel like this is the plan for screwing up white nuclear families.
I've been noticing that for a while. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. Because you know who doesn't go for this shit? Like blacks and Latinos. They're like, yeah,
blacks and Latinos.
nice try.
Muslims have a huge problem with it. Yep.
People with scruples.
Scruples.
Guy walks into an empty bar and hears, "Nice shirt." Guy asks the barkeep, "Did you say nice shirt?" Barkeep says, No, the peanuts are complimentary. What?
I don't get it.
I don't get that one.
Get it.
We're dumb women. It's over our heads.
Yeah, you're gonna have to put it in a different way. Jacob Rodden happened.
That's what she said.
And the cops did nothing. Oh wow. Yeah, I heard about that. Ghost Crusaders. Does this make the activist a transgressor? Yes, it does.
Ooh.
Transgressions. Rupert, new chant. Only women with balls in these halls. Brian, about chocolate. Lila's so sweet. She could put Hershey's out of business.
Aww.
Mm-hmm.
The Hershey's. Did you guys see what happened with Hershey's?
Oh God,
that
that
was
whole
so
thing.
fucking gross. I hate it when
the she her.
Yeah. I mean, it's just making like anything that there could be special about being female is just being completely thrown in the
You
garbage.
know why?
honestly.
We're pushovers because we allow it. Somebody mentioned
we
this
do.
earlier.
Yeah, some people encourage it.
Nice.
Yeah. April, I saw one of those she/her chocolate bars in Mexico before it became like a big deal in the US.
Mexico?
And
Okay.
it was a white Hershey's, like white chocolate, but they had an obese black woman on it. And I was like, what?
Really?
Yeah. And it said
Yeah.
her. And I was like, I don't get this.
It reminds me of a tweet I tweeted out months ago. I said women like trans people for the same reason why they like a 3-legged dog.
No.
Oh man. I
Oh,
don't
they're
know
so
that I can
cute, they
argue
need
with that,
help.
though.
Oh, do you want a wheel for a leg? Let's just take that perfectly good leg off and put a wheel
I can
on.
fix you. Oh. Yep.
Getting dark. Okay, Keith. Hello, Keith. Thank you for the super
Hi,
chat.
Keith.
Happy Easter,
Keith.
all you elegant all you elegant, lovely ladies. If you each were offered Saturday Night Live in today's day and age, would you? I would never be hired for that unless they wanted to torpedo the show.
Yeah, I don't think it would take any of us, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, hell yeah, I would, but I don't think they would.
I
want
would.
them.
If they offered, of course.
Yeah. I'd be like,
yeah,
can I do a Trump, like a fucking bit about Biden?
For some reason they offered, I would take it. I would just be myself.
Right.
And I probably would be out in like 2 days and then I would do a podcast about it. I would just be like,
I completely agree. I don't know how people go around behaving different ways just because of where they are. Like for me, like everybody gets the same April. You know what I mean? Like whether I'm on the show. Like I could be a little more funny or exaggerated on the show per se, but I mean, people get the same me wherever I am. I don't know how to live any other way, I guess. I don't know how people do that.
So you're not more yourself even now in the month of April. You're not like fully
I forget that. Do you know that?
activated April?
Just a whole month of me. I'm a little extra this month. I mean, this is the raciest shirt I've ever worn, I guess. This is
And
pretty.
your belly buttons out.
You're in your season.
I just joking.
Your boobs are amazing. Oh my god, wear that.
Oh,
Buy
they're
that
tiny,
bodysuit
remember?
in color. Like
the whole lore
immediately.
behind it is like, oh, Erin has bigger tits than April. Have you seen them? God, she doesn't have any tits. I don't care. They're tits.
No, for real. You look amazing.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Christian Wolf, female trans activists like trans women because it makes them look more feminine by comparison. Oh my god, that's a hot take.
Is that like walking into the bar with like ugly
It's like a new fat friend, basically.
Yeah, your new fat ugly friend. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Be like, do you want a real gash or a fake
On
gash?
to
Oh
something.
god.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It's like even more effective than having a fat friend.
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually. Because would you?
It
Yeah,
is.
exactly. Do you want the real thing? or
Okay,
is
but
that-
I don't get that. I only like to have hot friends.
Same.
I'm only friends with you if you're hot. And if we're not friends, you're just not hot.
You have
'Cause
work to
I'm only
do.
friends with hot people. I only like
Get
hot
on my
people
level.
around.
Yeah.
Like no, I can only be friends with hot people. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I feel like you're
The hotter
gaslighting
you
us,
are,
Lola.
the
a lot of
more
gaslighting
sex
going
friendly
on.
we
A
are.
lot of gaslighting tonight. Minnesota.
Seriously though, do you ladies agree that we should share less of Dylan Mulvaney's face on our Twitter feeds at this
I go back and forth
Yes.
because it is
No,
entertaining.
just keep doing it. It's
Why?
I love Lila tonight.
great. Because why not?
I can't look at his face anymore.
It
He
is
drives
like
me
a
crazy.
clown. It's like a clown person. It's not a real person.
Let's just share him. I think we should all wear shirts with his face on it. I'm gonna wear shirts with his face on it next time I'm on the show.
But you don't.
I want a shirt that says day one of girlhood.
Yeah.
Right, we're all starting our journey into
Yeah.
girlhood right now.
Girlhood.
But do you think because of him being overshared on Twitter that he's getting all these like
True.
know,
It's like, do you want to be helpful or do you want to have fun?
Honestly,
Right.
I want to know his marketing campaign because whatever it is, sign me up. Okay.
Look, Steve, we've
Worth
already
it.
got Dylan on board here. He is about the SimpCast. Okay.
Yes.
invite him on. You should invite him on.
I've never seen
the,
him actually.
the irony of all of this is I bet, knowing me, I bet if I met Dylan in person, I'd probably like him. He'd probably be nice.
Same. I was a.
Yeah.
I
probably.
loved the gays. I mean, I still do. But I had a show at the Stonewall Inn for 6 years. Like, I had tons of gay friends, and then I
I love
engaged
gay
in
people.
wrong
I
things.
don't
So
know
I
about
lost a lot of
this.
them. Paid
I would
partnership.
think, like, can he just share the sponsorships? I mean, throw us a couple bones
Sure.
here. Can
Throw
we
us a
just-
couple
I'll take-
tamps.
You know what?
Right, can you
I'll
model a little
take-
bit?
Yeah, let's give us the tampons, give us the Nike,
Mhm.
whatever.
The KitchenAid
Whatever.
mixers. I don't want the Bud Lights though. I don't want that one.
No, that's what I said. I said Dylan better stay the hell away from spiked seltzers because that's for real women. Okay,
Truly,
You
our
men
Chrissie Mayr.
drink your beer.
He has
okay?
a fucking Tampax deal.
Isn't that fucked up?
That's
None of us
fucked
could get
up.
one. I guarantee you. None of
Well,
us.
you know what? I
Nope.
think there's so much to be learned from all of this night is that lying. Look how far lying gets you. When you
Right?
tell the truth, when you spread truth, you get banned, you get censored,
Yeah,
you
true.
get shadow banned. I mean, but if
Lila's
you
on
just
point.
lie, if you just lie about everything, then you get a huge platform, you know?
Oh,
And
hell
Right.
yeah,
You
you're-
get to be
you're
buddies
a
with
influencer.
Elon Musk.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then you can just pull a Black China and just, undo it and go back to the other side. And maybe this is what we did wrong, Chrissy. Maybe we should have grifted on the left a little
should've
bit
gone
farther
harder.
and then
Mhm.
came out and said, this is how I really feel.
Of course, we did it wrong.
I think Lila's onto something. I'm gonna start lying a lot. Like I fucking hate
Yeah.
SimpCast and I
What-
hate Lila. I'm gonna start lying.
Ooh.
Something
Harsh.
happened to Nina.
No, come back. Nina. No,
Wait, it was a lie. It was a lie. She told me to lie, so I did.
I'm just telling you guys. I know we talked about this, but I truly was heartbroken finding out that Bobby Lee was not molested by the person with Down syndrome. Okay,
He looks like someone who was molested by a Down syndrome person.
He tells this story about how he was molested by somebody with Down syndrome. He's said it on podcasts. He said it in very serious settings too. And like I said, the first time I heard it, it was in a very serious setting and it made me cry. Okay. And now he's saying that story is completely fake and a bunch of other stories are fake. But my whole point is, I'm like, wow,
never heard about
have
this
I
before.
just been way too honest my entire career? Is that my problem? Should I be exaggerating? Should I be lying more? Should I just, chop off my arm and slap on a dick? Like, what should I do, you guys? What should I do?
Create a dick on your arm and then be like, yeah.
Well, that's true. You could do that.
I think you're onto
Just
something.
serve
with
up
that,
wiffle
though.
balls.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I just
It is
think
true.
good people are less
very-
successful. That's true.
It is true. Being nice has got me nothing in life except for like knowing I've been kind to people. Honest to God, every time I've been nice to people, it doesn't like get me any farther with
probably
them.
got
It
you
doesn't
your
stop them
man.
from being. That's true. I mean, if I was a total bitch, I'm sure I wouldn't have gotten married, of course. But
This is why
people
women were
still get
not
married.
made for the working world, because it's like we're either like we have to turn into bitches to be successful, to get to a point where you make money, which is like not in our wheelhouse.
But then you're just
generally
known
speaking.
as a bitch, right?
Right. You have to be a bitch
Can't
or
win.
a cunt. And then you
You're
can
just a
get
cunt.
it. Right. But we're
Yeah,
too
I
nice.
can't
which
do
is
it.
why
It's not
we
in my
let
nature. That's the weird part. It's just not.
That's how I feel.
Except for once a month. it's not when Dylan wants to, have that experience that actually happens to actual women.
Wait, this would never fly on the man side. There could not be a transgender male to say, "Hey, I'm a man and I'm going to take over all this man stuff." And
Right.
do
Do you ever
it
notice
wouldn't
that doesn't
fly.
happen?
I do notice that all the time. Can't even name.
I'm gonna be a CEO that's trying to like front like a man, but like I have a pussy still, but I'm gonna like be in charge of Apple or something.
There's
Did
so
you guys
many
hear-
athletes. Like, there's no athletes that are like fucking, male.
Did
to
you guys
female.
hear
I've
about
never seen whatever the other way around.
There was a woman who lived as a man for 2 years as an experiment. Okay.
There was a what?
A woman who lived as a man for 2 years. She disguised herself as a man. Okay.
Ellen Page? Oh.
No, not Ellen Page. But anyways, at the end of the 2 years, because she was writing a book about this, at the end of the 2 years, she ended up committing suicide, unalived herself. We're not allowed to say the S word on here. Anyway, she unalived herself at the end of 2 years because she was like, wow, it really sucked living as a man and to be treated as a man.
Wow.
And also, because maybe that just goes to show that, like,
It's harder to be a man.
when Dylan was just a man, a gay man, he was, not treated so well. But like when when you're a woman, you put on some makeup and you're like, you get treated maybe better.
Lila, that's the thing about Dylan is he was never really truly a gay man. He got into that whole thing. He was a boy. Like he was 16,
Wow.
17 years old. That's really
Was
fucking young.
groomed.
You're not a man at 16, 17. You're trying to figure your shit out. And then you realize, oh, if I get in on with all these people that seem to be wanting me to be in part of this fucking group or whatever, and then I'm a part of something, and then you get, go down that rabbit hole, man. Like, that's crazy. It is hard to be a guy in this fucking world, but it's also hard to be human. I don't know. It's just weird, man. I think it's
And
hard for
that
everybody.
is why I identify as an alien.
Okay.
I am ready.
Here we go
What?
again.
That's what
The aliens.
I gotta tell you guys. Okay, I'm gonna tell you guys now. I actually am an alien. I'm not a human. And I just chose the wrong avatar. Okay, when I was signing up to come here, I thought it was gonna be 6'4", but the numbers got mixed up, and I came in as 4'6".
4'6".
And also, that's why I'm kind of squished in here, because my true form is supposed to be in a 6'4" size.
Mhm.
But I
Okay.
decided to just,
I believe you.
I'm
You're
actually
better. You're better as a short person. I wouldn't like to see you tall. I would, you know what I mean? Like you're too
well-
spunky and fun to be tall.
That's what I think too. You're always so fun.
Oh, thanks.
Aw.
Yeah. What fun is
Fucking
it being able
compliments
to
right
reach
now.
everything without help? It's not fun.
Well, I will say if I was 5'8", I would not probably. I would just be like a model.
Or a
Okay?
rocket.
Absolutely.
I would just be a model. Like
That sounds fun. Yeah.
that would be
I wonder
fun.
what it's like to be 5'8".
Imagine you just get to like pose for photos. Huh?
That would be fun.
Huh?
I do that sometimes, like, because I want to imagine what it's like to be tall. So I'll put like a step stool and like, become taller than my husband. And I'm like, so this is how you view everything.
Frank doesn't like it when I do that. When I stand on the bed, I'll be like, what no? He's like,
And a
oh,
couple
God.
steps up. Yeah.
The only time I get to be tall is when I go to Little People of America and I'm literally like the tallest person there. And I walk in and I'm
Yeah,
like,
you
oh
crush
my
it out
God,
there.
this is literally what like a bad bitch feels like when she walks into a room. Everybody's just like staring at you. You're like on stilts. It's fucking amazing. There's power there is a little bit of power in height. Okay. I'm short, but I am a height elitist. I understand these things.
You're the
You walk
tallest of the short people.
I am. And when you walk in, it's just like you're just like towering over everybody. I mean, like, oh my gosh. I feel like people who are
Everybody has to look up to you. So you're
Right.
like, oh,
yeah. I feel like
okay.
people who are 6'4", literally like they already get like this level of respect that somebody who's like, 4'6", I have to do all this extra shit. I have to do all this extra shit
Yeah,
to earn it. Okay.
Yeah.
For someone who's like 6'4" could just walk into a room and be like, hire me. And then they just get the job because they're literally just fucking tall. Whereas like I have to do all this other stuff and then still don't get hired. And then I miss the whole fucking wave of like, let's hire all the disabled people. It's bullshit.
Lila, I have a question. It's a legit question.
Yes.
Have you ever watched that episode of Seinfeld where the little person's in it and they're in like Screen Actors Guild and they get into a difficulty because they find out that they're putting lifts in their shoes and they're not supposed to make themselves taller and they get in trouble for that? So do little people actually get in trouble for putting lifts in their shoes to portray themselves as taller than they actually are?
What's the high heel culture like?
Yeah, like what is that? What is that about?
Well, you still wear heels. Okay. The best thing about going to LPA is they have like the little shoe store where I get my little heels at. Because, who doesn't want to look hot in heels? My gosh. Small. One of my best friends is 2'10" and she's got a pair of heels. Okay. We were walking around Vegas and she was walking around in these heels. And by the end of the trip, she couldn't walk anymore. I had to ask like the random security guard to help carry her to her room. It was so funny because she had these like little heels. But, yeah, you still wear heels? Why not?
No, but no. That episode of Seinfeld was about a dude, and he was putting like lifts in his shoes so that he can appear a little bit taller than the other dude, so that he can get the part, like he can get the role. You got to watch that episode. Lila.
Well, you know what?
That's great.
If you can, okay, if I would do that. I would wear heels if I could. I literally just can't wear heels like that because I got one foot. I mean, now I even feel guilty for laughing at the people's feet. As we were laughing at people's feet, I started to get quiet because I was like, oh my God, who am I to judge people's feet? I got a whole fucking wonky foot that does not work with toes that are
feet.
No, I have two different size feet and I have two different feet. They do not even look like sisters. They barely look like cousins. The one looks adopted and it doesn't even fucking work. Like it literally, the toes don't move. So I'm like, who am I really to be laughing at someone's foot shape? I'm like, bitch, you got toes that don't even work and you're over here someone's wonky little
They're decorative.
toe that's operational that can actually do something. Yes,
You have NFTs, non-functioning toes.
Yeah, I had to check out of that conversation when y'all were making fun of the people. I was like, let me just hush up real quick.
I'm sure none of our toes are like the cutest things in the world. By the way,
I have great feet, but it's to make up for my horrible personality.
I do not have great feet. But Chrissy, I meant to tell you earlier when we were on the feet topic, I made it onto Wiki Feet. I found out a few months back.
Yay, that means you've made it.
Does it? Okay, I don't know because somebody put in our chat like, April, did you see her on Wiki Feet? And I'm like, fuck, because I don't know what pictures are gonna be up there, and just none of them are flattering.
Finally, someone got you on Wiki. Yep, here you are.
No, they're
not bringing it up.
Flattering.
You know
There's
what?
only
Bring
6
it up.
photos on here.
I bet you got a good foot rating. I've got a 2.5.
I've actually never looked except Aaron pulled it up. I don't know what my foot rating is or anything.
You have a 7.5 shoe size. Is that correct?
7.5 or 8. It kind of depending
how
on
do
what
they
type of
know. Are they
shoes.
sizing you up? Are they getting a visual on these
Those are
tootsies?
some
and
nice Nike slides. I don't know.
Wow. You're such a tomboy. You're such a cool soccer mom.
I am. So this is like when I was just barely post college for reference. So this is like 5-6 years ago.
See, those are some spectacular.
Yeah.
footage right
These
there.
feet have a college degree.
Those are nice.
Wow.
Wow.
Those are, like,
And
cute.
both of your calves are the same size. Wow.
You need to start like putting your foot. You're on. Look at this. Trump 2020.
Oh yeah.
2020.
See, I have no confidence in my feet. I would not put my feet anywhere intentionally.
You gotta start being like, well, bam, and then that makes it on Wiki Feet.
Oh man. Yeah, yours is gonna be on Wiki Feet updated now. So how do you find out like your what is there like a score?
What's her
What
score?
is this foot score?
Ugh, that tooth stuff creeps me out. You're a 4 out of 5. It looks like.
Wow.
Don't give her a 1 star. That's disrespectful. Give her a 5-star.
Chrissy, look at my low rating.
You're on.
Are you on there too?
Yeah, I am. You
Oh
guys
my
want-
goodness, we're all on Wiki
I'm
Feet,
Lila.
guys.
I can't believe you voted her too.
Look,
All of
there's
us
my
in
butt.
here. Does that
Oh.
mean we've all made this?
Wait. What?
There are my feet. You guys can see them. Look at how
Who
different
is-
they are.
Oh, wait, that's your friend in the wheelchair?
Yeah, that's my friend. Which, by the way, she has an amazing shoe collection. So many high heels. I was like so impressed. I was like,
Wow.
she was actually I did not wear high heels till I went to her house to start filming in them. And I was like, oh my god, I never buy high heels because I can't walk in them. And she's like, neither can I. It was
like,
really funny.
Right, might as well look good, though. I mean,
She's
you
like,
look
you don't have to
seriously
walk
hot
in
some
them.
of
You
these,
could just
though.
pose in them.
They're
No,
so
they're
cute.
not. There's something
Honestly,
wrong with
I don't
them.
see
have great
anything wrong with
feet.
these
I
pictures.
see
Because
no
I'm
problem.
posing it at a certain angle. Okay, I know
Well,
the angles.
You're rocking that
And
angle,
I'm
then.
literally okay. There you go. You can see it's kind of weird right there. You see it?
No, it looks fine.
No,
It's like
No.
regular feet.
I don't see it.
They're
Or like
not.
no bullshit. You look
They
good
look
in
like
all
big,
these pictures.
look like feet on vacation.
Well, thanks.
Whoever's
but-
posting your pictures is like posting really nice photos of you, at least.
Yeah,
Well,
look at your little trampoline.
Yeah, I used to have a trampoline. I would jump on it because I heard it was
Those are
good for
fun.
you. That was my route to
No.
school.
I
So
really am.
cute.
I'm not
Wait.
seeing the issues with your feet.
No, I think your foot issues
It's always
are.
hardest when it's like your feet. You're probably
Aw.
self-conscious, but
Yeah.
Eric and I.
Eric
actually
needs a
do-
Wiki Feet page now.
oh, yeah, there's his feeties.
Aw, how cute.
He's got some big feet. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's an alien.
This is so cute.
There is something
He has
special.
huge feet.
Mm-hmm.
Those are some big feet.
Wow. Okay. I see where you're
Oh,
happily
those are
married.
my heels.
Look at the Marilyn Monroe photo. Oh my god, that's adorable.
See, okay, look, you see how they are kind of weird there.
What's with all the lanyards?
Oh, that
I
is a
know,
ton
it's
of
a lot of-
lanyards.
You guys have a
Eric-
lanyard problem?
He used to work at this job that would give him free lanyards, so we just had a ton of them. I don't
We
know
got a
why
bunch
we
of
do that.
coaches in your house, a bunch of high school sport coaches that live with you. Oh my
Oh
god.
yeah,
that's
this is
so
when
cute.
I got hired to dress up as Marilyn Monroe for a Lexus dealership and sing "Happy Birthday" to someone.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you just pop out of a trunk or something?
No, I just popped out of the closet.
I love
I
that.
really, I think you're so cute in every little
so
thing you
cute.
wear.
Oh my god, you're so cute. I can't
I like how
even.
you girls all wear like cowboy boots and stuff now too, because I've lived my entire life in cowboy boots, so I really feel that for you guys. Like I
I
love
think
that you wear
Lila
cowboy
and Carrie Smith put me on to cowboy boots.
Hey,
Aren't
they
they the
look
best?
great.
Yes,
You
they feel good.
feel fun. You
They
look
do
like
feel
you're
fun.
about to ride a horse.
God,
Yeah.
I love
It's like you have
cowboy
something
boots.
to go do, you know?
Yeah, and you can kick some ass if need be.
Oh yeah.
And they're
I am
comfortable.
I
Throw
am
'em on.
actually a black
They're
belt
great
in
for
jujitsu,
flying.
you guys. I'm a black belt in jujitsu, if you didn't know.
Damn.
Brittany has a Wiki feet. She's got a 5-star rating.
Wow, that
Wow.
is impressive.
I feel like Brittany's like
5-star.
5-star everything.
Yeah. This is the
Really?
infamous InfoWars desk where I did my Sandy Hook tweet.
That's pretty cool. I aspire to see that desk someday.
Oh,
I haven't seen many things yet. I'd like to see the Alex Stein blimp someday. That's something to strive for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's
Those
cute
are her
too.
flippy floppies.
I feel like all of you have such cute outfits, and I'm over here like this is the cutest thing I've worn.
You're so cute,
you know?
April.
You look cute. April, you wouldn't be on the show if you weren't cute, okay?
Yeah,
we only invite hot
would
people.
not have been asked on.
And we're
Exactly.
only friends with hot people. That's just the rule. If you're not hot, you don't get to be friends.
The unspoken rule that has now been spoken. Yeah, that's the deal.
Yep, there's my chopstick.
Jesus.
My legs are chopsticks.
There's a lot of pics on here.
I took that picture.
That's a great picture. Wow.
Oh, you guys have been everywhere.
We should have put this on when Venti was still here.
Yeah, I
Venti-
meant to bring this up earlier, but
Who the hell is even that? Are we zooming in on his crotch?
What is going on here?
Why?
I don't
Why
know.
would we-
The
why would we-
crotchal region looks a little crammed in there.
It looks like a fupa. I don't know if there's a penis in there.
Okay.
That's a trans.
Oh my god. Yeah, let's go to X-ray girl.
X-ray girl.
Oh yeah.
X-ray
X-ray
girl.
girl.
Ooh.
I feel like this is like the hot goss now. It's just what do your feet look like? What's your
Yeah.
foot score on Wiki?
Yeah. What's your foot score? Oh my god, I was there. Look, I'm
Oh,
there.
I'm in the background. Look at me.
I remember that day. That
That's
was
me,
in
guys.
Orlando. That was fun.
Do men get Wiki feet too, or is it just ladies?
I don't know. Good question.
I
Type
think the
yourself
guys
in,
need some.
Aaron Imholte. No. Try I don't know, a famous
It's a
man.
prank.
Channing Tatum. Channing. No.
So apparently Wiki feet's for ladies.
Yeah. I mean, if Channing Tatum's not on there, then they just don't have dudes. Okay. I feel like we might
whoa.
be like dabbling into nudity if we keep going at this rate. Gina Carano.
There you go.
That's great.
Is Leanne Starr's feeties on here?
Let's get Leanne's feet.
She's fun. I love her. Like I love all her videos. Like, oh, you say my tits discredit what I say. Well, here's just my tits while I talk to you about politics.
That's the best.
I really
She's
do
the
love her.
best. She keeps it 100.
Yes.
She keeps it 34 double D.
She has all the confidence I wish I had.
Yeah, she's the definition of not giving a fuck. Oh, here's Anna. Oh God, did she really put her foot up to the camera? Is that her foot? It looks like a hand. On the end there, on the right hand side. That's a foot? No. That
Uh-oh.
looks like a deformed. Oh no.
Tell me she's bending her back, like her big toe backwards to make it look short.
I would pay to have that photo removed if that was on my wiki feed. I would be
that
like,
is
what do I have to
smart.
do?
Is Keanu on here?
Oh God.
Oh, she's showing what she can do.
Oh, okay. She's
Oh, so she
doing
is bending her toe back.
foot
Oh, thank
tricks.
God.
Okay.
At least
Oh
you can
God.
move.
That was weird.
At
That one's
least
really
she
weird.
can move.
It looks
my
like she's
God.
literally doing this with her toes.
Mm-hmm.
I left for like 5 minutes and we're looking at Wiki feet.
Yeah, we're looking at
Oh my God, Anna's so hot.
Yes, she is. Oh my
great.
God.
She looks like a Barbie.
Now we're
Girl
simping
stuff
over
out.
everyone.
We are.
Oh wow.
Yeah, she took that with us.
There's Lila's shirt.
That's my shirt, Landslide Lila, and her little
Wow, they
foot
got
there.
that on Wiki.
I
The
also
only
took
shirt you
that
should see.
Look at
photo.
us. I was wearing Anna's dress in this photo because I had no cute clothes, and she's like, "Just wear my dress."
Wait, that
Zaya
looks
just got
cute.
new tits, right?
This is Zia. No, this is with her old tits.
Oh,
Her new
right.
tits Are
Oh my
cute.
God.
Oh. See, you guys, I could not put my toes on screen.
My toes
ever.
match my shirt.
Me neither, April.
What a day.
I'm not a toe guy.
Oh my God, that's great.
Great.
Feet. Yeah.
Ah,
All right, you're asking for it, Anna. Oh my God, that looks so crazy.
All these feet.
What is
She
that
has a
one in her long dress? I don't think I've seen that. Oh, beside the Doctor Who with
What
the
long
TARDIS.
dress?
She's
Which
standing with her dog by the TARDIS.
Oh my god, that looks so early aughts. TARDIS?
Right next to, yeah, that one.
Oh,
It's not a dress. It's some pants.
Wait, what's that? Are her feet black? Go back. Does she have Blackfoot?
She's
Probably
got
dirty.
like dirt
They're
on her
dirty
feet
feet.
because she was
Oh,
probably
no.
eating dirt somewhere.
Oh,
her feet look black.
Oh my god.
It's a Renaissance fair.
Those Renaissance fairs are dusty, for the record.
Yeah.
I went to my first one last fall.
They're fun. Oh, I remember this. God, that costume was so expensive.
Any kind of cosplay is
I love
really
it.
expensive. It looks good though.
It's really fun.
Who else should we check?
Let's
Keanu.
check Ashton. Oh, you read my mind. You have to specify which Ashton. Magnum Norris better than Brie Larson's black toes. I'm surprised she doesn't have. Maybe they don't know what last name to give her.
I felt that,
Okay,
y'all.
are we
This
sad?
is
Is it sad that we're doing this?
No, I think this is interesting.
What are we looking at?
This is a great way to wrap up my Easter.
Oh, I like that lemon dress. That's cute.
It is
Ooh,
cute.
What is it about lemon
lemons?
party? Aw. Ugh, why would you do those shoes with that dress? Oh, she was young. She didn't know better.
Who is it?
Ashton.
Oh.
Oh, cute. Let's go to the school dance.
Everyone on SimpCast just is kind of a cutie.
That's the
Yeah.
point.
That's the point.
You
No
have to
uggos.
be hot.
This is like no ma'am. Aw. All right. Boost your PC. Someone's got to update Ashton's wiki feed. I don't know. Somebody in the chat maybe could take this project on.
Mine are all really old pictures too.
Yeah. Whoever's
think
doing
I
mine is
have
on
any.
point. I post something tonight. It'll be on there tomorrow.
Yeah, put your foot
Love
up to
them
the
feet.
screen.
Okay.
Put the foot up to the screen. Put your foot up to the screen.
Ooh.
Okay,
Look at
yeah. Ooh,
Look at
okay,
that
everybody
arch. Oh yeah.
Screenshot it.
Oh, look at how it curves.
Wow, and look at that beautiful sock.
2020 Trump.
sock. This is cute.
Oh yeah, slowly.
Oh,
Oh,
oh.
Nice.
Sparkly.
Wow.
I could never do it.
Ah!
Oh my god.
Pinky square.
There's some good toes.
Wow.
Foot.
I see why Frank's with you now. Them feet are nice.
Yeah, do more weird shit with my feet, Frank.
Now put your foot in your mouth.
Oh no.
No.
Oh.
Oh no.
What? It's a little snack.
Oh god.
It's not gay if it's you.
Is it sweaty?
Some jam.
Ow.
How many toes could you fit in there?
Probably all of them. Probably my whole foot.
Oh my god.
Put the whole thing in
This is
there.
not what
Oh,
Chrissy's
yeah,
known
all
for,
of
is
it,
putting her
all
whole foot
of
in her
it.
mouth.
Oh wow.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Literal foot and mouth.
I'm gonna
Chrissy,
get
your
hooked.
kids are
I'm
gonna
gonna
see
get
this someday and
I'm
not
gonna
get a job
mouth
for it.
disease.
Wow.
I don't think this is what people came here to see.
It is. It's what I came to see.
Can we edit that part out? My son can't get a job now.
Right. This is bad for my family.
Sock is going back on. Sock and slipper back on.
Oh, cute.
Aw, cute slippers.
Yeah, it's Pusheen.
Cutie.
It's unicorn Pusheen.
Unicorn. I thought it was like Nessie for a second.
Nessie. Oh god, I went to I'm pulling a string out of my leggings, but I feel like it's a crucial string. Like I feel like it's unraveling the whole
Oh,
pant.
isn't that the worst? Where you just feel
Oh,
like
that sucks.
it's all falling apart now. Oh.
You did it.
I snagged my Easter dress like that today too, where I saw like this string like this
Like,
long
it's
hanging
gonna
off,
come
and I'm like,
apart
oh, this
now.
dress is over now.
Why did you guys let me put my foot in my mouth? What's
Because
wrong
I
with you guys?
requested
It's
it.
weird,
and
like
I
when you
did
get to sometimes.
I told you to
Just
put
keep
your
me
whole
safe.
feet in. I
it.
didn't
It was
think you were gonna do it.
amazing. It was awesome. We loved it. 10 out of 10.
Oh yeah.
5 out of 5, all in my mouth.
Oh yeah. But I think you could have gotten both feet in there.
I could have gone deeper.
Oh, you
yeah,
could.
I had it passed, ladies. Okay,
The whole foot.
I could have
Yeah.
deep footed myself.
That was
Aw.
fantastic. I loved it. A plus.
So good.
Thank
Press
you,
like.
James, for becoming a new member.
Smash that like button. Tell
Smash the
everybody
like
that
button.
Chrissy put her
New
foot
feet
in her
stuff
mouth.
here.
I'll just be like, you don't understand. It was the long story.
It was a long Easter night.
hmm Every Easter from now on, I will be putting my foot in my mouth
It's tradition.
as a thank you for Jesus.
It was
Magnum
delicious.
North. Yeah, feet has risen. She has gangrene from trudging through the trenches of feminism. Okay, I'm done. Have a great night. Thank you, Magnum.
Good night, Magnum Noise.
Good night. Opinionated news guy. YouTube is denying me talking about what man soldiers do. Can't even say what happens to us. Yikes.
Oh,
Oh.
that's shitty.
Jeremy David. Chrissy, 365 of Boyhood's. Oh, that's actually a great
Ooh.
idea.
To the last guy, get on Rumble.
Oh my God. This is a great idea. Okay. Noted. Viking. Trans women should have to cut off the wing wang before using the women's restroom. They should have to show a card called a gash pass. And also,
Oh
you
my
know, you don't have to
God.
wait in line for amusement park rides. Gash pass. Minnesota. Do any of you go to bed angry with your spouse for running an illegal lottery? No, that's an inside joke. I guess I don't know.
I don't get it.
Oh, Dylan's on WikiFeet. Oh, what a low score though.
Still a higher score than me.
Only 3.
Oh.
Oh. God, that's a lot of foot. That's like a leg.
God, still somehow hotter than me in a
A
feather
leg
dress.
that continues with toes at the end.
How did this person suddenly become a celebrity, though? That is the question I keep going back to. Like, I don't even care that
They're
they're
a
doing.
clown. Everyone loves a clown.
Because
some people
April,
keep being
they've gotten
pushed
on their
by
knees
somebody.
for literally everyone. Okay, like
Ugh.
he sucked a lot of
They
dick.
go to parties with
Yes.
like Paris Hilton and Kris Jenner now and all this shit. I don't understand. Red carpets. It's weird.
Yeah, and he's sucking everybody's dick there.
Who does a French manicure on their toes?
I just see it again, caricature of what they think women do. It's so fucked up.
Ugh.
I would never
Ugh.
consider that.
No. Looks like, oh my God, did they not shave their ankle?
Oh, hey, oh.
Day
I
2
saw that.
girlhood forgot to shave your ankle. Oh, this is
Oh God,
terrible.
no. Oh.
Just
I
call
don't
it a
care
night.
what you do. Like when you're
No.
lotioning after shaving and you realize you missed something, you go back and you get that thing quick.
Go back in there.
Yeah.
No.
That's just how it is.
Yes, Dylan was on Book of Mormon.
Why are we looking at this person's feet? I can't do this anymore, Chrissy.
Oh, look at that pout.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
photo actually
Look at
almost
that
looks female.
sultry.
It's because the hair helps and the lighting.
There's
and
still
the makeup.
something about that jawline, though.
That does look kind of like a girl.
No. Okay, that's a hairy ankle.
That's
All right.
super hairy.
Get these hankles out of here. Oh, is that a skimmed toe?
Aye. Oh, fuck. What did you do to that thing?
This is how people get AIDS.
That's like he tried shaving the toe. And he, it was a little thick and he cut skin in there.
Yeah.
And then he gave up and said, fuck the ankle.
Right. If you're going to shave your toes rather than your ankle, your priorities are not in line, sir.
Well, the top of that foot is shaved. You see the little.
Yes, that's a shaved
follicles
foot
and stuff?
right there.
Mhm.
Damn. That is a shaved foot.
Oh, man.
What a hurl.
But we're just bitches for pointing this out, right? I don't know.
Who I'm sure other people are zooming in on Dylan's ankles right now.
Oh, yeah.
Does his dress say nope?
Yes.
That's great. Oh.
It's a crochet dress.
Ugh, that's
Do you
horrible. A
think
real woman would never wear that because something like this is
No.
only going to add weight.
Do you think Dylan made it? Yeah, thick stitches like that they're never flattering.
Damn. Now that we've killed all the boners. Nothing
Yeah,
more
so
attractive than Bigfoot hair on your tippy toes.
Is that how we go to bed on Easter Sunday?
Everyone's
thinking
logging
really
off.
deep?
This is not how we respect Jesus. Mark of
God,
reality.
we need a palate cleanser. I hope you got something.
Everyone saw what happened to that Dylan Mulvaney dude after he drank a Bud Light, and now nobody wants to drink Bud Light. Did you guys see the video of the woke VP of Bud Light explaining? It all makes sense. We're like,
No.
oh, this is who the fuck is in charge. Okay. Let's see. Here we go. Bud Light VP Alissa Heinerscheid says in order to save the declining brand, they need to attract young drinkers with an inclusive campaign that appeals to both men and women. Not very inclusive of her to use binary language like this. And this is the VP of Bud Light.
I'm a businesswoman. I had a really clear job to do when I took over Bud Light.
There's no
And it
way
was,
this woman drinks beer.
This brand is in decline.
I'm a woman.
Decline for a really long time. And if we do not attract young drinkers to come and drink this brand, there will be no future for Bud Light. So I had this super clear mandate. It's like we need to evolve and elevate this incredibly iconic brand.
Elevate
And
doesn't mean make it
what I
big.
brought to that was a belief in, okay, what does evolve and elevate mean? It means inclusivity. It means shifting the tone.
No, it means bring
having
back
a campaign
kids.
that's
Ass,
truly
like the good old days.
inclusive and feels lighter and brighter and different and appeals to women and to men.
No, this
And
doesn't appeal to
representation
women
is
and
at
men.
sort of the heart of evolution. You've got to see people who reflect you.
She literally can't even see past her own nose. She literally she's living in a woke snow globe and can't see her way through it. She has no clue.
In the work. And we had this hangover. I mean, Bud Light had been kind of a brand of
I don't know what I'm doing
bratty,
wrong.
kind of out of touch humor, and it was really important that
This
he
is not
had
even someone you want to have
another
a drink.
approach.
Why is this woman in
No.
charge of anything?
Oh my
That is a great question. That kind of
I'm
goes
a
back to
businesswoman. I had a really clear job to do.
Wow.
That kind of goes back to what Caitlyn Jenner was doing with this whole Fairness First movement. Is like their whole thing is equality over inclusivity. It's like you're taking away from the masses for a very small percentage of people. Like you're trying to totally replace biological women, let's say, with like people who are coming in portraying to do women better than women do. And that's really crazy. And that's coming from a trans person saying that, you know?
Because this woman lives in a world where this type of virtue signaling is supported and uplifted. So she's literally a VP of a major company, and she's this fucking out of touch because the culture that we live in has allowed her to get to a place where she actually feels like this is a good direction for this company.
Right. And you can't
delusion.
You're right. You can't completely blame these people because we have allowed it and encouraged it on many levels. So I don't know. Play silly games, get silly prizes.
I'm drinking Coors. I don't know about you guys. Nina Infinity, what a pleasure to have you on with us tonight.
Chrissy, thank you for inviting me. It's always a pleasure to see you. And Lila, of course. And April. We haven't streamed much together, but it's very nice to do that.
Nice to meet you.
So thank you for having me on. You can find me at Nina Infinity, guys. And I'll see you guys next time. Thank you so much.
Good night, Nina. See you tomorrow.
Happy Easter.
4 hours. You know what?
Wow,
that
it's been 4 hours already.
Flew by for me, personally. But that means it's time for you know what time it is. Time for the party.
Wrapping up the Holy Sunday SimpCast.
Party. This is for you, Jesus.
I'm jealous I don't have any cool lights here.
Oh my god, I'm gonna get a seizure.
There, I have something to all know.
Wow, you have glasses all of a sudden.
I know. Two times ago, when it was like 6 hours long, I can't see through my contacts at some point because they're so dry. Last time.
Beth, you are MVP, April and Lila, for making it this far. You
It was
win.
fun.
All
This
the
is a
truth.
lot of fun.
You guys are fun. We covered all the crucial issues today.
Yes.
And even some uncrucial ones. Just
I
repair
like
them
the
back.
tonight.
April, let the good people know where they can watch you.
So, you can watch our show, the Steel Till Morning Show, on YouTube Monday through Friday, 6 to 10 a.m. Central, and Monday through Wednesday, 7 to 9 p.m. Central for the evening shows. You can specifically find me on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, all that, but watch us on YouTube. And Rumble. We're on Rumble now, too. So,
Gotta be on everybody, anybody. On Rumble. I gotta get some like Tiesto on here. That's copyrighted. Lila Hart.
Hello, I'm Lila.
Hello.
You guys can find me on lilahart.com. I will be in Vegas with Chrissie and Keanu, and also in Dallas, where I live. Yeehaw! And I'll be wearing my cowboy boots.
there you go.
Yeah.
I'm jealous of Vegas. I'm so jealous.
Come out.
I would love to. If I could make that work, I would. Someday.
We do need glow sticks. You're right. Good night, mister.
We need something like any mood lighting in here.
We do. Guys, check me out Monday, tomorrow, on compoundmedia.com.
That's right.
I got Pete Burdett, Harley Dean, Catalina Osa, and Isabel Moon coming on. Some of those are adult film performers. Tuesday, I'm interviewing George Papadopoulos and Kelly Cadigan. Wednesday, nothing. Tuesday, I'm interviewing Podium Guy, aka Adam Johnson, the guy who the guy who stole the podium at January 6th. Yep, I'm interviewing him. And then Friday is Friday Night Tights, and I'm going to try to do some Mayor in the mornings this week. So tune in for that. And of course, SimpCast every Sunday at 9 p.m. Eastern. What? And Mailbag Mondays start tomorrow. I will be opening things.
Very fun.
For you, in front of you. And then I will be maybe trying on the things. Who knows? In front of you.
Send socks.
Yeah, socks. Do the feet stuff.
I will. It will not. There'll be no more feet and mouth.
Socks and bag cloth.
I don't want you to stop releasing both in there.
Yeah, I didn't know I could do that. I am proud of myself. Vegas, April 27th. Dallas, May 5th and 6th. Richmond, Virginia, August 9th. Houston, August 11th. Get your tickets now. Go to ChrissieMayr.com. And we are adding new dates all the time. So fret not if I haven't performed in your area. Tweet at me. Tweet at your favorite club.
We have to get you up here for sure. Or over here from you.
Oh, I like Minnesota. Push up. Socrates was the first old man. And lastly, J-Star. All hail Chrissie. Happy Simp Easter. The Simp Christ has risen.
Oh,
he has.
Happy Easter, everybody.
This is now a religious show.
Yes, of course. Church with the Simp.
Oh, I stopped the music by accident.
Yeah, there's no music.
Love you guys.
Love you too.
Love ya. Love ya. Love ya. Love ya.
And Lila energy.
Bye. See you next time.